research, and there is Macor, a company that supported us. Rosatom will also take part in a separate discussion today, and we are very grateful to them. I represent not only the African continent, but the international community of women who get together, who join their forces to change the world. These are women who share values, who have talent and beauty and other resources required for that. This is our community, and today you will see women and girls who communicate the message they believe in to the world. And please be seated, and I have a challenging task today to update you on our safety proceedings. I'd like to ask Natalia, who inspired this event, who will tell us where to run and whom to save. Thank you, Yanina. Dear guests, dear participants, it is an important point. We are on the premises of the Institute Media Center, and there are no safety drills scheduled today, and we have to tell you that we have volunteers in the two aisles who will give you a sign in case of an emergency where to go to be evacuated, and we'll use the same routes that we used when we entered the room. I hope that the security will let us exit the premises, abandoning the strict security regulations they used when we arrived. Let's give a round of applause to Natalia, who prepared all this with her own hands and endurance, and she has been kept awake for about five nights. So we have diversity and inclusion. So we'll talk about diversity and the beauty of diversity as a keynote topic today. By the way, we are streaming in two languages. I'd like to introduce our interpreter, Henrietta. Henrietta, thank you very much. Where are you? I can't see you. Henrietta is in the booth. And we also have the finger language interpreter, and it's great that more and more people can get first-hand information and get most exciting impressions. We have Olga Knina and Valentina Kamneva. Olga, Natasha, where are they? Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, there is no microphone used. And we have partners who were very helpful. The Win-to-Win Communication Agency, and we try to do our best to be active in social networks. And I'd like to disclose a secret. As a result of this event, we would like to create a STEM girls community, because a similar community is being created in Africa. And I'm sure that in Russia and in some other countries, we'll be able to create an international community for girls and boys. It's great that we have boys with us today. You know, usually when there are events focused on research and inventions, there are but very few women. The rest are men, whereas in this case we have more girls. Boys, please make sure that you share your impressions of attending an event when you are a minority. And we also have our partner who is in charge of video broadcasting, and they will give their feedback. And Komsomolskaya Pravda is our main media partner, and we have the news studio right in the lobby. So this is the introduction I wanted to make. And now we are going to get acquainted with our girls. Two of them are expected to be in this conference room. Given that I'm obsessed by the way I look, I had no time to be introduced to the girls. Therefore, I need to understand who is present face to face. We are going to present student research papers, and I'd like to ask the girls who are in this conference room to raise their hands. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. We also need to monitor the time. What time is it now? Could you please, can I have a watch here or a clock here? Okay, it's 9:53. Excellent. So the introduction is starting. Ilvina was the first. Ilvina, we know everything about soft skills. We are smart, but we have to communicate. We have to look smart and beautiful and have emotional intelligence. Ilvina, you have 4 minutes. I'm happy to see you face to face. Similar to the members of our jury board, I have to say that your research was not only in depth, but it was very well presented. And you can see our Oscar statue. It is a statue of an African female leader, and the beads were made by our charges. Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Elvina Azmambetova. I'm a third-year student of the Russian Geology and Exploration University. I am a member of the SPE student chapter, and I represent the Diversity and Inclusion Project. Since the first year, I've been focusing on a research project known as LIT-RUB. It is a project of a well-length laser scanning system. Quite often on drilling sites, drilling crews do not remeasure drill pipe after trips, and that leads to significant errors. What can such errors lead to? First of all, a drilling crew may miss the reservoir, and as a result, a lot of wells are being drilled that makes a negative impact on the environment. If it is an oil or gas condensate field, if a drilling crew misses the reservoir, it leads to challenges related to transition to alternative energy. What is my suggestion? An alternative solution may be a universal system that consists of a laser-based measuring tools and a host software. The software consists of an app and a database. The application is written in Java, which makes it universal, and we can record and process available data. And it was a thorny path, and we tried to do it by trial and error. Quite recently, I acquired a grant, and we are currently using the grant to create an experimental model in the lab, which testifies to the fact that our project is quite efficient. The results of my research were presented at conferences, both international and Russian ones. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The microphone. You can now get back to your place. We'll ask you to come back afterwards. Please let us have Tomsk online. And I'm inviting Yana Chaikina to present. Can we do that quickly? Well, we have 27 papers submitted, and there were 6 nominations. What is STEM plus E? What is E? E is entrepreneurship. Actually, this is an absolutely paramount idea. With all the fundamental nature of research, we understand that we as a community have to talk about applied research and monetization, implementation of research results, commercialization, and changing and disruptive technologies. And that's why we have added E, and this is paramount. Would it be possible to have Yana online? Yana, is it you? Well, people used to call me Yana, and then I decided that given that my name in the passport is Yanina or Janina, I decided to use my full name. Yana, are you there? Yes, good morning. I'm watching the broadcasting. Well, and if I've been introduced, I'd like to introduce myself once again. My name is Anastasia Khramtsova. This is the Far East. This is the Far East, Anastasia. And I'm a postgraduate of the Far Eastern branch of the Russian Academy of Science, and my paper relates to small satellites, and the idea is to create a satellite network for our university to have its own space development history. Well, everything is clear to us. So they developed and launched it. Well, the point is that a project cannot be presented in a lot of detail in 4 minutes. The girls sent us their video files and their presentations. Anastasia, thank you. And I think that we'll contact you about satellite development, because our STEM community in Zambia is developing the first Zambian satellite, and one of our jury members was also from Zambia, and we had the maximum score of 5, and he wanted to give you 25 points, and so I think that there is some future cooperation between you, and it's great that the world is so large, but people can find each other. Thank you very much for the opportunity to compete. Well, actually, maybe Yana is also online. I was talking about Yan and Inna and Janina. Well, she's not yet. Who is here in this conference room? Can you please name yourself? Yekaterina. Yekaterina is a nominee in the science category. Dear colleagues, good morning. My name is Yekaterina Timoshina, and I am a student of the sixth year student at the Moscow University Chemical Department. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank those who set up this wonderful forum that makes it possible for us to share our research and entrepreneurial projects and inspire each other and encourage each other to succeed in the future. And I'd like to share some information about my research project that is focused on improvement of composite electric conductivity. First of all, I'd like to share what motivated me and why it is interesting to me. Well, the point is that carbon nanotubes, thanks to their unique properties such as high mechanical strength, high electric conductivity, and useful optical properties, are widely used in creating various materials and products, microelectronics, super strong threads, and displays and screens. We suggest that we use these materials in lithium accumulated batteries. But first of all, we need to study the properties of composites, of the active material and the connecting material. And thus, our research optimized the methodology for creating a stable dispersion of carbon nanotubes, and on that basis we produced a film and studied its electric conductivity and studied lithium ferrophosphate impact on electric conductivity, and we found out that when lithium ferrophosphate is added, the tube electric conductivity is improved by an order of 5 to 6. It is a unique phenomenon that has not yet been recorded, and we are currently writing an article for a magazine to explain this effect. And besides, on the basis of lithium ferrophosphate composite, we created electrodes and we measured their electrical and technical properties, and the results showed that our electrodes exceeded the currently used type of electrodes where soot is used instead of tubes. And besides, we have polyvinyl pyramidal, which is consistent with the green chemistry concept. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ekaterina. Please go back to your seat for the time being. And I'd like to invite Andrei and Yelena. These are the people who read your papers. Andrei will take up a couple of minutes to share what impressed him most and where our growth points are, and Yelena will open some new life space for you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Andrei. I'm Deputy Chairman of the Youth Oil and Gas Industry, of the Youth Council of the Oil and Gas Industry, and I'm focusing on drilling and refining. And it was quite exciting to learn about our colleagues' research papers. There were lots of other topics in addition to oil and gas. There were environment-related papers and papers focused on focused on chemistry. So this was very exciting. Please allow me to wish you every success. Please move on, push the envelope, and do implement your solutions. Thank you, everyone. Dear colleagues, I'm happy to see all of you today, and I'd like to ask the hosts to show my presentation. Going further and building up on what Andrei has said, we reviewed all papers submitted. All of them were unique and very insightful. And I majored in mathematics, and I saw the usefulness of your papers. And without being an expert in these spheres, in the relevant spheres, but thanks to my basic technical background, I can say that they were very well written. But I'd like to say that hard skills are not the only way to develop. I was promised a clicker. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Please let me say a few words about what we're going to talk about now. Well, in addition to my mathematical background, and I think that my flexible skills helped me achieve what I have achieved so far. And such skills are absolutely mandatory as a supplement to your major specialization. I'd like to share the results of a research conducted by the Russian Association of Managers. This association is a community of 1,000 managers from different companies. And you can see the order of priority if you look at this list of skills that they ranked. All these skills are soft and flexible skills. What is it? An ability to see opportunities in a complex and challenging environment. I was told that it would be possible to hand microphones to the attendees. Who is ready to answer this question? Let me answer for you. Right. I can't hear the answer. The person is not using the microphone. Yes, yes, thank you very much. As last year, this year the situation is not that easy. But anyway, you're moving on, all the businesses are working, and that's why you need these skills. Emotional intelligence is number 2. A comprehensive and multi-level approach to problem solving. The next is creativity in the broad sense of the word. which means that you have to have a large-scale focus. You need to have a skill to see threats and manage risks. This is similar to critical thinking. Number six, developing a vision and an ability to bring people together. If you want to develop your careers or set up startups or move on with your unique projects or ideas, then you have to have communication skills. You need to be able to engage people and lead them. You cannot do anything single-handedly. Teamwork is crucial. Then high academic skills. I think this is something that you possess, because people who major in technical disciplines are super capable. And combination of flexibility and an ability to focus. A focus on a particular task, but you have to be flexible everywhere. Life is changing and you need flexibility. You can see a chart here, and you know everything about charts. I'm sure that you can read charts. And if you look at the top curve, it is the curve that shows the emotional intelligence among leaders. And the chart at the bottom, the curve at the bottom, is everyone else. So if you want to be a leader and lead a small or a big business, then you have to develop flexible skills. The next, given that STEM was intended for the staff side, for ladies and girls, I'm not going to dwell on it in a lot of detail. You can see that this is the result of international study that covered companies from all over the world, which shows that emotional intelligence is crucial. And looking at this table, you will see that women are much better in understanding their emotions. They can manage their emotions better. But if you look at men, you will be able to see that men are able to manage other people's emotions much better. This is a research of this is based on big data. Girls are good when they manage themselves and their own emotions, but men are better when they need to manage other people's emotions. So we need to improve in this respect. And as a warm-up exercise, let's do this short exercise. You're sitting next to someone, though despite the fact that we are currently in an environment when we cannot move around this conference room because of the restrictions, I suggest that you turn to the person whom you do not know. You can turn left, turn right, turn back. Please find someone you do not know, and please ask a question. The following question: what am I like? And that person has to give three adjectives, just adjectives, adjectives that come to your mind. And the second person will ask the same question: what am I like? And you will exchange your answers. If you have a piece of paper with you, please write it down, write the answer down. And if you don't, please use your mobile phones. You have 1 minute and a half. Let's go. So please turn to your. Now the second person will have to ask the same question. Let's finish this exercise. Please make sure that you remember the good words that were said to you. Now, who's ready to answer the question I'm going to ask? Please raise your hand. You will get a microphone. The question is, please let me know what you learned about yourself. What were the great thing you learned about yourself? Did you hear anything good about yourself? Everyone has heard something good. Irina, if there is another microphone, could you please hand another microphone? I heard that I'm not indifferent, which is quite pleasant. Anything else? I have learned that I'm very quiet and I'm associated with something harmonious, creative, with nature. There were other hands raised. I learned that I'm well groomed. Wow. Look at the flexible skills people have displayed. I've been told that I am concentrated, quiet, powerful, but naughty at the same time. Thank you very much, colleagues. You've used quite a lot of interesting words. I'm sure that all of you have something to share, though you may not have spoken. What was easier, to talk about someone else or to listen to what is being said about yourself? Please raise your hands if speaking was easier. Please raise your hand if listening was easier. Well, it looks like speaking was easier. What kind of skill, what kind of flexible skill have we practiced? Nikolai, you had a microphone. I'd call it an ability to get acquainted with unknown people and communicate with them. You need to say something to someone you don't know and you're confused, but you have to get acquainted with that person before you say something. You look at that person and try to assess that person, not only looking at the appearance, but trying to assess the energy emanating from that person. Excellent. What was the other skill? Yes, indeed, talking to unknown people, saying something to those people, right. But what did you try to say? Something good, of course. The most important thing that we tried was to say something good, even to someone we don't know. Why is it so important when we talk about flexible or soft skills? People, you also use the term soft skills. We just need to create some rapport when we introduce each other, and that person will find it more pleasant to talk to you. You know, criticizing is something that we learned in our childhood. We know that bad marks are usually actually given in red ink, and good marks are also red, not green, in our schools. So we learned how to talk to people we don't know, how to say something good, even when it is an unknown person we are talking to. So this is a very simple exercise for you to develop soft skills. So I wish you development. I hope you will grow and improve not only your knowledge, hard skills, but you will develop your soft skills. And today we're going to award the winners of our project competition. I'm handing over to the next speaker. Yelena, please do not go away. Please stay here. And I kindly ask all the speakers to stay on the stage. Because when we are off the stage, we are no longer visible. The girls who took part in the competition, please come up to the stage. I do not see Alyona Gate. Alyona, are you there? The girls who know that they are the winners, could you please come up onto the stage? If Masha Kharchuk is here, could you please come up to me as well? I need your assistance. Ladies wearing uniforms look very sexy. I hope you will agree. I'm going to wear a uniform next time. Masha, please check the ladies of the girls from other cities. So, this is better than a beauty contest. Though this is a stereotype, I'm going to take care of what I'm going to say, because we have lots of stereotypes, and when we say it is better than a beauty contest, this is very wrong. I have shown that I do have some development gaps, because the girls here are beautiful and successful and everything else. We hardly girls from 7 regions taking part in the competition. There were more papers submitted from Moscow, but anyway, it's great. We had 7 regions represented in the competition, and we're happy to have these 5 girls with us. Girls, I'm going to hand over to you. Please say in a couple of words what you believe in terms of women's science and research and entrepreneurship. So we need to talk about resources and threats. Maybe 4 words: 2 resources, 2 threats or challenges. The challenge is what men tend to say. In my profession, in oil and gas, people say that it is not something for women, and I'd like to prove that it is not so. Hello, my name is Daria, and I believe that the main challenge in women entrepreneurial activities is lack of support, because traditionally it used to be thought as men's business, starting from the time of merchants. But I'm happy to prove that girls can not only engage in entrepreneurial activities, but be extremely successful. Hello, I believe that the main challenge is associated with being able to take an integrated approach to problem solving and have opportunities to solve problems and resources. Hello, my name is Anna. I develop composite materials that are needed for aviation and airspace. The main challenge in this sphere is associated with certain constraints, especially in aerospace. In particular, there are few women in this research area. And I think it is most important to rely on our unique skills. Every woman is unique. It is important to take advantage of your uniqueness. Hello, it seems to me that the main challenge for women in science is associated with endless stereotypes that women are not smart enough, are not capable enough, though I disagree with it. And I think that we are fully able to show that it is not so. We need to be proactive, promote our ideas, and try to achieve. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to invite Olga Savchenko, who represents Polymetal, to hand out the awards. Do we have Alena Gate and Alexander Rybich in the conference room? Not yet. They were supposed to bring the awards. I'd like to invite Nikolai Andreev, who represents Salym Petroleum. Hello. And shall we announce the winners? Well, there are lots of awards. Maybe we can now put them together in a single package. This was brought from Africa. This arrived from Khanty-Mansi, where Salym Petroleum produces oil. I don't know where Polymetal produces its products. Maybe Olga would share. So the first nomination is science. And we have two winners here, Ekaterina Timoshina and Anna Shaneva. We have Ekaterina with us and Anna. Is Anna here? Oh, it's you, Nikolai. Please hand out the awards. I'd like to congratulate all the winners in this nomination. For Salym Petroleum, as a high-tech oil company, it is important to promote new solutions. And such new solutions require diverse teams and are usually cross-border solutions. Thank you. I'd like to ask Olga Savchenko to hand over two awards in technology and engineering. Do you know who the winner in the technology nomination is? Elvina. I'd like to ask Olga to say a few words. Dear colleagues, friends, I'm very happy to hand the awards on behalf of Polymetal to these wonderful girls. A couple of words about our company. We are a mining holding and we produce gold and silver in Russia and Kazakhstan. And in our company, we are fighting against stereotypes related to mining being an all-man industry. We try to communicate to girls and ladies that mining is a great sphere to realize your talents and ambitions. Thank you very much, Olga. And it seems to me that we'll be able to see Yana Chaikina. Yana, can you wave your hand? Yes, hello everyone. Yana, we've already introduced you and applauded to you. Yana won in the engineering nomination, and moreover, I'd like to highlight that Yana collected top scores, top points from all jury members. And we do hope that we'll hold something in Siberia next time, and we'll have a chance to meet you face to face in Moscow and to congratulate you in Moscow. And Olga is in Siberia, so the relative weight of the Siberian lobby has increased. So this is your award, this is your prize, and this is your certificate. Would you like to say something? Yes, a couple of words. The project is unique because it promotes a development of girls in the modern world. Thank you very much. Maybe Alexander Rybich or Alena have arrived. These are wonderful ladies, and I'll introduce them. Alexander represents the nuclear industry ladies, and Alena Gate is a wonderful person, a visionary and an innovator. Now I'd like to ask Elena to hand awards in two nominations, Mathematics and Big Data. We have Yekaterina Bezuglova. Yekaterina Bezuglova, where is she? Hello, Yekaterina is here. We can see you. Do you see us? Yes, I can see you very well. Yekaterina, as far as I remember, you are from the south of Russia. Yes, exactly. What is your research? My project? It is a smart system for sorting household waste on the basis of an image recognition algorithm. I liked it that artificial intelligence and waste have this connection. Thank you very much, Ekaterina. Please let us know how to send you your gifts. Thank you very much for your contribution. I'm also grateful, says Ekaterina. Yelena, sorry, I wanted you to hand this award, but you have entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, this is the plus E side, and today we'll have an exciting discussion about women and technological entrepreneurship that Yulia Varshavskaya will moderate, the chief editor of Forbes Women. Please hand the award to Anastasia Khramtsova. We can't see Anastasia. Anastasia was the girl who is in Vladivostok. Anastasia, if you can see us, I'm extremely happy that the winner in this nomination is you. You are from the great city of Vladivostok. It is one of my favorite cities, and as a person who leads quite a big team and who's been involved in business for many years, with my mathematical background, I know how important it is to have business gumption and entrepreneurial skills everywhere to implement your ideas in the real business world, so that your research generates value to people, adds value to people. And you know that there is a Nobel Prize week in the world when Nobel Prizes are awarded in different disciplines, and I do wish some of you to get a Nobel Prize in the future. And I'd like to wish Anastasia that separately, because the Far Eastern University, which is located on the Ruski Island, is something that even Moscow universities can envy, because your infrastructure is amazing. And I once drove my car from Moscow to Vladivostok, and Vladivostok is one of my favorite cities in Russia. So I'm sending you my hello, Anastasia, and your gift will be sent to you. And I wish you all the best to implement all your projects. The same relates to all the other girls and we are very grateful to all 27 girls who took part in this competition, and we are also handing over certificates of participation, Daria Sokolova and Anna Sherbakova, and our gifts. And what is about the Nobel Week? So we have to pose for a picture, soft skills, soft and flexible. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We'll continue this next year. When we launched this competition with our partner, the Corporate Education Development Association, and with Olga Goloshenkova, the president of the association, we agreed that there would be 2 tracks, and we'll talk about it at length. You know, life begins after graduation, and a girl goes to work either in research or in business, and there are more and more opportunities for ladies to realize themselves. So when we graduated from the Moscow University and then go and are employed by a plant, stereotypes may be a big load on our shoulders. And such companies as Salim Petroleum and Polymetal support women to develop, to grow, and make discoveries, even when they go to work. And I'd like to invite the winners of the corporate track of the STEM Girls competition: Елизавета, Adelina, Alena, and Ksenia. So everyone is on stage. It's great that you are all here. The same question, 1 or 2 words or 5 words about resources and challenges. Challenges? My name is Alena. I'm an engineer. Speaking about challenges, we face them every day. And girls who work with us do help us overcome them. Make sure that you support each other. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think the principal thing is energy. Energy without envy, without any evil, and we try to actually recharge our batteries. My name is Adelina. Hello. I'd like to say that the biggest value is people, each of us. And the most important resource is time. And if you feel that you can change something, make sure that you do it. That's cool. Hello everyone, my name is Ksenia. I work with seismic data in oil and gas, and I'd like to talk about one of the major challenges I faced. When I joined the team I'm working I was the first girl to join it. Now we have more ladies, and it's good that there are more opportunities for women to excel. So one girl in a male team, well, when the second girl comes, everything changes. When the third girl arrives, it's friendship. But when there are two girls, it is a topic to be discussed by the TV anchor Xenia Sobchak. Well, now I'd like you to speak up right away so that we could ride the wave that you have described. Yelizaveta Maraeva, the winner of the STEM Girls Corporate Track 2021. Please give her a warm welcome. Good morning. I'm happy to see all of you here today. Let's get started. After 20 years, I realized that I did not have a choice. Normal children, when they are 5 years of age, go on top of a chair to recite a poem to Santa. I tried to actually take off all electric bulbs that I could see. And it was very easy for me to say goodbye to the Barbie doll. But now I know that if you use a construction fan, it is not a good idea to dry your hair. And I was told to respect our house that was more than 100 years old, but I thought that it was rubbish. And actually I could trade a dentist visit for a Lega, for a new Lega. And speaking about electric bulbs, I just wanted to save energy and money. So, sorry, I lost track. I'm excited and nervous a bit. My parents are great. They did not try to turn me into a little princess. They said that difficulties were good. The first difficulty was actually trying to take over the writing table while my father was writing his graduation paper. And as a second year schoolgirl, I found his drawings and the things he was writing about very challenging. People tried to actually seduce me with medicine, but I had to take an exam in chemistry that I didn't find exciting. There was another discipline that they tried to seduce me with, but I met my first love, physics, and it was the first biggest disappointment. It turned out that there was something that was very exciting, but it did not become easier even if I used a soldering machine. And so I decided that I'd become an engineer. My grandmother was appalled. I decided to be an engineer. The only thing was to choose the discipline. Quantum mechanics is a word, is a combination that sounded scary to most people. And therefore, the victim of my passion became the nuclear research department of the Ivanova University, and I led 40 boys for a period of 5 years. After the graduation, our professors started hinting that we should do what we entered the university for, that is, get married. But I decided that I wanted to see what was under of the reactor top, and I tried to show that I was able to make the turbine turn 300 turns rotations per minute. Now I then I understood that there were lots of exciting things at a nuclear plant that could not be taken home. I tried to, but the security didn't like the idea. I wanted to control a nuclear reactor, but my relationship with the nuclear reactors stopped and did not approach the phase when I could be a reactor operator. Now I am an HR expert for nuclear plant personnel training and development. That's impressive. Thank you. Great. We have one more presenter. What can I say? Getting married is great. It is not only about Russian beet soup, borscht, but it is equally actually, it is more challenging than waving curls on a Barbie doll head. It is a page that you have to open and go through, and moreover, a STEM girl has to marry and marry a good boy and maybe several times, like I have done. Thank you very much. A great speech. It is also interesting. Nuclear plant operators are male, and you train them. Well, you know, Irina Schreiber became great and she continues to be great. We understand that it is the Nobel Prize week, but she'll come back to us. Yelizaveta has to tackle stereotypes every day. Now, I'd like to ask another girl to present, Adelina Shukraleva, and share her story. Adelina, over to you. Thank you. Wow, you look so beautiful, and there are so many of you. It's great. In actual fact, it is inspiring to be in a company where you feel a lot of energy from each, and you can feel it subcutaneously. Thank you very much to the sponsors of this forum. The scale of the event is impressive. You are super humans, and I admire such people. Well, my name is Adelina, and today I'd like to talk about gratitude, love, and sensibility and sensuousness. When I was 14, I was a small girl from the city of Astrakhan, and I could not imagine that I would stand on a big stage at an international forum telling about my life. Why 14 years of age? When I was 14, similar to Yelizaveta, I fell in love, but not with physics, but with chemistry. And during my first chemistry lesson, I realized that this was something I wanted to devote my life life too. I worked for Rosneft and Gazpromneft. I took samples when the weather was frosty, when it was snowy or rainy, and this was critical because the samples were important because they um, they were the things that enabled planes to take off the next day. And when you take fuel samples, you are the person who influences other people's lives. Now I'm working in gas supply, and gas supply has to be uninterrupted, and it is also critical because it is crucial to villages and cities, whether an old granny would get gas supply tomorrow or not. I am a graduate of the Gubkin Oil and Gas University, and chemistry is my life. I work in supply chain management at the moment, and procurement is crucial as well. And there is a lot of responsibility related to procurement. I'm not going to be too wordy, but I'd like to say that each of us is capable to change things in life. It is not important which industry we work for, whether we are male or female. If you feel that you are capable to change, if you feel things, if you feel that something needs to be changed, go ahead and do it. And I'm currently working in 3 projects in our organization now, and I'm also a member of the succession pool, and we finished the first year of our project and of our learning program. And so we finished the first year, and jointly with Alyona Afonichkina, we are involved in a solar battery project to install solar batteries at gas distribution stations. And another project relates to robotization. I'd like to reiterate it. It is not important what your gender is, how old you are, where you studied, and where you work. It is important to do what you derive pleasure from, to do things with love. If in your heart of hearts you feel that you can create value here, do it. We have only one life, and it's great to live, and each of you is unique. Each of you is a whole constellation, a whole universe, a symbiosis of lots of myriads of things. Thank you. You are great. Thank you very much, Adelina. It's wonderful that we have a big delegation from MGOG. It's a school, isn't it? Give a round of applause to you, to yourselves. We are big girls, mature girls, but we have younger girls who inspire school-age girls so well. And I think that we have to build this community exactly like this. It's great that you tried to inspire the audience that you shared so much with us. We have 2 more exceptional girls today. Our time schedule is very tight, and we asked them to give speeches in the lobby, and you will be able to get acquainted with them. Ladies, please stand up. It is the Nobel Prize week. Thank you very much. And now there will be an online address from a girl who takes part in every event, and Irina Schreiber is also always with us. But before Irina, we'll have Yelena Galetska, a leading engineer in well completion and workovers. Well, the beauty of our life related to COVID-19 is that you think that people are online, whereas in actual fact they're with us. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. I guess the sound is on. Well, hello everyone. My name is Yelena. I'd like to open up my cards right away. I am a leading engineer in well completion and workovers. It is very serious, but it is not what I dreamed about when I was a schoolgirl. Well, you can see a schematic picture of my first 16 or 17 years. I was born in Moscow in an ordinary family. I went to an ordinary school. There were engineers in my family, but there were no all men. My mother was a sewer. My father was an interpreter, and I liked writing compositions, but during my senior years at school, I fell in love with chemistry and felt that this would be the discipline where I would like to develop in the future. And it happened so that we had a family friend who worked for Salim Petroleum as an environmental engineer. She was a Gubkin graduate, and I got inspired. And at that time, I started being passionate about the future of our planet, and I thought that it would be a bombshell solution. The environment, chemistry, the Gubkin University faculty, and so it turned out that I failed to enter the chemistry and environment faculty, but I entered the reservoir management faculty. It was not my favorite chemistry. It was physics that I didn't like that much, and I thought that I would have to help produce oil rather than protect the environment. But it was a great university, and it was wonderful to learn. If you look at these pictures, they look as if they were taken using film cameras, but it was in 2008. It was not quite clear what I would major in, but during the first summer, I needed to select where to have internship. I could hardly imagine myself on a production site. And the picture looked like this. Guys from my group went to their brothers, fathers, and friends to work on drilling sites and to do things nobody knew what they were doing. Whereas the girls stayed in the city working in a lab or in our department or or any other office, and it was not clear why I should go somewhere, God knows where. But then, before graduation, I had an opportunity to go to a production site in Western Siberia. We agreed to have 2 shifts. Actually, this was my original idea, that a shift camp would be very remote and I would have to fly by plane, then take a train, then be driven in a car, but it proved to be entirely different. It was an internship with Salim Petroleum Development, and it turned out that conditions there were very good. It was not beyond the polar circle. I did not have to take a helicopter, and the conditions were quite good. The people were very nice, and these were the rooms we stayed in. There were double rooms. The nature there was very beautiful. Perhaps these were the most beautiful sunsets that I had ever seen in my entire life, and I have never seen such beautiful skies anywhere since then. So I went to that internship and I spent 4 weeks each shift. So I stayed there for 4 weeks, then I went back home and returned for another 4 weeks, and it was great. And I felt that it was extremely important to have that hands-on experience, to touch things with your own hands, to see things with your own eyes rather than listen to your faculty members, to your professors only. And at that point in time, I thought that it was a pity that I had not done it before. And the second important takeaway was thank you, shift. Working in shifts is not my piece of cake. I realized that it was hard to spend 1 month far away from your family. I thought that I should work in the office. I am a Muscovite, and therefore I decided that I'd find a job in an office. And as I found out, it was not so simple to find a job immediately after graduation. As a young graduate, show off in a Moscow office of a cool company and saying, "Hello, it's me." So during one of my first interviews by an international oil and gas company, when I realized that they were hiring people to send them on shifts, I said, "No, thank you." I think that my life would have taken a different course if it had been a yes on my part. After a year, I realized that I had to give it a try, despite though it was scary. So I came back to Salim Petroleum. This was one of my field trips, and I looked like a frightened mouse, but it was cool. I was taken to different sites and I saw lots of things. And during one of my first trips to a production site, I saw a female supervisor, and I was shocked. And I said, "How is that possible?" I thought I memorized it, and I was not aware that in about 5 years I would be in her shoes. This was the view from my window during the first years of my working experience. These are the well pads and production sites that I used to see. This is an oil processing unit. It was all exciting, and one of my first jobs was a database engineer or a database processing engineer. But I realized that I wanted to work in production. I wanted to understand how wells were built, and I asked to be sent to the field, and I was sent to a drilling site. I'd like to say a couple of words what a drilling site is. Actually, what you see in this picture is not what it is in real life. It is a jack pump, and a drilling rig is what you see now. It is a small or well-construction site, and there was a drilling crew, and I was a customer representative. And actually, if you think that the green squares are safe, that's wrong. Everything is hazardous on a rig floor and on a drilling rig site. And my job was to make sure that all the work was done safely. Well, these were the specific features. I stayed at in a separate room, and I had to use these signs just to flag that there was a woman inside, because there used to be unscheduled fire drills when people entered your room unexpectedly. Then I moved to the Moscow office. This is my current role, and I'd like to say to finish that my story is not about success. It is not about setting a goal and moving towards it step by step. It is not about it. It is a story that it is important to find something you're interested in, something that makes your eyes shine, and give it a try. It is normal to be afraid. We are all afraid when we start something new. You know, we need to remember that all major fears are in our heads. Unfortunately, there are lots of stereotypes in this industry. And if you plan to become an engineer, then you may have faced this, but I'd like these constraints not to stop you short in any case, but to motivate you to continue what you're doing and become an example to emulate, to prove that everything is possible. I wish all of you every success. Thank you. Thank you very much. As usual, it was brilliant. We have a team around STEM initiatives. It is a small group known as Women Influence Community. It is a community of women who change the world, and they are from Salim Petroleum, because these two communities, these two organizations and teams have not only arranged this event, but the very first event that we had right before the pandemic, and the UGRA University Forum, and we are ready to arrange such events for universities and support them to build female communities. And we had an event in Zambia, and I'd like to say that we have the Women Influence Community, Salim Petroleum, and Irina Schreiber. They are the three pillars of our forum. She was online in Yugra. In Lusaka, she was physically present, and we are happy to welcome her in Moscow because she lives in immediate vicinity to Ion Collider. Each time when she leaves Geneva, I think about the collider and what would happen to it. Just think about Irina selecting us. Please welcome her. It is a great piece of luck to listen to her today. Well, I do not know how to begin after this introduction. A week ago, I taught students and right before my regular lecture, I was entering the room and heard that the operator said to his colleague, she moves around a lot, watch her, because it is difficult to to work with camera. And I was told by Irina that I should not move around too much. Well, let's test how much I would be able to stand to be immobile. Actually, I do present a lot, and before each speech I get nervous, and I decided that once I stop being nervous, I would stop speaking to audiences. So you prepare for your speech, but when you face the audience, you can see that the audience is different from the audience you have been preparing for. These are people of flesh and blood, and they want a different message. I've been listening to the girls today, and practically each of them said that one of the challenges is that we women have to prove that we are capable, we can do things, we are also good. Dear girls, rule number one: please do not prove anything to anyone that you're better than someone else. Just be better. Thank you. Such a forum which demonstrates that this is possible, and we do not have to compare ourselves with anyone. We are as we are, and we can be as we can be as efficient as possible. If you want to be an expert, be an expert. If you want to be a scientist, a researcher, be a scientist. This is the main idea that helps me. Now let's go to the presentation. Well, perhaps the first question that each student, each young graduate has, each school child, a school boy or girl has is it the right path I am taking? This is a question that people ask at the beginning and later. There was a time when I went to a, a school, physics and mathematics school in the city of Arkhangelsk. I loved mathematics, and my mathematics teacher wanted me to become a great mathematician, but I entered the faculty of physics and mathematics, and actually this very university is my alma mater. But there was a question whether I wanted to deal with steel and alloys. It was exciting to see a steel melting plant, and but that's not the point. In those days, when and I actually entered the university in 1996. Well, science was not the best part of the Russian Federation, not because people did not want to to become scientists or to work in science, but the situation in this country was different and the challenges were different. And I started challenging myself, thinking why I should have a bachelor's degree in physics. But I am grateful to Einstein and grateful for his message. A university is not for us to become an expert in a narrow discipline. A university is to learn how to learn. And this is what I learned here at the Moscow Institute of Steel and Alloys. so that I could see how the world was changing around me, how people were changing around me, because I was learning and changing. And at one point in time, despite all of that, I decided that this was the end for physics in my life. Hence, Chicago, the Enrico Fermi Lab. Does someone know what the Big Hadron Collider is? Have you heard about Tevatron? Well, at least some of you know about it. A Tevatron is the forefather of the Large Hadron Collider. Well, it has nothing to do with steel and alloys. So you go there and find yourself in a huge international lab. And actually, in those days, I could only say, hello, my name is Irina, I'm from Russia. But I had to work there. And building up on the thought that we have to learn throughout our lives, in that big lab, there was perhaps the biggest accumulation of smartest people on this planet. And you find yourself in that sphere and feel a complete fool. And you realize that you would be able to change that effect even only if you learn from the top experts. You would if you imbibe that knowledge, if you help them, if you do what they do, at one point in time you might be able to actually outpace them. At one point in time, my research supervisor, Chicago University professor, said, Irina, I remember the days when you were sitting in a corner and keeping silent. Now it's hard to make you shut up. Of course, he was kidding, but the idea is go ahead and look for people to learn something new from them, to take the best from them. People you can not compete against, but people who would support your growth. When you exceed that person, when you outpace that person would say that he or she is proud that his or her students have surpassed him or her. And when you work in a large international team and you believe that you've achieved a lot, you will have to keep growing and you go to a larger team. If my Actually, if in Chicago there were about 500 people, when I moved to CERN, that number was increased by 10 times. So, and there were many more smart people there. And the feeling of being stupid or being a fool is always going quietly with us, but it helps us grow. The most important thing is not to actually go downward and say, I'd never be able to do what they're doing. It is important to say, I can grow with them. Yelena said that it was important to develop soft skills, and this is valued by organizational leaders and executives. You can be a great scientist, you can understand the composition of this universe in depth, but you would never be able to tell anyone about it in plain words. But if you are not an expert in your sphere, no matter what kind of soft skills you possess, no matter what communication skills you have, this would not help you in your day-to-day work. Therefore, both factors, in my view, despite what top managers say, I think that both factors are important, your expertise and your ability to tell others about your work. So, all of you have heard about the collider. Now, how many of you have heard about the God's particle, Higgs boson? Well, you have to study physics. Going back to the Nobel Prize that was awarded a couple of days ago, some of the colleagues said, gosh, the climate agenda, the combination with fundamental science, these are trifles. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen, in actual fact, it is great that even the Nobel Prize Committee can be shown that the fundamental science, we don't know it because you do not know about the Higgs boson. That the fundamental science is related to real life. Who has heard about climate problems and global warming? The fundamental physics is also there. It is great to demonstrate that there is this link between fundamental science and real life. Peter Higgs said that he was surprised that his theory was confirmed in his lifetime. He had to wait for 50 years between the physical theory and experimental confirmation of Higgs boson. This is what was nicknamed the God's particle. The God's particle is is a term that used is a term that is used because this particle had been looked for 50 years, and it was a goddamn particle. They could not use the word damn, and therefore it is God's particle. So you keep researching, but you fail to deliver. Is it the reason to stop? No. Maybe it is the reason to find a new path, but not to stop. All your mistakes, all your actions that took place before is your experience, is your growth, is improvement of your expertise. This is your achievement, among other things. As I've said, Peter waited for almost 50 years. Sometimes it is a long path, a very long path. But the most important thing is to understand that you are doing what you like. Quite often people ask me whether it is worthwhile going to science. My answer is you should go to science when you cannot live without it. I usually say to my husband, I'm tired, I'm going to retire. And he asks, until lunch or until dinner? Well, when you try to do something, it is not important whether you succeed immediately or not. Make sure that you persevere, but love what you do. This is a picture not just to show not to show how many companies exist in the world, but it is a picture that shows where I lectured, from universities to the Museum of Space and Sber. Well, a physicist, a fundamental scientist, what the heck was she doing there? First of all, fundamental science is closely linked to life. And secondly, for people to understand that it is closely linked to life, you need to learn how to tell about what you're doing, to tell about your engineering research, your scientific research, so that people understood you, so that every individual, your grandmother, could understand what you are doing from early morning until late at night. And then all the doors will be open, and you will be able to talk about space, outer space. This is my favorite topic, And I actually say that, well, we do much more when we go further into the ground than astronauts or space pilots in the outer space. You just need to keep doing what you do and love what you do. So let's talk. If you want to ask a question, if you want to discuss something, you can find my contact details. I'd be happy to talk to you, and I hope that each of you will choose the activity you would like to conduct. Maybe today you want to go in for physics, but tomorrow you would lead a huge oil and gas company, or maybe you will be a psychologist. Everything is possible. Believe in yourself. Hooray. Thank you. Communicate, said Irina Schreiber. You have an opportunity to ask questions. Please be loud so that we do not use the microphone. If the microphone is not used, there will be no interpretation. Well, you know, I can tell you this story. I understand that you are using images. I have a sister-in-law whose name is also Irina Schreiber. She has nothing to do with science. I have two boys. So actually, a woman is the director of Stern at the moment. So each of us creates a communication environment around us. It may be focused on our job or our family, but when you have this diversity, when you have when you promote your identity, I think it is important. We as women should not only be successful in science, but we should be a whole world, a whole universe inside. Well, you know, no doubt about it, there are such women. Again, I lectured in CERN with a colleague who is a scientist and a human being who tells people about science in her own words for a granny to understand. She works for the Oxford University and the University of Melbourne, and she lives on several continents, and she's trying to explain that life around us is very diverse and each component is very important. Of course, there are such people, and I'm happy because of that. Girls, I understand that you feel shy, but there will be no chance for you. Over to you. Thank you. I don't hear the questions. Well, speaking about technical side, sorry, the question was not translated because no microphone was used. So sport is very important. I managed to jog at 6 a.m. and got some parts of my body frozen because Moscow is cooler than Geneva. The weather is cooler, and it is important to have some solitude. Usually, for me, it means reading a book. You know, not thinking about anything in particular. But I'd like to repeat it. If you don't like what you do, you will burn out. You just need to take a pause when you say, okay, take a break. And then I'll get back to the grind tomorrow. One more question. Thank you. This is your chance. Please get up. So, my name is Anastasia. I worked at different international and Russian children's events, and I keep asking my favorite question all the time. As a human being who is successful, I believe you think you are successful. I think I'm a happy person. I guess it is the most important thing. You, as a successful and happy person, always often talk to audiences. What do you say to yourself before you have to get on stage? Do you have this thought that maybe that something might, what if something goes wrong? Number one, never frighten yourself with thoughts like, what if something goes wrong before your presentation? If it was an online presentation or an interview, never read comments afterwards. Each of us have people with whom we are on the same wavelength, people who like us and people who don't like us because the voice is wrong, because the hair color is wrong, because they envy, or just because they don't like you, because people are biased towards something different. I remember lecturing to 10, 12-year-old children. I entered the audience and there were 5-year-olds running around. I said, oh, 40 minutes. They were listening to me for 40 minutes. They were asking questions, running and jumping. I had lectures for adults and students, and when I exited the room, I mentally awarded myself the biggest medal. I was an animator with a PhD, but this was super cool. You have to adjust yourself to the audience. You would never be able to guess, even if it is not your first speech in the same audience. Even physics lectures cannot be delivered in the same way to students every year because students are different. You just tell yourself, do your best, just the way you can, and the rest is irrelevant. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to keep Irina here for one more second and illustrate what Irina has just said. Her communication with Galin-Galinga girls. Galin-Galinga is the poorest district in the center of Lusaka. Irina, before departure, wearing a white suit and a white hat, was standing in front of me, and I said that we were teaching those girls and playing soccer with them, and we were lecturing to girls, and I said, maybe you would like to visit us, without counting on a positive response. And she said, of course. Can you imagine a picture, Irina looking like a goddess, and the girl, we did not have chairs, there were no chairs, and we were sitting on tires, vehicle tires buried in the ground. Irina did not talk about outer space. She started talking about football, exercises, and then moved to the outer space. Thank you very much. I have to tell you that I'm very grateful for this experience, because addressing such an audience in one of major universities in Russia is one thing, but going down there and seeing those children was entirely different. Yes, indeed, we departed right away after that visit. But I remember when I went there, the first thing I did was I called my kids, and my sons are 9 and 8 years old, and I said, guys, sometimes children go to such schools, and when I arrive to teach those children, they feel happy. Let's try to think up something for us to enjoy the world and the comfort around us. And what can we do to make our lives better, not only our lives, but the lives of these children. Therefore, your help to those girls and your weekend events, your weekend lessons are amazing. My son started learning how to play chess. Maybe we can arrange a tournament. These are tangible things. I actually value WHO a lot, but this is not what is on their website. When you declare your aid, send money, and you get postcards. But there is real life when every weekend you have to go there, and we have moms and teenagers there. Yes, indeed, absolutely. And you should not feel like a Christ, like crucified Christ. In Africa, there are more opportunities for this change, and they are more obvious, and they are very needed. And this is a test. Not everyone agrees to go down there. Thank you, Irina. If you want to do something good one day, well, buy beads instead of a cup of coffee. Thank you very much. We have two girls whom I have already introduced when we were listening to our competitors. I'd like to invite Alena Gate and Alexander Rybich onto the stage with their gifts and with a brief introduction of what they're doing for girls and women. Please give them a round of applause. There's a actually when I was listening to Yelizaveta, I thought that we needed to have a cake shaped as a soldering tool. Actually, the STEM forum that is held for the third time is always creative. Thank you very much for the invitation. Dear colleagues, dear friends, we are glad to be here with you. And actually, this forum raises very important questions. Women's contribution to the progress in technology and science. And it is a pleasure to see that each year we have ladies with eyes shining, and that there are more and more girls like that. And actually, I lead an industrial professional community in the nuclear industry. And today there was an award ceremony for the STEM Forum projects. And having listened to personal stories, I'd like to note that this is not about leadership. This is about interest. This is about eyes shining. This is about being passionate and going up and up, achieving more and more successes. It is crucial to have comrades in arms around you, your supporting environment that would be the source of energy, that would bolster you up in your future development. And yes, indeed, it is difficult to win single-handedly, and we have this supportive environment, and I'd like to wish you to have such an environment, to have people around you who would help and assist you and support you in your endeavors. Choose your path and bring joy to those around you because of your successes, and we'll be happy to watch your success in science, research, and technology. Thank you. Dear friends, dear girlfriends, we have some gentlemen here, which is indeed a big pleasure. My name is Alona Gate. I represent the University to 2035, a national initiative, and we could not ignore such a great event as yours. Alexander was talking about teams and cooperation. And I should say that women in Russia register 6 times more discoveries than elsewhere. But they would do even more if they worked in teams. There was a comparison made about why men register more patents. They do it in teams, and women team up, but very seldom. And cooperation is crucial. And I think that the project that this forum is pursuing is extremely important. But we are talking about the future. And we, on behalf of NT Platform, have developed a future technology trend map until 2035. You can show it, unfold it and show it. Until 2035, in technologies, in the society, in the social and cultural sphere and geopolitical sphere, what are the trends that are envisioned? You as researchers would find it not only useful but helpful. And the future projects will move us towards more sustainable development. And our 3 winners of the student track, Yelizaveta, could you please come up onto the stage to collect your presents? I'd also like to say that we have certificates from very light-headed but smart and serious women for mentoring sessions. Please believe me that it is invaluable. And we have Anna Belova, who is a great woman in the corporate world and a digitalization ideologist. She will be with us from 3 to 4 p.m. She's ready to work with 2 winners. Yelena Orlova is here with us. You can get together to discuss relevant things. And during the break, we'll talk to Yelena, to the ladies, and there will be mentoring sessions. Shall we take a picture? I'd like to have this mascot of Sonia Shakirova. It is a teddy bear who makes our lives more diverse and richer. Thank you very much. Thank you for presenting. Thank you for the gifts. And we'll send these gifts to the regions. We have girls from 7 regions. Now we announce a 25-minute break. And what are we going to do? We'll take pictures. We'll talk to each other, we'll practice networking skills as a soft skill. There's coffee in the lobby, and there are lots of amazing women to talk to. I'm waiting for you in 25 minutes.
Здравствуйте, дорогие участники. Меня зовут Янина.
Hello, dear participants. My name is Yelena, and I suggest that we go through the second part of our today's event. And judging by the way I'm dressed, you will see that it's going to be a more serious and a more serious and solid part, but it will be equally exciting. So this formal part, which is more serious and is an attempt to find answers to questions related to STEM ecosystems development, will be started with the following statement. We envision STEM as an ecosystem. It is not only science and research or education. It is an ecosystem that includes education, corporate practices, systems, and entrepreneurship. Only this would make STEM more sustainable. And the second point to be made is that today we have gathered here in this wonderful conference room with this wonderful team, thanks to our great partner, Mrs. The Institute of Steel and Alloys, who is our partner. Please allow me to invite the head of the project office, Irina. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for hosting us today. Dear friends, just imagine the year of 2005, the Nizhny Novgorod region, somewhere in a swampy area, where in 3 years and 3 months there was a steel rolling plant built and it was the first in Russia over a long period of time. I took part in this project, and now it is one of the best smelters in Russia, and they received a Toyota Gold Medal for their production systems, and I'm very grateful that I had this experience, and perhaps this was the reason why I'm here in this wonderful university that belongs to the top 50 mining universities, and based on the UK ranking of mining universities, and it also belongs to the top 75 universities among metallurgical universities, and it is also university number 1 in terms of material science, and modern research. We belong to top 200 materials science universities. This is the way our university is now. We have students from all Russian regions and from 85 countries worldwide. We engage talented resources, male and female. It is the most important thing is your motivation, your desire to change the world, to make the world happier, and to make people's lives better. Today we are together in this media center, and if you go outside and if you go a floor down or walk around the corridors, you will see lots of young people, students and lecturers and researchers who study materials, quantum technologies, new engineering solutions in additive technologies, and they will be happy to share what they are doing. And we all represent the Mises world, the world of of opportunities. I'd like to welcome you to our National Technology and Research University, the National University of Science and Technology. Thank you very much. Well, we would also like to host you in Zambia. I understand that maybe it does not sound very relevant at the moment, but we'll start with the ecosystem and the three pillars. The first pillar is, as you know, that STEM goes hand in hand with education. Please allow me to invite Dr. Masamba Ka, a lecturer at the university, who will introduce the speakers today, the panelists. First of all, I'd like to thank Masamba. We have a lot of female energy, but we understand that without men, without the synergy of our differences, nothing would be possible. And it is a pleasure that the moderator of the first panel discussion is a handsome man, Masamba Ka. Hello, dear representatives of different universities and companies and social groups. And first of all, beautiful ladies and girls. I'm very happy and grateful to Janina for insisting that this event takes place at our university. And today we are will be able to develop new solutions as takeaways from this forum to give an impetus to our own development and to our forum. To develop, we need other people's opinions, we need advice, we need best practices, etc. Before I start my introduction, I'd like to invite our today's panelists. Andrei Kusakov, Deputy Head of the Oil and Gas Council under the aegis of the Energy Ministry of Russia, Anna Brovina, Deputy Director for Youth Policy and External Relations of the Ugra State University, Joy Nicole Martinez, Chief Executive Officer of The Alchemist, the US. And we also have representatives of STEM Foundation in Zambia who will join us online a bit later. I'd like to start our panel with my personal story about how I ended up being here. And I'd like to let you know that you are in a magical place that makes impossible possible. When I was a postgraduate in the UK, I started thinking about going back home to Russia, and I was looking for a job, for a postdoctorate job. Told by a friend of mine about this university. I was not aware of it, but I thought that it might be suitable because I majored in semiconductors and materials study. I sent my CV, and in about half a minute, I received a yes as an answer. And so it was done so instantaneously, so quickly, as quickly as it was possible. And speaking about my background, I have roots in Russia and in Africa. And in 2013, I received a message in my mailbox that I would be sent on business to Zambia, Namibia, Kenya, and Ethiopia to hold maths competitions as part of the program Irina mentioned. We started selecting the most talented future students in Africa. And, to understand something, you need to look at things from an external perspective. And during all the presentations by ministers and representatives of core departments, I started realizing what our university was. It was a discovery to me that it is an institution that dates back to more than 100 years ago, that started as a mining institution, and actually it is one of the core tools supporting the development of the Russian economy, because one of the key elements of economy is steel consumption per capita. And when we start thinking about it and talking about it with our partners from Africa, the natural response was was helpful to understand what our university is, that it is a cornerstone of the entire economy rather than an educational institution. And actually it is our expertise, sorry for the tautology, for emerging economy. And we built our project, our industrial and educational partnership project around this idea. And we're currently looked as an entity able to give advice on a broad spectrum of matters, from mineral resources, material science, economy, and lots of other spheres. And our colleagues will discuss how expert competences of our university could be translated into programs to further develop Russian education and technologies. This is the keynote topic we would like to discuss. I would like to have it as an open floor discussion. If there are comments or questions from the audience, please interrupt us. We value your ideas and your contributions so that we do develop some new ideas. So this is where I'd like to finish my introduction. Please allow me to interrupt you. Ladies, girls are present here. I am sure that you have great English skills. If you still learn English, please take earpieces for your convenience. Well, okay, let's go ahead and get started. With your permission, Irina, I'd like to hand over to our beautiful ladies, to Anna Brovina. Thank you. I'd like to correct my job title. I'm still with the sponsors of this event, though my job title has changed, and I'm happy to take part in this very relevant forum. And I fully agree with the idea that universities are no longer ebony towers. These are comprehensive ecosystems that actually have not only the faculty and students, but business communities, governments, and industrial players who cooperate with educational institutions. We used to talk about educational research and social missions of universities through lifelong learning. Now we can talk about the fourth mission. The university is building and developing in the interests of stakeholders with whom it interacts. And for the university, it is crucial to understand the specific features of the region of its presence. I represent the Ugra State University, which is a small one, and we are based in Ugra in the Khanty-Mansi region. And of course, it is critical for us to continue to be drivers behind the development of our region. In Ugra, there are about 140 companies who explore oil, produce and store oil. There are several dozens of energy and oilfield service companies based in the region. And among other things, the university is also acting as a point of liaison for communication with such companies. And the development pace is so fast that we really run really fast to stay where we are. And of course, we had to revisit our educational policy, our research policy, and several years ago, we took the path of transformation of our educational model, our learning model, and we switched over to a module-based approach when our students acquired an opportunity for customized learning, and at the same time we offered lots of training courses, supplementary learning programs for each of them to select what they needed to so that they have a broad spectrum of skills rather than some niche expertise only. And of course, the local business entities dictate the profiles, the expertise profiles and competences they need. Our partner is Salim Petroleum, and we launched the Skills of the Future learning program. At first, there were several lectures. Now we have a full-blooded course that is more than 2 months long, and the company's top managers work with our students, covering different topics from the environment to information security, industrial technologies. There is a list of lectures focused on soft skills. We have Yelena Orlova and Nina Dubikovska here today who work with our students. Alla Mishina and Margarita Sukhinina act as excellent moderators of our sessions. This is one of the cases. There is another traditional event. It is an annual open lecture by Michael colleagues. It is a visionary lecture about the future, the immediate future of oil and gas. And this contact of our students with leading experts makes it possible to understand the types of courses they should take, where to go, which particular competences and skills they will need, and which gaps should be bridged. I'd like to add that this cooperation has led to the following. Last year, together with the Lusaka Russian House, we implemented a project to teach Zambian students. And today we have 10 students from Zambia who are our students. There are 7 girls and 3 boys, and they selected the ecology, oil and gas, and chemistry as their majors. And I think that once again I'd like to highlight that cooperation with the business is crucial to be to go hand in hand with the business development. Thank you very much. Anna, thank you very much. I do have a question. You mentioned the link between the industry and education. We understand it very well. From your perspective, how can it be translated into revising Russian education so that our students do not only get theoretical knowledge but understand modern industrial solutions? Is it already there? Could you describe it. Actually, we have different cooperation formats. They include project work, they include centers of excellence, they include mentoring. The cooperation formats are very diverse, and the world is so global that we can now work both online and offline. And the format depends on the convenience of the university and the industrial company. The current ongoing project jointly with Salim Petroleum is called the Carbon Polygon. It is a carbon storage site to study the carbon footprint and opportunities related to carbon. So formats are different, and one can pick and choose. Thank you very much. Does anyone from the audience have any questions? There will be time for the Q&A. Andre, a question to you. Oh, there is a question. Let's hand over to you. Let's hand over the microphone. Sorry, I do not hear the question. The microphone is not used. Well, you know, it is a very relevant question. Mentoring. You can get knowledge with a lot of ease. You can go online and find courses and training programs you may need. Therefore, selecting the right course is an activity that may need a mentor. If you are engaged in research, you need someone to show you the way forward. I think mentoring today should boil down to helping a student define his or her trajectory, to take the right path, the right itinerary. Well, I think that such mentors are indeed very valuable. Please allow me to add that today your mentor is your research supervisor. When I was a student, I chaired a student research society. When I started my studies, I began looking for a research advisor or research supervisor. You know, this is a challenge because universities do not have a lot of motivation for professors to supervise students. This process starts only when you have to write your graduation paper, but it is better to find a mentor when you are a first or second year student, a freshman or a sophomore. And it is indeed a challenge to find a research supervisor. And during my time at the university, I had I had the deputy rector for science and research as my mentor. I had a mentor who helped me build student research activities, and they actually helped me a lot. And afterwards, I had my research advisor. But I do recommend you to look for a mentor in the academic environment. Andrei?
So now you will all say, wait, what did she say? It's all in English. So mentorship, from my perspective, is very different from coaching and or sponsorship. And for me, part of what my company does is we provide and we match mentors and sponsors with students and people who are moving into their professional careers. When you're looking for a mentor, and I say this to you as students and I say this as emerging professionals, make sure you've spent some time with yourself. Because the first step in choosing a mentor is really having some understanding of where you want to be, where you want to land. So I suggest you find a mentor who's moving in the space you believe you want to go, Because either you'll find that's exactly where you want to go, or you'll learn very quickly that you had all of the wrong idea and you should pivot and do something very different. And then, once your mentor has assisted you that way, you can move on to find a sponsor who will actually help champion you, or for lack of a better phrase, who will put some resources. Much like your research supervisor, they come with more specific resources to help your forward trajectory.
Thank you very much, Joe Nicole. And I'd like to add further to what the colleagues have said, that at our university, we have the so-called professional navigation program. And from school-age children, from school years, children can learn about our university and get an idea about future career paths. And here I'd like to ask Joy Nicole about the US and the kind of tools you have to promote the spirit of entrepreneurship among school children, students, and in the youth communities.
So one of the partnerships I'm building is with Microsoft Corporation. So I'm an epidemiologist. I'm a doctor by professional training, but I started my undergraduate career in political science, which people think is very disparate and very disconnected. But in truth, I think by understanding the policies, the procedures, the errors and omissions that fed how we built educational systems, it allowed me to then address the epidemiological errors and omissions that happen in STEM and science. And what do I mean by that? In the US, we are not taught to become entrepreneurs. We are taught to become students, lifelong learners. And so once you enter the university system, you stay pretty much in the university system. You end up working in the university system. We call this being in academia like everywhere else in the world. And that really becomes, once you move, as my colleague said, in the ivory tower, you kind of stay there. What we're trying to do to change that now is to work with corporate entities, larger corporate entities that have the resources to elevate people who perhaps never received their four-year degree, but are competent, right? So we've moved into partnerships that address certifications, online certifications, different types of programs that partner with universities and then move those people into executive and professional and skilled professions. The amazing thing about it is we've prided ourselves for so long on the degree being the thing we should hold on to. It's the degree, but in the United States, college doesn't teach you soft skills. Universities don't teach you leadership. They don't teach you how to move. You will not learn in our university how to go to another country and not be intimidated or afraid, and to show up in a space where no one else looks like you. That's not something we've taught. And so entrepreneurship requires that kind of courage. It requires being able to move and pivot and be flexible in the way you approach your work. And none of those skills are taught in traditional universities. So we have to partner now with corporations who are finding these are essential skills, right? Because the world is global. So now you have a third entity coming and saying, we need to match people with their training, yes, but we also need to find gaps. We need to find where people haven't been taught how to move, how to speak, how to be culturally humble. We need to address that, and we need to address it especially in STEM industries because it's so focused on the science, it's so focused on the technology. And for the most part, the United States, I think most companies now have recognized it's created a gap in innovation, and we're lagging behind because we've not partnered with private entities, because we've not talked about social entrepreneurship and innovation. And while it's relatively new for us, I think we're striving and we're pushing to make it work so we can close some of those gaps.
Thank you very much.
That's a very useful piece of information for us. And I'd like to hand over to Andrei for him to speak up and share his opinion about the following. At the moment, many companies are establishing their corporate universities. And given this trend, how can we revise the function of, long-standing incumbent
Так,
universities,
коллеги, ну вот я могу
well-established
судить по
universities?
компаниям нефтегазовой
Colleagues, I
отрасли.
can judge by oil and gas companies. Quite often, corporate universities have certain disciplines and they cover specialist skills that you cannot acquire at a university. Well, and I am a lecturer, a Scrum lecturer, and I teach agile approaches in digital solutions. And when I look at my corporate university faculty and when I look at other faculties, I do not see this match between university disciplines and corporate university disciplines. So it seems to me that we need to have fundamental knowledge and skills that we acquire at universities and specialist skills that we need for problem solving can be obtained with the help of corporate universities or by engaging university professors to teach at corporate universities. I think it should be a must. We need to look at our curricula this way. Anna, what do you think? Recently, as I know, judging by Gazpromneft experience, and by the way, Gazpromneft has a corporate university, they have joined master programs. So undergraduate students take their decision which career to choose, whether to become an executive or professional, and such students get their internship programs through corporate partners. Thank you very much. If there are comments from the audience or questions, you're welcome. Could you please ask the audience to use microphones if they ask questions? Well, on my own behalf, I'd like to say that in 2019, I took part in a program that was called 1022 Island. Actually, there were university teams from all over the country, and they had to develop some design, the image of a university in 2050. And there was this idea of the density of human capital. And this idea is that boils down to the following, that universities should be in the center of social hubs rather than in the middle of nowhere. They should be next to a stadium, a park, an eatery, a great restaurant, and a nightclub, perhaps. And this hub is the place where cultures mix together, where people from all walks of life mix together, and eventually they may jointly design innovative projects that are implemented. Looking at the US, what are the best practices to stimulate this density of human capital?
So interesting that you said the university should be a cultural center. I completely agree. I think we've missed that point, right? We've missed the fact that universities, I think historically, were intended in some sense to be where diversity of thought came together. And then somehow these silos happened when we made divisions and departments and we started to tenure professors, but that's a different type of session. So I think what we must consider now, and especially in the United States, is that you're right, the internet has created an amazing opportunity for learning, one that cannot be ignored and must not. And so it's also opened up doors for global conversation, right? We're not just talking about what happens in one nation or even what happens within a state and a nation. We're talking about what's happening all over, and we're getting that information immediately. And so we should be able to respond to that. We should be able to absorb it and react to it and respond immediately. So when you talk about University of the Future, I think now our goal is to redesign not just the curricula, but the interactions. So there's not just cross-cultural learning, but that there's a map that says if I'm I'll give myself an example, political science major, have I really exposed myself to the thoughts that come from the schools or the colleges outside of the one I'm currently enrolled in? And have I had an internship? Have I pushed myself so that when I move into my profession, when I'm finished and I'm receiving my diploma, I have enough information to make not just wise choices, but I've been exposed while I'm learning. Because education is so much more than finding fact, right? It's about trying to develop person. It should be a continual action that happens beyond just the tests and the exams, which are necessary to indicate our knowledge. But knowledge is more than facts. Knowledge is the ability to think, the ability to craft, the ability to, on the fly, as we say, shift and be agile enough to respond to things as they come. So if the information is coming quickly, education has to be agile enough now in universities that that information, again, is brought in, and then the reaction is global in scale. And that doesn't mean I'm going to be able to make a creative suggestion that goes along the world, but when you have things like YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, right? I mean, the thought that comes out of my mouth is instantly absorbed by thousands and thousands of people. And that's where universities now in the United States are trying to focus, is that we cannot just receive information, we can disseminate it. And because we can disseminate it, where we've had this tower and this silo, now our aim is to try to become collaborative, and not just collaborative within, but collaborative without. There's a program I'm a part of, it's called 110. And 110 was developed by some of the CEOs and trustees and board directors at our largest companies in the country. They're in the top Fortune 50. And so they came together and said in 10 years, which is the 10, they want 1 million Black people to move up in their roles without having to go back and get a degree. And what it says is the universities will participate, the trainings will participate, the colleges will participate, absolutely. But you know who else will participate? All of the social entrepreneurship programs that give certificates, leadership programs, and they're participating in this reskilling project so that 1 million people in 10 years don't have to sit on the periphery, and they can engage and they can move up. And it required a lot of collaboration from not just the people in the project, but human resources directors at these corporations revisiting how they describe the role. And then taking that back to universities and saying, okay, well, if the role is now described differently and the role description or the job description is more inclusive, how does the university now prepare the person for the role? And what other entrepreneurs and smaller businesses can I engage with to bring those skills in? And I think that is how we create a cultural hub. That is how we create a cultural center, when we understand that the individual is and will be a part of the collective, and that collective is not just local, but it's global.
Thank you. I can only add about our university. I believe that our university is a platform that integrates, brings together different sciences. But in addition to the scientific research and educational component, we are very advantageously located in the park of Gorkova. I don't know whether it's true or not, but the original plan was to create a campus here, and the Gorky Park was supposed to be part of our campus. At least I want to believe in this story. So So you have given a very in-depth answer and great comments to the question about the density of human capital. I'd like to suggest an open floor discussion, and I'd like to invite your feedback about how we could create this point of high density of human capital here at our university. I think we've done that. May I? Building up on this thought, speaking about agile approaches to increasing the density of human capital, if we go back to digital projects, human capital density, if we think about Scrum and Agile programs, one of the main rules is engaging clients, those who will use solutions you develop as much as possible at each step of the way, so that we get feedback as soon as possible, making sure that our ideas are not hallucinations and we are doing what our customers want. If we meet with our customers once, spend 2 years to build our project, go back to our customer and the customer says, no, that's not what I wanted. How come? But this is described in the specifications. We have met your specifications. And the customer says, no, I don't like your solution. Well, this the same relates to education. We're talking about STEM as an ecosystem. And when I implement my digital projects at the moment, I understand that I need every letter in this abbreviation. And actually, currently, I'm tackling problems. When I was a student, I was taught science, maths, etc. But I think that we need to become more agile and engage our customers as soon as possible. For example, during the first 2 years, you study theory and then you start working on production sites as much as possible, getting hands-on experience. And thus, when you work with your customers hand in hand, you acquire experience. And Elena was talking about agile skills. When you adopt agile approaches, you can acquire the competences in question. When you do planning, when you interview users, when you ideate to understand how to address a need, when you test hypotheses quickly, when you prototype quick and dirty. This is the approach universities should adopt to increase the density of human capital. But it requires a lot of engagement on the part of the university leadership. And I'd like to share my experience. Maybe it was not very successful. When I was a fourth-year student, and I decided that I wanted to write a research paper and my graduation paper. And I realized that I had no idea what to do. And we actually sent about 100 inquiries to various companies, asking them to define problems they were trying to tackle. We collected about 1,000 of topics from such companies, and we tried to share that list with various departments so that they could decide what they could take over and have a discussion with their research supervisors, and so that students had a chance to tackle that problem during internships. And I was a greenhorn at that time. I could not define properly, communicate properly that everyone needed it. So we did it by trial and error. But a couple of my co-eds managed to find jobs at research institutions. So this project was had some fruits, but it was not scaled up. This is a process that might help universities universities increase the density of human capital? Thank you. We do need to give support to Andrei. And further to what he has highlighted, I'd like to ask Anna. Well, we are located in different geographic regions. How can we bridge the gap between us or cover the distance between us? Technologies are great enablers to create an ecosystem. We need a complete integration with our foreign partners and our domestic partners. Building up on this idea of human capital as a tool to find solutions to practical problems and challenges. How can we further develop university networking? How can we launch such networking projects? Well, I think in science and research, collaboration is something that is done more quickly, and researchers can find some areas where the interests overlap. I think universities are open-minded and are ready to cooperate. I think that the most important thing, as I highlighted, is collaboration with our industrial partners, and it is important to collect their requests for particular research as soon as possible, so that universities conduct relevant research rather than something for the waste paper basket. And speaking about our university, at first it took us a long time to shuttle back and forth to our partners. What do you need? Please let us do something with our students. We tried it, our partners liked it, and our ecologists and nanotechnologists have already established cooperation at the global level. Our nanotechnologists cooperate with Chinese researchers, and our ecologists and biologists focus on global climate change, on the global climate change agenda, and they collaborate with European scientists, and there are research groups who come over to us. So the spheres of interest overlap a lot, and plus there is another element that relates to networking communities, and thanks to such networking, our contacts are fostered and built. The pandemic has let us down a little bit, but we learned how to use online technologies. Thank you very much. I suggest that we, as we agreed, Andrei, approach the audience and ask our today's participants about the image of Russian education, the density of human capital, and ask for any comments that might be useful to develop best solutions and best practices. Well, let me pinpoint a victim. Well, maybe someone of you is a postgraduate. No postgraduates? Oh, there are. Okay. Oh, where are you? What's your name? Xenia. Which university are you from? The Moscow State University, the Lomonosov University. Excellent. Guys, I'm here. Let's talk. Who plans to continue their studies and take a postgraduate course? Oh, well done. Xenia, as a postgraduate, which year are you at? The third year postgraduate. Well, in my case, the postgraduate course is 4 years long. What are you doing in parallel? Are you teaching? Are you engaged in research? Are you working somewhere? I can say a few words about the university and what I'm doing. I'm engaged in research, but my research relates to my work. The projects that I promote are implemented with the help of the company I work for. And I also teach students.
Компания называется
What is the name of your company?
Exploration.
RN Exploration. So, is it a geologic exploration? Are you in oil and gas?
Все, да.
Well, oh yes, I got it. Excellent.
Я вот хотел поговорить
Now,
как раз об
I wanted to talk about this approach. Can I come back? We have freedom of movement at our forum.
Короче, вот,
Okay,
ребят,
guys,
аспирантура. Сейчас вот
postgraduate courses.
бывают люди, которые в целом
Well,
поступают в аспирантуру,
who wants to be a postgraduate?
которые не хотят идти в армию.
Well, these may be guys, young men, who do not want to be called up, who do not want to serve in the army.
Политическая деятельность.
Or these may be young men who like teaching, or young people who want to be engaged in R&D. Or there are people like Zini and myself who have jobs and study at a postgraduate course. Zinia is also teaching. I don't teach, fortunately or unfortunately. Well, actually, the ideal synergy is when you do something at work. This is research intensive, and you take your deliverables and present to the academic council as the results of your research. This is an ideal case. But for example, in my case, it took me up a year to do the research, and then I found out that it was a challenge to agree with the academic council that they approve your thesis topic because in my case my research is cross-disciplinary. IT technologies, all product transportation, shipment and storage, and petrochemical technologies. I approached the academic council and they said, no, you have petrochemicals here. You need to go to the chemistry faculty. I went to them, but they sent me back. You know, when you have a cross-disciplinary project, but the postgraduate course and academic councils are linked to specific disciplines. So, and you see that the education system is a bit too rigid. So we need to move towards cross-disciplinary research to facilitate presentation of our research results and an ability to present our theses. You know, it is indeed a challenge when you have to deal with different stakeholders. But, if companies had something like communities of postgraduates who could improve in-house processes for emerging professionals, for young professionals who work and study at a postgraduate course and spend some time doing research and provide methodological and organizational support. And so, if that community could bring postgraduates together to brainstorm, to give each other a hand in their research, then it could ensure a lot of synergy. First of all, companies would have a very fast and rapid growth of science and research expertise. And instead of engaging such expert resources from the external market, they could have that expertise in-house. And plus, we would have loyal employees who received support, who would like what they do. Actually, you cannot present a thesis if you do not have any emotional connection to your thesis. Eventually, you end up doing what you like to do as a company employee, and universities will benefit from it because their postgraduates will present their dissertation theses on time, because there is a problem with schedule slippage when only 5 or 10% of postgraduates had their thesis approved or completed and approved on time. So research supervisors are also engaged, and postgraduates not only find solutions, but they try to make sure that solutions are acceptable to a dozen of PhDs. Therefore, if the problems postgraduates tackle are relevant to companies, then thanks to postgraduates trying to address those problems, the solutions would be even more in-depth and would be more meaningful. I'd be happy to help companies, help corporations who might find this approach attractive. I think it would be very important for building an ecosystem. Can I ask a question? When you say that you went to the chemistry department, then to the petroleum department, and then perhaps you went to the IT department. What is the role of your research advisor? You know, you select your research advisor when you start your postgraduate. You know, in my case, I was enrolled as a postgraduate, then I found one job, then another job. Eventually, I found a stable job, and I found a theme where I could really find a solution and implement that solution and acquire expertise. And so you built your trajectory, research trajectory, and then you started looking for an advisor. No, I still have the same research advisor who was appointed initially. Well, perhaps other people would receive support from their research advisors, but your research advisor would not be able to negotiate with your company managers. You know, if there is this connection between corporate needs and university research, then you would not shuttle like that. Because in an ideal case, you know that a particular research advisor focuses on this particular problem, and you will try to get him as your supervisor so that you could embark on your research and have your thesis defended in inverted commas and approved on time. This is the ideal world picture, right? I think this is where I'll stop. Well, it is obvious that we touched you on the quick, and perhaps, we have industrial company representatives in the audience. It would be exciting to get their feedback and their opinion regarding our today's agenda. Andrei?
Я представитель индустриальной
I represent an industrial company. Well, I'll come up to you. Everything is under control. Right. I represent Selim Petroleum Development. It's an oil and gas company, an oil and gas production company. Please let me know what the question is. Andrei was talking about the challenges of interaction in the academic world, in the academic environment, when there is a cross-disciplinary project that does not fit a narrow discipline? How can we help postgraduates and students and educational institutions to implement their projects and innovative ideas? That's an interesting question. I'm focusing on production, and I did not cooperate with universities a lot. When I was a student, I had no idea about any companies, and we did not have internships, and I had no idea about corporate topics or problems that companies were interested in. I think it is paramount to establish such a connection between businesses and universities. There are lots of platforms. I know for sure that we as Salym Petroleum, as a company, are always ready to host students. We take students to our oil fields to show how all fields work. I think it is important to have a well-established communication channel. I would be interested if my company suggests that I should act as an expert in such a project. For example, work with a student or a student cohort or group, or become a mentor to a student. I think we as company employees would find it very exciting. I'd like to add that there are Salym Petroleum employees who study at Gubkin. My wife is a geologist at SPD and is a postgraduate at Gubkin. In her case, it is much easier. And I should say that SPD, Salym Petroleum Development, is an example of best practice in terms of building links between the company and universities. We have Zambia online, and our colleague will present projects that are implemented there, STEM-related projects. Actually, and our colleague represents an association that supports STEM not only in Zambia but in the southern part of Africa. Over to you. Michela, Janina, we are ready.
Hello, I hope you can hear me clearly. All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all the way from Lusaka, Zambia. I want to tell you a little bit about our progress in terms of promoting STEM here in Africa, in Zambia particularly. So I'm speaking on behalf of an organization that is known as the Zambia National STEM Foundation, which was established with the motive of promoting STEM education. I'm trying to share my presentation. Just give me a second so I could. Okay. All right, so the Zambia National STEM Foundation. So some of the challenges, our foundation was actually founded with the aim of trying to mitigate some of the challenges that STEM education has been facing here on the continent, and particularly in Zambia. So some of the main challenges that we have been facing here is lack of infrastructure to effectively implement STEM education, lack of STEM teachers, and also lack of the necessary teaching aids that enable us to deliver quality skills to our learners. So I would like to also just emphasize that Africa, the population of Africa is over 1 billion, about 1 billion people living in Africa. But unfortunately, our infrastructure hasn't been adapted quick enough to be able to meet the demand for education for this particular population group. Our biggest population demographic is mainly focused on the youth, and many of these don't have access to either colleges or education. We only have about 2,000 colleges and universities in Africa, and this is literally not enough to cater for the demand for skilled education, particularly in STEM. Tertiary education is also essential. However, the continent faces a number of challenges that must be addressed in order to fully educate and empower the next generation of science, technology, engineers, and mathematics leaders. My bad, I don't know. So therefore, we as a STEM Foundation have been also working in partnership with a number of stakeholders, ministries, and organizations that to help improve the quality of the capacity of teachers, particularly trainers in the field of STEM. We recently got involved with a partnership with the Russian Center to promote what is known as the Russia-Zambia STEM Initiative as a way of trying to build capacity for teachers here on teachers that are specialized in training students in STEM education. So these and we also believe that the infrastructure, the digital technology infrastructure, also needs to keep improving. Technological advances have had huge impact on the learning across Africa. Online learning platforms, including mass open online courses, have the potential to revolutionize education, with students able to access high quality learning materials regardless of their geographical location. So it's also imperative that we here try and improve on digital technology and access to this digital technology. Also just creating also an awareness of digital technology, because the level of digital poverty is actually quite high. And as a result, many of our learners that could benefit from this new digital technology do not have access, or may not even be aware that you can improve, get an education online or through these online learning platforms. So that is also one of our agendas, to try and improve access to digital technology, and basically just rethink the whole concept of how education can be done here in here on the African continent. I think I would say much, but I was actually just standing in for our director, Mr. Monga. So I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you, moderator. I'll hand it over to you. I don't know if you have any questions or commentaries regarding our presentation.
Thank you very much. This is a very insightful presentation on my part. I'd like to express the readiness of Russian universities and our foreign partners to provide every support and assistance to the development of STEM education. And at the moment, we're looking at a project to create a mentorship approach in Zambia in the area of material study, metallurgy, similar to what we have at our university, which is known as professional navigation. And I'm sure that our colleagues will join this initiative and offer assistance in their areas of expertise. And there are lots of schools, and as our colleague has shared, there is a shortage of specialist STEM education. And I think that as a result, I think that in the minutes of our forum, we'll record these initiatives and plot a roadmap, maybe a regional roadmap for cooperation with African countries, together with our colleagues from the US, and with support from our industrial partners who are giving us aid and support. I think we have exceeded the time limit set for our panel. If there is any other feedback, let's take a couple of minutes to sum up. It is a free-flow discussion. Andrei?
A question for our guests. How can we cut this moment between your last studying and moment when you can start your business?
You're asking how the time between?
No, how we can cut this problem.
Can you ask her to ask the question in Russian?
Okay, so shorten the distance between, or the time distance between them. Wow, if we could come up with this answer. So, well, let me answer it more than one way. I have multiple degrees and I have multiple advanced degrees. So I went to get a doctorate, and then I went to get another doctorate, and then I went to medical school. So, but my research in the beginning was the same time as I was working. So I was in postgrad and I was working, but I was working for myself. So my research was a collaborative research project, but it started because I started a business. Another example, I'm chairing a committee now. So one of my colleagues, she went back to get her doctorate, and she's trying to defend her dissertation. I'm chairing her dissertation committee. She already had a business. Her business had partners. So her research question was specific to her partner's needs, right? So the gap in time was closed, not because of academia, but because she already was in the field she wanted to move in. She was working there, and so the answer that her research seeks to close, she knew was a gap because her partners told her this is the gap. I think we closed that time by doing just what we've said here. The companies, traditionally we say, develop a research project. And someone says, well, here's the hypothesis. This is what I would like to choose. But there's not necessarily someone ready to receive it, right? There's not necessarily someone on the other side saying, oh yes, when you have the answer, please email it to us, right? Typically academics, we say, oh, well, this is what I'd like to do, or this is something I'm interested in. And so we have an advisor, and we have all these people who are also in academia. And I think what we're saying, we can close that gap if we partner and we collaborate with the companies who are actually going to hire, who are doing the work in the industry. They know the gaps. They know their needs. They have people who study them all the time, right? They sit and they find, where are we not making this progress? The challenge is mapping academia, and not just students, like the student actually mapping research and asking the question in collaboration with the companies that need the answers. That's how you close that time. And I think I was extraordinarily fortunate that I had people who were around me who were moving, much like we're saying here today, and they came to me and said, this is a problem we're having. And since I was in a research kind of field at the time, I was able, it's unique, right? That's not the traditional approach. Traditionally, we publish a paper and we hope someone reads it, right? Instead, I didn't have to do it that way. I was able to not just publish my dissertation the first time, I actually published it in conjunction with two different companies. So it was a question that needed answering specifically. And then they gave resources because it was their problem. I got additional resources to make sure the research moved forward. So I think collaboration is how we close the gap. It is how we make the time shorter because we're doing something specific. And frankly, companies want to be profitable. And if you're offering something that will help them be profitable, right, those stakeholders are more willing to invest. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah. So you said about how to explain.
You can ask in Russian.
No.
Okay.
Why not? So if you are a little child like me, yeah, and you have no, so I have, but okay, you can have a collaboration, but your little child, it's really working like this. So if I want to have a collaboration with some large companies, and I really want to have this experience for my future, for my country future. I want to have a better. I want to be a better and want to.
You're fine,
Yeah.
you're fine. So let me say this. Entrepreneurship is not monopolized by old people, though I might be one of them now. I think entrepreneurship is a spirit, not just an action. It's how you feel, right? It's not just I am an entrepreneur because I started a business. It's I am an entrepreneur because I'm creative and I am a creator. So I think you find a sponsor. And when I say sponsor, mentorship is one thing. Mentorship is more about matching you with someone who helps you navigate where you are. Sponsors are already at a table. So a sponsor is a large corporation, another entrepreneur, someone who's already at the table. And while they're at the table in the room that you have no entry to, they speak your name. That's what a sponsor does. They speak the name of your business. They open doors and say, hey, you know, I know this young woman. She's started this company. It would be fantastic if you'd offer an opportunity. Find a sponsor. Because you're right. Most people will say, well, I mean, I started a company 22 years ago, and I'm only 25. But no, 22 years ago, and I had sponsors. I had phenomenal sponsors who, when they believed in me, they opened doors for me. Contracts that I could never have negotiated on my own because I had no way to even know they existed. Someone else did that for me. Someone else said, hey, this opportunity exists and I've offered your name. Or this opportunity exists and I would like you to do it. Or come work for me, consult with me, come join my team, partner with me, joint venture, so that you have the experience so you can move forward. And that's what I think we're all saying, and I think that's why we're here at this forum, is because all of us in this space believe there's a better way to collaborate. There's a better way. So I don't know that it matters how young you are when you start. I think what matters is that you're surrounded by a strong support system, that you have an ecosystem that is diverse in thought, diverse in resource. You know, you have to have, and then we have to have conversations that are real. And I will say this to all the young people who want to start businesses. If you don't have someone you can ask real questions to, like how much money do I charge? Those are real questions that we're afraid to talk about. How should I get paid? Should I, these real questions. Will I be able to eat? Because, you know, I'm a student and I don't want to eat. In the US, we have this, we eat ramen noodles day by day when you're in school. I didn't want to eat ramen noodles. I wanted to eat steak every now and again, right? So I mean, you have to find someone who can help you do that. Beyond a mentor, they're phenomenal. Find sponsors. You know, Janina is an amazing resource. I always tickle and say she knows everybody in the planet. And if she doesn't know them, she will find them for you. I mean, you're surrounded by people who are here today because they want to see you succeed. And just by what you're saying that you're passionate about it, I think you won't have too much trouble finding some way to match with a resource that's beyond where you are, but it's definitely where you want to land.
Thank you very much. We are not calling it a day. We are not closing our discussion, but we are moving to the tea and coffee area, because as far as I understand, we have touched upon a very important topic that goes beyond any time limit. Let's continue our discussion. Human capital plus entrepreneurship, rendering support in research, engaging industrial players and corporations, building networking projects for STEM movement to generate value for each and all. Thank you very much. We have a break. I can't hear her because, well, it is already 3 years, right? There's no sound. The sound is off. She switched off the microphone. In different aspects, the role of modern women in production companies, will have a quiz. Please watch the film carefully. We are waiting for you in 30 minutes. Do network.
Посмотрите вокруг, и вы увидите мир победившего прогресса. Он создан благодаря развитию науки, экономики, политики и культуры, тех сфер, в которых исторически доминировали мужчины и жесткие амбициозные мужские стратегии. Но у прогресса есть и обратная сторона. В погоне за личным успехом или в стремлении выжить в суровом мужском мире люди утрачивают правильное понимание счастья. В сумбуре бесконечных дедлайнов, совещаний и проектов миллиарды людей начинают забывать об истинных ценностях и подлинных жизненных целях. Как сделать жизнь в мире прогресса по-настоящему счастливой? Кто вернет людям стремление к подлинному счастью? За ответом мы отправимся туда, где рождается энергия, которая питает современный высокотехнологичный мир. В Россию, в Сибирь, где природные условия столь суровы, что, казалось бы, работать там могут только сильные мужчины. Поселок Салым, находящийся рядом с одним из энергетических центров Западной Сибири.
Экстремальные погодные условия и невозможность самореализации вынуждают людей покидать сибирские поселения. Но вопреки общему тренду, население поселка растет. Первое, что удивляет – гендерный баланс и развитая инфраструктура. Например, некоторое время назад здесь появились швейное ателье и цветочный салон. Примечательно, что оба бизнеса запустили женщины, которые стремились сделать мир вокруг более цивилизованным, благоустроенным и красивым.
Конечно, принесла в поселок красоту.
Амбициозные планы предпринимательниц осуществились благодаря поддержке компании Salym Petroleum Development, которая ведет разработку салымской группы нефтяных месторождений. Компания делает очень много для улучшения условий проживания в поселке. Так, Salym Petroleum построила детский сад «Улыбка» для маленьких жителей поселка Салым, реализует программы по дорожной безопасности, здравоохранению, оказывает поддержку малого и среднего бизнеса, а также делает все, чтобы жизнь салымчан в сложных северных условиях каждый день становилась комфортнее, легче, современнее.
В администрацию сначала написала я. Туда мне дали 300 тысяч, купили оборудование. И следом же сразу же мне подфартило. Через 2 месяца защита была на SPD грант, получается, фонд поддержки предпринимателей.
Ольга Зотова. Путь влияния предприниматель. Стратегия – стремление к самосовершенствованию.
У нас традиционно в Сибири женщины обычно сидели дома, растили детишек, вели хозяйство.
Ольга Головатая. Путь влияния предприниматель, муза. Стратегия – стремление облагородить среду.
С приходом SPD, мне кажется, уровень поселка повысился, так как SPD много проводила социальных программ, и среди этих программ нам построили детский сад. Женщины Салыма смогли отдать своих детей в детский сад и устроиться на работу, либо организовать какой-то бизнес.
Александра Донченко живет в Салыме и вот уже 15 лет руководит работами по строительству и содержанию дорог на Салымской группе месторождений.
Александра Донченко. Путь влияния профессионал. Стратегия – поиск конструктивных компромиссов.
Зимой, летом, осенью, весной, при паводке. Здесь на месторождении у нас недопустимо простой техники, и поэтому мы должны дороги так содержать, чтобы в любое время года могли проехать машины туда, куда им необходимо.
Александра убеждена, что в суровом мужском мире сибирских месторождений женщина просто необходима для того, чтобы находить компромиссы и переводить конфликты в конструктивные решения.
Мы посидим, подумаем с мужчинами, обсудим это, как это сделать проще, легче. И вот получается.
Парадоксально, но в этих суровых условиях в сердце нефтяной столицы России на всех уровнях власти женщины.
У нас губернатор Ханты-Мансийского округа – женщина. У нас глава Нефтеюганского района – женщина. И находясь на этих постах, они поднимают север на самый высокий уровень.
В самой компании «Салым Петролиум» женщин тоже немало. Они работают на должностях, требующих высокой квалификации – геологи, инженеры по разработке месторождений, сейсмики, инженеры-аналитики по управлению добычей нефти, инженеры по бурению, переводчики, руководители департаментов компаний, финансовые аналитики, бухгалтеры и экологи.
Прежде всего, основная моя задача – это повышать культуру в плане экологии.
Фазиля Абдулаева. Путь влияния – гражданин, профессионал. Стратегия – популяризация экологического образа жизни.
Подобно предыдущим героиням, Фазиля Абдулаева также направляет усилия на улучшение среды, но на этот раз природной.
Цель у нас одна – донести до масс, что окружающая среда – это наш дом родной, и если мы будем ее загрязнять бездумно, то скоро останемся без дома.
Как эколог, Фазиля решает задачу важную не только для Салыма, но и для будущего всей планеты. Ведущий инженер по освоению и капитальному ремонту скважин Елена Галецкая считает, что женщина в мужской среде может мотивировать мужчин на более эффективную работу.
Обычно я прихожу, они расцветают, там улыбаются, шутят, общаться, тоже приятно.
Елена Галецкая. Путь влияния, профессионал, муза, стратегия, мягкое управление в жесткой мужской среде.
С одной стороны, девушка к ним пришла, там им приятно, они наоборот стремятся показать, что они работают, молодцы. С другой стороны, я представитель заказчика, то есть я, значит, я их контролирую, смотрю, тут правильно, неправильно, могу поправить где-то и могу сделать замечания.
Женщины, работающие на буровой, большое исключение из правил, даже в такой компании, как «Салым Петролиум». Коллега Елены, Александра Гольцова, уверена, что каждая девушка здесь должна обладать определенными качествами.
Мы довольно необычные, трудолюбивые, немножко отчаянные.
Александра Гольцова. Путь влияния муза. Стратегия – объединять людей.
Девочки как бы очень дружно держатся, потому что нас не так много, и мы как бы стараемся дружить, но все равно своими, конечно, группами.
Управление всеми объектами салымского нефтепромысла осуществляется из московского офиса компании. Благодаря технологии умных скважин специалисты удаленно контролируют и оптимизируют основные технологические процессы на месторождении. Среди инженеров-аналитиков по добыче нефти всего несколько девушек. Одна из них – Анастасия Мусорина.
В нашей компании нет градации, мужской это коллектив или женский.
Анастасия Мусорина. Путь влияния профессионал. Стратегия – мотивация мужчин личным примером.
Наравне с бизнес-ценностями в компании «Салым Петролиум» существуют и этические. Здесь оценивают только профессиональные качества сотрудника. В таких условиях и у мужчин, и у женщин есть равные возможности для профессионального развития и карьерного роста.
Я счастлива, что я работаю в СПД, потому что по сравнению с любой другой, наверное, нефтедобывающей компанией в России, все-таки здесь наиболее толерантные взгляды. Никогда не было такого, что там мое мнение учитывали, потому что я девушка. Как здесь в офисе, так и в поле вот в Салыме.
Айгуль Ибатуллина. Путь влияния профессионал. Стратегия – общение на языке науки.
За время своей работы в компании директор департамента внешних связей Salym Petroleum Сабина Егизарова реализовала амбициозные пиар-проекты, которые ввели новые стандарты мероприятий не только в нефтяной отрасли, но и в сфере ивент-менеджмента.
Сабина Ягизарова – путь влияния креатор, трендсеттер пиар-индустрии. Стратегия создания трендов.
Это команда, способная продумывать сценарии будущего.
В компании сейчас в руководстве находится всего лишь 2 женщины. И у мужчин, коллег, руководителей, никогда не возникает вопросов или недоверия к тем решениям, идеям или моим предложениям только потому, что я женщина.
Это умение трансформировать разные мнения в новые прорывные идеи. Умение Сабины создавать творческую атмосферу, в которой специалисты разных сфер деятельности работают на общую цель.
В качестве примера такого нетрадиционного решения можно привести сложнейший с точки зрения реализации проект по запуску технологии химического заводнения пласта АСП, решающий проблему полностью исчерпанных месторождений и дающий второе дыхание главному нефтеносному региону России.
Благодаря тому, что в компании мне доверяют как профессионалу, мне удается проводить совершенно нестандартные для нефтяной промышленности проекты.
Для того, чтобы пригласить представителей всех заинтересованных сторон, включая органы государственной власти, на открытие завода, который был построен в Салыме, Сабина и ее команда создали панорамный виртуальный тур и дали гостям возможность увидеть открытие завода прямо у стен Кремля. Старт такому перспективному направлению в развитии Югры давала губернатор округа Наталья Комарова посредством прямого моста между регионом, Москвой и сотрудниками на месторождении. Успех этих и будущих проектов Сабина видит в умении грамотно реализовывать женские и мужской ресурсы внутри команды.
Почему бы нам всем не объединить эти энергии мощные для получения наилучшего результата? Такое единение – это и есть глобальное решение противоборства полов.
Ведущий бухгалтер Элеонора Синовцева продолжает мысль Сабины о том, что единство разностей имеет свои преимущества. Взять, к примеру, особенности сотрудников мужчин.
Они прекрасные стратегии и тактики. Я даже не стремлюсь гнаться за их образом мысли.
Элеонора Синовцева. Путь влияния профессионал. Стратегия – внимание к деталям.
Основываясь на личных наблюдениях, Элеонора уверена, что бухгалтерия – это призвание женщин, которые в силу своей природы привыкли обращать внимание на детали, в том числе и в финансовых отчетах.
Но я не представляю себе мужчину, который готов их просмотреть внимательно и еще при этом оставаться в сознании, чтобы найти, если там что-то неправильно.
Интуиция Элеоноры и ее умение концентрироваться на проблеме помогли компании избежать значительной погрешности в финансовом планировании. Екатерина Грушецкая поднялась по карьерной лестнице в Salym Petroleum на позицию финансово-коммерческого директора, а также исполняла обязанности генерального директора. Также она возглавляла направление добычи нефти и газа концерна Shell в России в должности вице-президента у одного из акционеров Salym Petroleum. С августа 2021 года Екатерина Грушецкая является председателем концерна Shell в России. Она представляет интересы Shell во взаимодействии с партнерами, а также продолжает участвовать в управлении всеми совместными предприятиями с участием Shell в России.
Я стараюсь всех настроить на мирные взаимоотношения и максимально загасить конфликт.
Екатерина Грушецкая. Путь влияния – мама, профессионал. Стратегия – трансляция семейных ценностей в бизнес.
Максимально помочь услышать друг друга, каким-то образом таким балансирующим фактором являться, чтобы как раз не было таких кризисных, сильно кризисных ситуаций. Я считаю, что в этом как раз и есть определенная роль женщины-руководителя – носить такой баланс.
Воспитывая 2 сыновей-подростков и новорожденную дочку, Екатерина высказывает смелую мысль о том, что наличие семьи и детей не только не препятствует работе, но даже является преимуществом в построении карьеры.
Для меня самое важное – это семья, вообще, в принципе, семейные отношения, честные отношения, доверительные. Поэтому, наверное, те взаимоотношения, которые я выстраиваю на работе, они тоже строятся на тех понятиях, которые важны для семейных отношений. Это именно доверие, это открытость, это взаимопомощь.
Екатерина уверена, что женские стратегии наконец приведут общество к правильному жизненному целеполаганию. На примере компании «Салым Петролиум» и поселка Салым мы увидели, как органично женские стратегии дополняют мужские. Стремление женщин гармонизировать среду и найти новые пути решения сложнейших задач выходит за рамки технологических и бизнес-процессов. Женщина приходит в мир мужчин не конкурировать, а в качестве равноправного партнера. Вместе мужчина и женщина могут достичь невероятных вершин. Важно только научиться смотреть в одном направлении и найти источник подлинного счастья. Счастье жить и работать в гармоничной, благоустроенной среде. Счастье с удовольствием заниматься профессиональной самореализацией. Счастье создавать семью и воспитывать детей. Сегодня мы наблюдаем, как благодаря трансформации общественных устоев мужская энергия стремления к прогрессу объединяется с женской энергией стремления к счастью. И слияние этих энергий непременно откроет новые запасы человеческих возможностей.
Well, dear girls and boys, those of you who have watched the video, how many women's influence paths were shown? Those of you who have watched the video for the first time, how many ways of women's influence were mentioned, and which? Well, the microphone is off. No, this is not the women's influence path. These are images. Does anyone remember any women's influence path? Well, actually, on the one hand, we can see how a company can transform the social environment around it itself. On the other hand, it is based on the women influence community philosophy. This is what we believe in, and this is the first time when a company applied it, and even this concept is featuring in the video. Professional, yes. A citizen, number 2. A muse, number 3. Number 4, I didn't hear what number 4 was. 5 and 6. Sonia, we cannot do without you. A professional was mentioned. A creator, yes, that's number 5. And one is missing. A girl who is changing the social environment rules. An influencer. They're all influencers. But path number 6 is about rules of the game in the social environment and is about stereotypes. A citizen. Okay. To sum it up, I don't know whether it was a quiz question, but nevertheless, I'd like to say that this philosophy was born in my head at one point in time. I wrote a manifesto of women's influence, and I try to unite women around this concept. All those paths are of equal relevance, and none can be devalued. And please allow me to invite the moderator of the next panel session. This is the second part of the STEM ecosystem. This is what happens to STEM practices and diversity inside corporations. And the moderator is Natalia Prihodko. I introduced her today. She's a Senior Corporate Affairs Advisor with Salim Petroleum. Natasha, could you kindly come up onto the stage and invite the panelists? Thank you. Well, it is important to fill in pauses. Colleagues, good afternoon once again. Thank you very much for the introduction, Janina. I think we need a couple of minutes to actually bring all of the speakers. Michael Collins is answering questions. We have a representative from Shell, a technical lead with Shell. Maybe we'll give them a round of loud applause. Sabina, Irina, Natalia Zhitkova, Michael Collins. Could you kindly come into this conference room? Olga Goloshenko, we are looking forward to you joining us on stage. The technical support team, could you please show the Mentimeter slide? Because we would like to ask the audience and those who are with us online to take part in our discussion. Thank you. Do enter Mentimeter because we would like to collect your feedback. Please be seated where you like. The microphones are on the table. We are waiting for Michael Collins. Colleagues, support team, could you please ask Michael to step in? Michael Collins, we're waiting for you. Thank you. Could you please give the earpiece to Michael, the receiver with the earphone? Colleagues, have you had enough time to enter the code and to use the link to enter Mentimeter? If you've done it, please answer the first question. I'd like to know which universities or companies you're from. We know that we have school children here. Who is present here? No, a flag is not sufficient. You have to enter the Mentimeter because it is not the only question. I'm going to introduce our panelist. We have Sabina Gizarova, Corporate Affairs Department Manager with Salim Petroleum. The next is Olga Goloshenkova. This is the person who actually brought the Forsage winners to us. She is a president of MAKO and a member of the Civic Chamber of the Russian Federation. We have Natalia Zhitkova, technical lead with Shell Russia. And we have Irina Bakhtina, Director for Sustainable Development, Rusal, and Michael Collins, CEO with Salim Petroleum. Please give a round of applause to our speakers and let's kick off our session. I can see that you have used the link. I'd like to comment on the results. We have people from Mises, from the Moscow Aviation Institute. We have people from Salim, from Gubkin Oil and Gas University, another Salim Petroleum. So the audience is very diverse today, just the very thing we need to discuss the agenda. So I'd like to ask the technical team to show the first slide we are going to begin with. And the first thing we would like to discuss today is how the notions of team diversity and sustainable development are linked together. Well, actually, the word development belongs to the right-hand side block. And please try to understand that this picture of diversity is not a complete representation of the concept. And we have UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I do hope that those of you who are not aware of them will learn about them. I'd like to ask our speakers to comment on team diversity and sustainable development and how they are linked together. Olga, can we start with you? Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me now. First of all, I'm very happy to greet all of you. I think that it is a blessed event today. Answering the question, if we look at all Sustainable Development Goals, and if we look at goal number 17 on the screen, it sounds as a global partnership or cross-sectoral partnership for the sake of sustainable development. When we talk about partnering and collaboration and culture and practice of collaboration, we cannot but talk about diversity. Actually, to create something new and exciting, to tackle particular task, and actually you can see it in your day-to-day experience. It is better to have two heads than one, and it is better than to be diverse. Each individual has his or her talents and peculiarities and idiosyncrasies, and it is important to note that the sum total is larger than each of the elements. Through diversity, through collaboration, we understand ourselves better. We understand our own boundaries and how to push them. We understand what we want to have in life. If we are surrounded by people who are like us, we'll develop in a very narrow tunnel. But if we develop jointly with diverse people, we'll reach for the stars. And actually, talking about global goals, it would be very dull and long term if we try to achieve global goals. Irina, I can see that you have taken the microphone. Can I take it away from you and ask Michael Collins to talk about it from the perspective of fuel and energy, from the perspective of development of oil producers and gas producers? Why is that important?
For translation. I mean, for me, what you see on the screen is a representation of our collective global challenge. Social, economic. So how can we solve these problems if they're not being solved by people from the global community? 50% of the population of this planet is women, genders, nations. So to solve these problems, we need the diverse thought of the people who are infected by them. And as exactly as mentioned, 1 + 1 has to equal 3, not half. And so I think these represent the challenge of humanity, and we need diverse thought and diverse people to solve them challenges. And a couple of these are directly linked to the energy industry, and I've been privileged to be part of the energy industry for 20 years. And I believe in the energy industry as one that can transform societies, economies. It's also an industry that must transition to a low-carbon future. That's an enormous challenge. It's an enormous challenge. To do it, we must have imagination, skills. We must be able to use technology, engineering. All of this cannot be solved unless we have a diverse set of views, creativity. And if we undertake this energy transition with a very narrow group of people, from a narrow mindset, we will fail. So I absolutely believe that what you see on the board behind you is a global challenge. We need diverse populations to solve it. And in the energy industry, well, it's just one example. And certainly, to survive, for us to transition through the energy industry, we're going to need companies who have a diverse viewpoint and are able to take on some of these challenges. And that's why I bring it to SPD.
Thank you, Michael. Irina, I'd like to engage you and ask you to comment on this matter. But I'd like to supplement this question. When we talk about women's and men's strategies in management and project management, I grabbed the microphone to support what Olga has said, but now I have to support Michael, because we are talking about one and the same thing, colleagues. Sustainable development is about adaptation, about agility, and adaptation to tectonic changes that are ongoing. You can change when you hear early signals, when you are not deaf. And looking for creative and solutions that are out of the box, that are pushing the envelope, it can be done only in a diverse group. I had a task to offer disruptive innovations in the BCG sector. I opened a creativity bestseller, and it started with the following description. The author, who was an advisor used to consult high-tech and oil and gas companies. He attended a corporate summit and he saw a whole conference room packed with similar-looking men wearing the same suits of the same color, synthetic suits of the same color. You must know this book. I don't remember the author. And he asked the following question: what kind of creative solutions are you looking forward to? You will suggest the same because you're so similar. If you had someone from an entirely different opera, then it would be different. If there were 2 or 3 or half of them different, that would be a different kind of discussion. Therefore, diversity is not something that is not clear, something remote. It is a source of creativity. Another thing, the head of HR in the company I worked for said, you have to understand which part of yourself you have to leave behind the door when you enter the office. If you leave 90% of yourself behind the door because the office is not able to accept you, because you have to adjust, you have to change your clothes and shoes, then you have to decide whether you need it. Because you leave yourself behind, you were hired to contribute your creative abilities, but it means that they are not in demand. If it is something pale, think about it. Thank you very much. I fully agree with you, though I have not read the book you referred to, but there is a great quote, which is a meme now. If you want to achieve new results, how can you achieve them using the same tools? This is also about the same thing, but as long as it is very popular in social networks, it means that young people are aware of it. Julia, Natalia, you work for Shell and you occupy a traditionally male job. Well, can you share how diversity and sustainability feature in your job? Thank you, Natalia. First of all, I'd like to greet all those present. It's a great forum, a great event. Thank you to the hosts and the sponsors. Thank you for the invitation. Further to your question, I'd also like to build up on what Irina, Olga, and Michael have said. This linkage between the fuel and energy sector and the global challenges we are facing now. We are not talking about separate companies, Shell or Salim Petroleum, or separate countries. We are talking about the global agenda. We are facing the climate change everywhere. We had a super hot summer here. There were forest fires in Siberia. There were floods elsewhere. What does it mean? It means that we have to pull our efforts to look for new types of energy, new approaches to work that were unconventional. How to, well, it has to be part of the DNA. And the same is happening in companies, at schools and universities. And at the moment, we are revisiting our approaches, looking for new solutions and new ways forward. Otherwise, it's not possible to move on. Going back to women occupying traditionally male jobs and what it means, I think that the principal challenge for women is to bring in their female qualities. What is the difference between a woman leader and a man leader? Traditionally, in this country, as well as elsewhere, women who go up the career ladder tend to compete with men in the traditional men's field. Traditionally, men were hunters. They had to chase beasts and catch them. What are women's strong sides? Women are flexible and adaptive or agile. It is important to make sure that when a woman joins a team and assumes an office, she continues to be a woman and she retains her qualities. And actually, at forums like this, I would like to see not only ladies but gentlemen as well, because the attitude to men has to change as well. Because when we talk about a woman who is a leader, then family, the distribution of roles and accountabilities in her family should be equal. When I worked in the Netherlands, many men and women worked shorter days on Fridays when they had to collect their kids at school. And actually, I share responsibilities with my husband. And on the day when my husband has to collect our child from school, he said, sorry, on this day, I'm going to leave the office earlier. And there was a lot of incredulity on the part of the colleagues who said, what is your wife doing then? Actually, this is a major shift in our minds and in our gender stereotypes. Thank you very much. Thank you for your personal examples. I think they're very close to our hearts, especially in this country. And Sabina, I'd like to ask you to comment on this. And another thing, I'd like to perhaps drill down into female and male strategies. Natalia says that women have learned how to compete with men using men's strategies. But can men achieve results using women's strategies? I cannot answer for men. Natalia has said a very good thing. Once again, I'd like to, by the way, I'd like to greet all of you, and I cannot give an answer on behalf of men. But Natalia has given very interesting examples. We should not compete. It is not about competition, guys. That's the point. You know, we have to understand, again, and we work in a man-dominated industry, not only with Natalia, but all of us. I was lucky where I did not have to leave 90% of myself behind office doors. But we understand which country we're living in and how much change or how many changes we have to foresee, foster and create. But I think that we need to find the right balance. Maybe it sounds something like a claptrap, but the balance means that we should not compete, but we should contribute the best each of us has as a professional. First of all, companies are about business, and when we have diverse teams, such teams generate profit for the business. Yes, this may sound as something high-flown, but this is about business. That's correct. Even after the first year of the pandemic, we can say that those countries that were led by women achieved more success compared to countries led by men. So we are trying to find the right balance, but still, there are lots of young girls who are students here. You know, do not be afraid. You may think, well, how can I go there? I know nothing. They will squeeze me out. I am inexperienced. Go through to the end. Don't be afraid. Believe me, you will succeed. This fear is inherent. It is something we were we were brought up with. Actually, our parents usually say a girl should not be that ambitious, be fearless. Well, we'll look at stereotypes and prejudices with our audience. I'd like to ask you to show the second slide. In summer, we had focus groups with students, university students. They were from those universities who are partners of our company. So the first prejudice was that particular job roles were not for women, and this is this is not number one in our ranking, right? Someone else has voted. So the first answer is a girl would not work because she will get married and have a baby. But we have multiple examples of moms with several children who have great careers. It is not, well, number two, this is not a job for a woman. A girl should not work in the field among men, but it has gone down to the bottom. There is another bias. Girls, it is easier for a girl to pass a test or an exam. She shows up, smiles at the professor, and that's it. Are you serious? An attractive girl is a distraction for men. Well, in actual fact, we are in favor of having girls beautiful and smart. Why should we go to Siberia to have internship? It is better to stay at the university. Well, actually, one of examples. Sometimes we are not aware of how often it happens. Maybe Sabine is very wise. She stepped over something. No, I never stepped over anything. I know some examples I have to live with for my entire life. There was a time when I was a board member, and I was actually the Indian guy who chaired the board of directors is aware of it. But because of the board meeting, I was not allowed to go to the marriage registration office. I said to him, if I do not get married today, my baby will be born without having a father. But he answered, hold on, we have a board meeting. Our board members have arrived. We'll learn how to build good teams. So I got married, but I returned after 30 minutes. And this is what I remember and will remember for my entire life. These days, I would never accept it. We need to understand our own worth. We should be fearless, and we should set the boundary limits. And we have to make the environment inclusive, not for the benefit of women. You know, they should be the best for all people. They should be human-friendly rather than female-friendly. Not every man is a hunter. You know, I used to have team members who were men and who cried sometimes. I had a great example in the Australian Parliament. He was the speaker who was babysitting his grandson. And actually, if you actually look at our government offices, can you babysit anyone in that office? Our companies have to be human-friendly for efficiency's sake. Thank you very much. You know, no objections here. Actually, we are on the same page. The next question is, how can we, if someone joins a new team, How can we assess whether it is a diversity-based team or a tunnel vision mono team? What are the features for a young professional, a young graduate, to decide whether it is the team he or she would like to work with or not? I'll try to start answering it, given that we work a lot with young professionals. We try to help them with their careers, but on the other hand, we try to help corporations to find the right people. If you are interviewed by a company, whether it is the company of your dreams or just a company where because you need to find a job, before such an interview, you need to do a background check. And if there is a clear message about what we do in the company, what we require, what our expectations from the world are, you should be on the alert in terms of diversity. Because if a company is focused on itself, on its own imperatives, it means that that company is not ready to accept those people around it. If the message is about the community, about company employees, and everything is around expectations about creating a better future, about creating value, then it sends a good sign. If you are interviewed, you have to take note of who interviews you, whether the people are different or not. If they're very homogeneous, Irina gave an example of similarly clad men. If people are wearing the same suits, if these are only business suits and black ties, and everyone looks very formal, maybe you should also be very careful because the culture may be very rigid, non-inclusive but exclusive. This is what we are. If you don't like it, go away. And if during the interview the questions are centered around yourself, around your world, your personal strategies, your preferences, your competences and expectations, then the company is focused on the dialogue. The company would like to know what you are and who you are. If the questions are about the company production throughput, whether you have studied their strategy, whether you know about their geographic spread, etc., then the situation may be similar to what Irina has described. You will have to comply, and compliance will be everything. And of course, there will be no inclusivity. And again, if you get a signal that the company employees are ready for a dialogue, it is a good signal of an open and inclusive culture focused on diversity. And another point is about salary negotiations. Actually, most diverse and open teams are open to negotiate that as well. Most structures that are very monolith have a big, a strict hierarchy, and the power distance is very big. And if you are told clearly, no matter what you do, if you join us in this role, this will be your salary. After a year, you can be entitled to this. After 2 years, if you perform well, you may be likely to be here, etc. Of course, this is not a diversity-driven company. You will have to follow very strict rules. I'm not saying that this is absolutely bad. Some young people have a feeling of more comfort if they live in an environment that is hierarchical, where there is a long power distance, where there are strict and clear rules. It does not mean that you've ended up in hell. But if you want to work in a diverse team, if you want to develop, if you want to realize your abilities, you need to look for something else, or whether people are listening to you, whether they are ready to make a customized offer that you deserve, even if it is an entry-level job. But please do not be duped. Many people who join companies, if they believe, if they are graduates of a prestigious university, they think that they are very valuable. You just need to assess what you can contribute and what the company can give you, because companies are people, and it is a dialogue between people. Thank you very much. Natalie. Well, I think I'd add the following. Once you are inside, one of the key indicators of whether the company is ready to communicate with its workforce, whether the company is ready, and whether a feedback is given. It is an indicator of whether the company welcomes a feedback and respond to it. If you attend a meeting, you will be able to see whether team members are ready to and can challenge their boss, and how such challenges are perceived by such boss. This is a differentiating factor. If you join a large corporation, every corporation has its values and rules, and during the screening process, people with the right values and who hold the right values and who have the qualities that the company needs are selected. Other people would feel uncomfortable. As an example, at the dawn of my career, one of basic corporate rules was actually, it was a concern, and there were people from technical staff to HR, finance experts, and ecologists, and people were from all over the world, starting from Asia, Japan, the US, and Canada. And we did one representative exercise. There were questions about personal values. What is your attitude to the older generation? How do you respect older people? And there were questions about the background, the family, and cultural traditions. Well, for example, when you honor, respect, and revere old people, that you cannot even ask a question. And there were other extremes, and we saw a huge spread, Asia versus Europe. Then there was the same question, but about yourself. What was your personal attitude? And quite often, the entire group ended up in one extreme. And it means that they comply with the corporate values, but they're able to look at a problem from different angles. Michael, are there any such signs in your experience when you join a team and see that it is not your team, it is not inclusive?
Absolutely, I'm afraid. I mean, I've been very fortunate to work in many different places, 8 countries around the world, and everyone is different. As Natalia said, there's norms in every society. But I think there's some universal behaviors that I recognize. And that's that, you know, everyone goes to work to try and create a better future for themselves and their families. That's like universal. And everyone in a team, you know, wants to feel that they're valued. I don't mean valued like bookwork. I mean like valued as people, as humans. And you can feel that really quick as an individual. And you can feel it because people will ask questions about you, and there'll be genuine questions. In English, we have these expression, loaded questions. But genuine inquiry is usually a wonderful sign that a team is interested, values you, will listen to you, challenge you. And that's the best place for learning. It's actually the most fun. It's the most fun. So right around the world, I've been wonderfully fortunate to walk into teams where you feel straight away valued, where people are asking me questions about, tell me what's your beliefs, what's important to you. That's beautiful. And yeah, I've walked into teams where I've been told, that's your job, that's your chair. When you've got a problem, solve it. And the extremes are there. But I can just tell you from 8 different countries, and everyone's different, but I know the teams that I remember, and they're the ones where I felt like a human.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we've raised this discussion to such heights. But I'd like to go back to gender equality. And if our audience have already voted, there was a question about the qualities that we need to be successful, starting from our student days to successful professional careers. I'll comment on what we see on the screen, and I'll go back to our panelists to share 3 qualities that are needed for successful realization during this path from student days to being CEOs. What we see, the first is expert in a specific discipline. That's without any doubt. Unless you're an expert, you would never be successful professionally. The next is openness towards open-mindedness, openness to new knowledge and experience. The third is willingness to cooperate. The next is goal-orientedness, emotional intelligence, not to suffer from the feeling of guilt. The sense of humor is right in the middle, though it seems to me that in diverse teams, the sense of humor thrives without any doubt. This is also part of being open-minded, an ability not to devalue the input of other people, curiosity, number 11, beauty and attractiveness. Well, let's ask our speakers, our panelists, what are the 3 most important qualities, a recipe without which you will never succeed? Let me start answering this question. Well, friends, actually, I'm very sorry that the sense of humor has such a low rank. Actually, life has shown maybe this is the main quality we need to possess to be successful. Why? First of all, this is the sense of humor and an ironic attitude to yourselves. If you treat everything which happens in your lives too serious, your mistakes, comments from other people that you may be offended by, you would never succeed and you would never live long. As long as you remember that our life is a game and everything that is happening is a kind of a theater we play it. And it is important how well you perform in this play that is called life. If you, on the other hand, take every critical comment or the behavior of any human being whose behavior does not meet your expectations as a personal tragedy, when you believe that you are undervalued and when you believe that your strengths, that you have a strength, but that strength is not that strong, or if you did your best and we know the rest, then you would grieve, you would be, you will suffer from disappointment and frustration. If you're not able to smile and laugh after such an episode, if you do not take things with a sense of humor, it would be a challenge to move on. And the sense of humor is the glue that brings together diverse teams. I had an English teacher at school. She actually said one thing that sounded pretty enigmatic. She said, Olga, a man, a human being, is as human as how many languages he or she speaks. Well, I tried to digest this statement. What does it mean, as many times human? Does it mean that if we learn a foreign language, we become another human being? Or does it mean that someone who does not speak foreign language is not human at all? But only after some time, I understood what my teacher meant. When we start understanding the mindset of other people and we start speaking their language, and it is not only the national language, English, French, Arabic, but when we speak the language of their culture, the language of a corporation, school, university, region, when we understand their jokes, their pranks, this is when there is this glue that emerges to bring us together as human beings. Once your jokes are funny to someone else, not only you, there is a contact, and it is the base, and it is important, and it is emotional intelligence. So, could you please name 2 or 3 traits, because we are pressed for time. We have 2 more people from St. Petersburg and from Houston. Then I'll try to be quick. Well, I think being fearless, then having a sense of humor, without any doubt. Colleagues, dear students and friends, do develop your emotional intelligence. You will turn the world. And it is the question of language skills, of cross-cultural awareness. Otherwise, you would never achieve anything, because you are acquiring fundamental technical knowledge. But unless you have soft skills, you would never succeed. Thank you. Could you please show the slide? We are ready to take 1 question from the audience and 1 from the Mentimeter. You can ask your question. Natalia, Irina, Michael, 2 or 3 traits. I'll try to be brief. I fully agree with Sabina as far as emotional intelligence and empathy is concerned. You know, actually speaking about appearance, a person is attractive not only because of appearance, but it is the question of how comfortable it is to communicate with an individual. It is a trait that builds teams. If you are a pleasant person, easy to communicate with, that is important. The other thing is an ability to process information and see and have a bird's eye view to see the picture holistically is crucial. When you are employed and you will be multitasking and you will have to and when you have to prioritize, then and when you become a team lead, prioritization skills would be critical. And last but not least is collaboration. Collaboration and bringing other people together. Actually, there are some people who have this knack for bringing people together since childhood. I agree with Sabina that soft skills should not be underestimated. If you have an executive career in your heads, then this would be crucial. Thank you. Irina. I fully support our previous speakers. I'm not going to repeat what has been said. I can only say what needs to be done. You should not actually be disappointed if, for example, you are an introvert, and if you should not be frustrated when you do not show curiosity. I had a colleague who was German, and he seemed to possess a talent, communication talent, gift of the gab. He was all smiles. He kept asking questions about how I was, and he became the best friend of my husband, and we had 11 people, and he had to have lots of energy to be friends with all our spouses and children. And when we said goodbye to him, and when he was going to Turkey, he actually disclosed a secret to me, and he said, "You can't imagine what an introvert I was when I was a boy, but I found out that it was much easier to be an extrovert dealing with people, and our life was made easier. You can develop these skills, and actually the skill will enable you to achieve. Yes, you should not be afraid of challenges. Michael, your 3 traits."
So I agree with my colleagues, but I think to summarize it, questions are beautiful. And what I mean by that is learn to ask open questions, and you will learn so much. Really open questions. And they're beautiful. Questions are beautiful. And I think on the other side, learn to listen for questions, because sometimes people are scared to ask questions. And if we listen carefully for the question, well, then you can acknowledge somebody's contribution. You can share knowledge. And I think learning, teaching, those are the most important traits for me. And I think through questions, both asking them and really listening for them, we can learn so much more about each other.
Thank you. I'd like to tell you, you don't see it, but the ranking changed several times, which means that the mental processes are underway, are ongoing. And actually, this list is not exhaustive. You can supplement it. You can select your own priorities and challenges. I'd like to thank our speakers, and I'd like to invite my colleague onto the stage. Those of you who were watching the video during the break, The Path to New Energy, will be able to answer the quiz questions and collect their presents. Sabina, you would like to add something, I guess? Well, you know, my mom keeps saying to me, "Sabina, I cannot recognize you. You won't believe how what an introvert I used to be." And now I lead a communication team in an oil and gas company. And my mom keeps asking, "How come that you became what you are, having been a girl who liked to hide behind others?" And actually, we do create problems that live in our heads that we try to overcome later on. I'd like to thank all our panelists. I think it was quite an insightful discussion with a lot of sense, with a lot of humor. Thank you very much indeed. And actually, when we talk about communication and creativity, I'd like to introduce a girl who will turn your world upside down. I'm very proud of this acquaintance, and I believe that since she managed it, there are no boundaries whatsoever. Sorry, can we actually check it, because maybe we'll leave it as an intrigue, because the quiz, it is the time for the quiz. Sabina, can we let our panelists go, because it is the time for the quiz? Okay, I've intrigued you. I have not told you everything. There are some other things to share. Please do not go away, because the most exciting part of this event is in store for you. Friends, I invite Sergei, my colleague, onto the stage, and I wish you success. Hello, everyone. We can see the quiz on the screen. Colleagues, I'm armed with the questions and presents. Those of you who give the right answers will have to come up to these lovely girls to collect your gifts. I'll start with the cruel question that you did not expect. What is STEM? Yes, please. I don't hear the question.
Прекрасно. Вот это знание, познание. Я вас поздравляю, вы только что выиграли лучший, вы, наверное,
Well,
в своей жизни. Спасибо.
actually, you won the best prize in your life.
Замечательно. Ну, поехали дальше. Это действительно так. Видимо, мне не очень слушается.
Well,
Так, поехали дальше. Самый интересный вопрос. У нас вопрос
the most interesting question
на то, чтобы расширить немножко наши знания о мире.
will be related not only to the video, but to our world knowledge. What were the jobs that featured in the video? Drilling support engineer, construction worker, entrepreneur, chemists were not represented. Yes, that's great. Let's move on. Who was awarded a Nobel Prize in 2020 for genome editing method? Well, Oleg Balanovsky, Trudy Mackay, Jennifer Doudna, and Emmanuel Charpentier. Who invented this technology? Gene editing or genome editing. Okay, so the answer is given. And what's your answer? Emmanuel, are there any other answers? Who said Trudy Mackay? Great. There were three of you. The correct answer? Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier. Jennifer Doudna is from the US and Emmanuel Charpentier is from Berlin, and they learned how to do it. There are actually for example, there are actually this technology makes it possible to get rid of cancer forms before people are born, but there are some moral and ethical problems here. Thanks to a pathogen that can be used to cut off pieces of DNA. Who was the first prime minister who received an academic degree, a doctorate degree? Excellent. That's true. You can go to a TV show, TV quiz. How did Sally Ride practice controlling a robotized hand of a space shuttle? Well, let's give a round of applause. Playing tennis. Marie Curie was the first woman who received a Nobel Prize for what? That's true. We can add some music to make this event more solemn. Who spoke to you from among the people who featured in the video? Sabina. Елена Галецкая. Sabina. You're right. we have Anastasia Musorina. This could be the right answer. Two more questions. In 1960s, Stephanie Kwolek opened a material that was 5 times stronger than steel. Okay. It was Kevlar, not Teflon. And the final question, please focus. And let's answer the question about the video. Which region do the girls work in? Who was the first person to say Yugra Khanty-Mansi? Please raise your hand. Yes, it's Khanty-Mansi, Yugra. Thank you very much. Those of you who have given the right answers, please collect your well-deserved prizes. Colleagues, we have Oksana Melnikova, who leads the Center of Excellence for Geologic Simulation Modeling with Gazprom Neft NTC. Unfortunately, Oksana was not able to join us, but it was very valuable that our event is not only supported by Rosatom and the Polymetal, but our shareholders. We had a representative from Shell, and the second shareholder of Salim Petroleum is Gazprom Neft. Oksana, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm following this event online with a lot of pleasure. And I've received so many insights and derived so much pleasure. Well, we are happy to see and hear you. Could you please share how you chose your profession? Tell us about your career, and maybe there will be some other insights that you would like to share with the forum participants. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Oksana Melnikova, and I've been a geologist, an oil and gas geologist for more than 10 years, though I majored in physics, and I spent 6 years to get a master's degree in optics and quantum physics. And actually, I have 2 versions why I ended up in oil and gas. One is romantic, the other is realistic. I start with the romantic version. A girl who majored in physics wanted more lyrics, wanted more singing by fires, and wanted to become a geologist. In fact, the real story is when I graduated from the university, I was not able to find a job to sustain myself, to support myself. And I started looking for opportunities to apply my fundamental knowledge, theoretical knowledge, and my desire to learn. And thus I approached the Heriot-Watt University branch in the city of Tomsk, and I received another master's degree in oil and gas geology. And this was the time when my professional activity began. I can honestly tell you that I have never faced any restrictions, challenges related to my gender. The only thing that I can recollect is taking part in international projects in Iraq and Iran when our partners did not look at me initially, did not listen to my answers, though I did answer their questions. And it took up some time to actually win their trust and prove that I was an expert. But our meetings usually took up longer than 1 day, and at the end of each such series of meetings, we became friends and we took pictures. And before the forum, I started thinking why I had never felt any such problems. If dry facts tell us that most managerial jobs are occupied by men in oil and gas. And to answer this question, I decided to analyze the careers of my colleagues, and I discovered an interesting trend that women develop and build their careers using in the expert path, whereas men prefer the managerial paths. They reach similar heights, but in different directions. Again, I'm talking about something on average, because there are always people who do what they like and who achieve success in a particular career or which they've selected. What was key, as far as I'm concerned, in my career, what has been key and is still key, is to find the activity that fills me with enthusiasm. I keep looking for it, and I spent the first years of my professional career as a project geologist working on different assets. These were mostly international projects, and I acquired a broad spectrum of skills, not only professional but interpersonal and communication skills. After that, I tried my hand in methods, and we were developing digital tools with a team to enable geologists to cut their routine activities and improve the efficiency of their work processes. Currently, I lead a center of expertise in the Center of Integrated Geological Simulation Modeling. This is where we develop digital twins and 3D digital models that show what we have in the subsurface at a depth of 2, 3, or even 5 kilometers. And behind my back, you can see the first step in building such a digital twin. It is a structural skeleton of that model. And it is no less important that during my time with Gazprom Neft, I managed to fulfill my childhood dream. Since the first year at school, I was dreaming about becoming a teacher like my mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. But my parents used to tell me that I had to select my future job on my own, and that they would never dictate anything, and I could choose any university but a pedagogical university. And when I realized my dream of becoming an internal trainer at Gazprom Neft, this was a big bonus, and I've been conducting training sessions, geology training sessions for several years. And so, in conclusion, I'd like to say that you need to look for a job that would ignite your eyes. Then you would not focus on restrictions and barriers. and you will look for and find opportunities. I liked the way Irina Schrader answered one question, and I hope everyone will give a similar answer. The question was, Irina, do you believe you are successful in career? And her answer was, I believe that I am happy. And thank you very much. And I wish you interesting discoveries and lots of exciting communication at the forum. Thank you very much, Oksana, and our audience is applauding you. We have no other question for Q&A. I'd like to invite Sabina Yegizarova, who will introduce the next guest. Well, once again, I'd like to reiterate it that I value our friendship and I'm proud of it. The person I'm going to introduce is the Miss World 2013 for women in wheelchairs. She will turn your world upside down. Zinya Bezrukova. Hello, my dears. If I stand here, will you see me? Is it all right? Or shall I go up onto the stage? So I have to go up. You see how the happiest woman on this planet, the most beautiful, the happiest woman on this planet looks like. Well, okay, now I understand that I am in the limelight. Why are some people successful and others are not? Why are some people happy and other people are unhappy, deeply unhappy? Why do some people who have hands and legs and heads keep complaining, whereas other people who may be disabled feel happy and self-sufficient? I don't know whether you've heard about it. I'd like you to think about it and try to gauge what's going on with you at the moment, whether you are happy and where you are going to, whether you are where you wanted to be, and just think about where you would like to go. And I'd like to use my own experience and try to help you feel try to actually fine-tune your internal pitchfork and or tuning fork, better to say. I'm Ksenia Bezuglova. I am a 2013 Miss World among women in wheelchairs. Most importantly, I am a mom of 3 children. I am a happy wife and I'm a loving woman, and I've been married for 18 years. I'm 38 years of age, and most importantly, I am a happy woman. I think I can stop here and leave. And I'm the first woman in a wheelchair who took part in the parliamentary elections this year. I led the federal top 3 list of the Growth Party. I think it is a new a step in the civilization development in our country. The first development, a new development loop. You know, I think that this wheelchair, my throne, as I call it, I do believe it is my throne. It made it possible for me to accept myself the way I am. At the same time, for 3 years in a row, I tried to reject it. For 3 years, I passed my reflections and I did not accept the 25-year-old I saw in front of me. For 4 years, I tried to prove to the people around myself that I would be the same Ksenia Bezuglova, working on 2 years, a professional Latin ball dancer, and I had my beloved husband in front of me, and I had to meet the expectations of my relatives because they loved me so much. And so I threw away 4 years of my life. But at the same time, I am sharing it with you as my case study. Thanks to those 4 years that I wasted, I can tell you, do not waste time. You should not prove anything to anyone. You are the way you are. You have to accept yourself. This is very valuable and precious. Do not try to prove to your parents or to the people around you that you would meet their expectations. Meet your own expectations. Live yourself, love yourselves, and live your lives. And the way it worked in my case was 4 years of training, 10 hours per day, and wearing a tight knot at the back of my head. Then I went to the Saki spa place and I saw a whole spa hotel filled with disabled people. And to me, it was something terrible because I thought that disabled people were separate from me, and I was on the path of convalescence. At that point in time, it seemed to me that there was nothing scarier than being among so many disabled people. They were enjoying lives, and while I was spending all my days in a gym, they were drinking wine and crying out to me, "Why are you wasting your time in the gym? Let's party." And I said, "Oh, come on." They gave it up. Do they want to keep living like that? I'm going to get up on my legs in a short time. And then I went to a dancing party, and there were people who were almost immobile, dancing breakdance. And there were 2 people on wheelchairs who were kissing, and they were just happy. They were not trying to prove anything to anyone, and I was not happy. And as a mother of one, I thought that I was goal-oriented, but I saw an unhappy woman who was trying to fulfill somebody else's hopes. And at that point in time, I decided that I would not do it any longer. I became a happy woman. Every day of my life is now filled with with meeting new people, with the travel. And during each interview, people keep asking me, would you, if you had a magic wand, would you like to go back to the time 13 years ago? I usually say no. 1 month after I made that decision, I became Miss World 2013, and I was chosen among 25 competitors from 25 countries. And no one believed that I'd succeed, and everyone said, "Are you crazy? It is not about you. You are smart. You are about intelligence. Why do you need that contest?" But that became a social lift. That crown enabled me to do good. It was not the reason to be proud, but it became an opportunity. It became a tool to change the world. Thanks to the crown, I became advisor to the mayor of the city of Moscow. Then I was appointed to the government social council. Then I became a member of the commission on disabled people under the aegis of the president. Each social project was accompanied by comments. Why do you do it? You will never change it in this country. Do abandon those stupid projects for disabled people. Nobody needs it. When I was taking part in the elections, people kept telling me that I should not waste my nerve cells. I would never succeed. I am not sorry. This was a huge experience. I traveled across this country end to end. I saw how people live. I know how it works. I know how a different kind of sincerity works these days. And the second thing that helps me, how much time have I used? And the second thing that surely helps me is that, and the one thing that I'm ready to share with you is never abandon your dream. I was 3 months pregnant, and I was sitting in the passenger seat, and I was on the verge of death, and there were multiple surgeries I had to undergo, and there was another heart beating under my heart, and my daughter is 13 years of age. Every day, doctors came to my ward and telling me to have an abortion. I couldn't do that because I dreamed about having a baby. And looking into your eyes, so young, so bright, I can tell you one thing: never abandon your hope. There was only one person who believed that everything would be fine. It was me. I knew for sure that I was not able to say goodbye to my dream. People told me that I would not be able to walk if I had an abortion. I might be able to walk, but I am flying now because when I look at my 3 children now, I feel like I am flying, because no beautiful and straight legs would make me abandon my children. And yesterday I talked to an international education forum, and there was Artyom Soloveychik, a teacher, a born teacher, and he said, I believe in myself, and I can echo that and say, believe in yourself. If you dream about an apartment in downtown Moscow, but you're offered a country house, never agree to it, because you need a dream to get up in the morning, and when you stumble and fall down, you need to get up and keep going. And here, being in front of you, a successful and happy woman, I know that this is because I did not abandon my dream. And actually, every journalist likes to ask the following question: Ksenia, why didn't your husband abandon you? And at first, I did not know how to answer that question. But it was my choice. I made that decision to be a woman no one would want to abandon. And today, each of you in each dialogue, in each communication, when you talk to your employers, to your friends, each of you makes a decision of what to be someone people would like to run away from, or to be a person people would like to hug and support no matter what. And please believe me, there will be lots of trials you will have to face. And talking to you today, when I speak at different international forums, I've never seen a healthy person with 2 hands and 2 legs and a head to say that his or her life is smooth and there have been no trials. Each of us has this point in time, before and after, and this is the point in time when we decide what will happen next. Are we going to be a successful person with each minus turning into a plus, or are we going to be a person who thinks that everything is a minus? And in fact, everyone, a child, an adult, an elderly person, has minuses. But how to make your biggest weakness, your biggest minus, a plus, your biggest your biggest value depends on you. And actually, right during the run-up to the election, we were shooting our trip across Russia, and one of the cities was Khabarovsk. We went to Khabarovsk, and then I had to go to Vladivostok to speak at the forum. And when I exited the hotel, I actually fell off the wheelchair, and I actually had an injury. It was a femoral neck, a hip injury. I broke my hip, and I'm back from Vladivostok. I returned from Vladivostok after 1 week, and everyone said, "How come?" But I believe that situation was that situation happened on purpose. I spent that time in a room facing the ocean. Yes, I had a very sophisticated operation, and I was in shock, and it was an acute anaphylaxis, and but I'm back stronger, and I'd like to repeat myself: when you believe in yourself, listen to your heart and go where it is scary. I was very scared each time when I ventured to embark on a major project, when I got involved in an adventure of a large scale. I felt very, very scared, but it is always a sign that if I'm scared, this is where I need to go. So draw up the list of your biggest fears and say, just write down your list. I can honestly tell you that the biggest fear I had was the fear of heights. And sitting here in front of you as the world champion parachute jumper, I can tell you that what you're afraid of is the area where you'd succeed. And I wanted to demonstrate that that people like me are capable to do anything. Actually, when I made that jump, this sport was prohibited, but now disabled people can go in for parachute jumping, and they make friends, they get married, and physically challenged people push the envelope and make sure that you go where it is scary. You will succeed. Thank you. Ksenia, thank you very much. She is amazing, isn't she? And when we talk about energy, do you know what we recollect? We recollect the energy of music. I think there is nothing stronger than the energy of music. Is it
Мы
true?
приготовили для вас музыкальный
Илья?
сюрприз,
We
и я
have
приглашаю на эту сцену
one pleasant surprise for you, and we would like to keep this high note and invite amazing voices, amazing singers onto the stage. It is a huge pleasure to
Moscow
invite
Gospel
my
Team.
Friends Anna and the Moscow Gospel
Я тут немножко
Team.
поработаю техслужбой.
It took us 2 years in lockdown. Please forget about your complexes. I cannot dance. There are too many people. I look stupid. Throw away all your fears and spend 30 minutes to enjoy great music. And Ilya Davidov will help me.
Я хочу просто
Can't hear
увидеть,
him. The microphone.
услышать этот зал.
I'm
Сегодня
going to
очень
do it
много
as well.
важных слов прозвучало с этой
There were
сцены.
very
И
many important
правильных.
words
И я
said,
думаю, настал
and the
момент
right words.
какой-то музыкальной паузы,
And
чуть-чуть
I
разгрузиться.
think the time
Вы
has
готовы?
come for a music pause. Are you
Потому
ready?
что мы
I'm
готовы.
going to do it as well.
We're talking about people, tenderness, honor, dignity, courage, forgiveness, kindness, expression, freedom. We're talking about music. The music, everything's possible. The gospel music about love and in the name of love. Conversation with the world, music of joy, love, salvation. And we are talking about community. You're not alone in this world. You can find support. We learn to see the vastness, to forgive and love each other. It's about acceptance, revival, love around us, love of God. Love of God, love of God lives in us. Oh God,
Нет, друзья, не получится отсидеться. Я приглашаю всех на танцпол. Девушки, я предлагаю эту музыкальную паузу с вами прожить. Нет, никто не хочет. Окей. Просто дело в том, что на эту композицию у нас есть небольшой флешмоб. Ну, по сути, можно и сидя. Хотя танцпол свободен. Движения такие. Поднимаем крышу. Можно даже сидя поднимать. Оу, первые девчонки. Сестра с красивым цветом волос. Прекращай снимать сторис. Класс. Спускайтесь со своих мест. Прямо сейчас. Лучше с нами потанцуйте.
Ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river
красотки. Да можно прям ближе к сцене, не стесняйтесь. Сестры это делают для себя. Сестры, все на танцпол! Я ваш самый главный фанат, девчонки. Woman to woman, we're singing with you. We're pure sex, we got exterior. We got doctors, liars, politicians too. Everybody, take a look around. Can you see, can you see, can you see, with your woman right next to you? Я должен это сделать с вами. Sisters are doing it for themselves, singing on the round to feet, bringing on melodies. Yes, yes. Sisters are doing it for themselves. Yeah, we are making stories. We are laying plans. Don't you know that a man still loves a woman, and a woman still loves a man just the same way. Принимаем боевые позы. Ха. Stop, stop, stop. Женская сила. Ха. Оу, красотки, конечно. Поем все вместе! Yeah. Ну сейчас попроще. Диско, диско.
Before you grow cold like December.
нас уже есть тут солистки. Вообще все просто. Один, один, два раза. Один, два раза. Бедрышками. Предлагаю сделать дефиле. Девочки, за мной. Работаем. Ага. За Сабиной, за Сабиной. За такой женщиной можно пойти. Лидер во всех смыслах. Каждая женщина заслуживает этого. Девчонки, ну давайте, вставайте. Да не, зачем я? Пойдем танцевать. Малыш, прекращай снимать тиктоки. Да я покатаю тебя. Вы думаете, нас это остановит? Возвращаю вам подругу.
Одинокие девочки здесь есть?
All the single ladies,
All the single ladies.
all the single ladies,
All the single ladies.
all the single ladies.
All the single ladies.
Now put your hands up.
Up in the club,
Up.
just broke up, doing my own little thing. You decided to dip, now you wanna trip, cause nobody noticed me. I'm up on him, he up on me. Don't pay him any attention, cause I cried my tears, three good years. You got me mad at me.
Cause if you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. What? Oh, 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 oh. What? Oh, 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 oh. Cause if you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it.
Lost on my lips, man on my hips, when you started on my dirty old jeans. You acting up, drinking my cup. I can care less what you think. I need no permission, didn't mention. Don't pay him any attention, cause you had it turned, and now you're gonna learn what it really feels like to miss me.
If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Cause if you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it.
Он должен колечко сюда надеть, да? See? Treat me to the things of the world.
I'm not that kind of girl.
Your love is what I deserve, what I deserve. Isn't it that makes me, then takes me, and delivers me to destiny and a infinity and beyond. To us, stay on. If you don't, you'll be alone. Like a ghost, I'll be gone. Окей? Все хорошо у вас? Скажите мне «Yeah!» Вы можете быть громче, я уверена. Yeah! Пойте с нами, пожалуйста, сейчас. Now stop. Покажите ему руку и скажите.
Cause if you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Don't be mad once you see that he want it. If you like it, then you should've put a ring on it. Oh, oh, oh.
Окей. Пришло время провести. Сабин, ты поможешь мне? Технику безопасности. Поведение на конференции, на такой серьезной. Просто, девочки, вы как стюардессы, знаете, в самолетах. Вот где у нас exit, а где у нас enter. Come on, и enter, exit. Да-да-да, и... Учим технику безопасности. А также у нас есть mask и seatbelts. Come on. И, маски безопасности. И ремни безопасности. Come on. И mask, seatbelts. Ребят, даже кто сидит с нами. И у нас exit, enter. И mask, seatbelts. Еще разок. И exit. Mask, немного свободного танца. Ваш самолет парит в этом пространстве, в этом медиацентре МИСИС. Готовы? Выученная хореография. Come on. Mask, seatbelts, exit, enter. Mask, seatbelts и exit, enter. Mask, seatbelts еще, exit, enter. Mask, seatbelts еще.
Celebrate good times, come on.
Можно выезжать на гастроли, да? Почему нет? Самолетик полетел. Ваш самолетик полетел, потому что наш уже. Женщины, вы должны знать, что отрываться — это очень важно, чтобы быть успешной. Посмотрите. Успешная женщина, она может себе это позволить. А вы можете себе это позволить? Еще раз делаем. Exit. Enter. Mask. Seatbelts. И exit. Enter. Mask. Come on. И seatbelts. Еще разок. И. Так, потанцевали с нами, теперь будете петь. Эту песню знают все. Монатика знаете? Ты так особенно? А ты? Насколько ты особенно?
Особенно сегодня звезды горят и говорят, а я не вижу их. Занят мой взгляд.
Девчонки, нет выхода, надо идти в зал. Подцепляйтесь к паровозу. Идем. От нас не уйдет никто. С нами, с нами. Это поезд успешных женщин. Но поезд все-таки, поезд он там, в вагончике, да.
Вокруг тебя весь мир кружит. Вокруг тебя весь мир кружит, кружит. Как жить?
Наш состав отправляется на гастроли.
Кружит голову, айдопаду, голову, айдопаду.
Вы думаете, я пошутил?
Кружит голову, айдопаду, голову, да. Дай мне голову кружит.
Все на сцену. Куда, куда, куда? Да.
Так особенно сегодня чувства кипят, так говорят.
Только особенные женщины сегодня на сцене.
Сегодня люди шалят, так говорят, а я не вижу их. Так особенно сегодня звезды горят, так говорят, а я не вижу их. Ведь занят мой взгляд. Эндорфины пошли, фантазия пошли. Что ли чувствами залить, что глаза мозолю. Эндорфины пошли, фантазия пошли. Эй, ты что ли золотом лит? Что глаза мозолю.
Оказалось, вокруг тебя весь мир кружит. Вокруг тебя весь мир кружит. Вокруг тебя весь мир кружит, кружит. Как жить? Кружит голову, айду-паду, голову, айду-паду, Кружит голову, айду-паду, голову, мужской. Уходи. Оказалось вокруг тебя весь мир. 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 Катит. Кружит голову, айду паду. Голову, айду паду. Кружит голову, айду паду. Голову, да. Дай мне.
Было, можем. Беремся за руки. Я предлагаю всем поклончик. По-моему, мы немножко разбавили.
Однозначно.
The
Я думаю, что
microphone
мы
is not
всех
working,
сейчас
I'm
разложили
sorry.
на атомы, собрали сейчас обратно на атомы. Аня, ты невероятная.
Я слово хочу молвить.
Давай. Только быстро, а то мы уже...
Да. Ой, спасибо большое. Я хочу сказать, что нам очень приятно быть здесь. Я руководяюсь я. Я являюсь руководителем, куда говорить-то? К вам? Одного тоже инфлюенсерского движения про музыку, про вокал. Когда мы поем, раскрепощаемся, наше тело высвобождает звук. Я вокалист, педагог, понятно, да? И мы начинаем себя слышать. И тогда я вижу просто невероятнейшие метаморфозы, правильно говорю?
Да. Слышать и чувствовать.
И чувствовать.
Чувствовать.
Трансформация, свобода, раскрепощение и самовыражение.
So
Вот наш
singing is
лозунг.
transformation.
И наш комьюнити достаточно большой. Поэтому я очень рада.
I'm very happy to take part in your today's event. Women Rock. And we are handing over to Janina, and we are starting a similarly exciting session. Thank you, bravo. And we are making the next step. I'd like to ask to bring the chairs back onto the stage. We've had lots of meaningful words. Music plus words and this huge energy. The sound is lost again. I can't hear her. The sound, there is no sound. So I'd like to ask you to welcome Olga, and I'd like to ask Olga to introduce the panelists. Good afternoon again, dear friends. I'd like to say that before we start our super intensive discussion, because it will be a blitz dialogue, I'd like to draw your attention to the word community. If we look at the root of this word, it means that it is common. So, and the word, the prefix co is about partnering. And you remember we were talking about the word that we kept using. Community means an opportunity to be together, an opportunity to be different but achieve a common goal, and to be together, being diverse. And it is about global communities, communities of women, where successful women, having achieved impressive results in science and technologies, in entrepreneurship, can actually share sincerely and their life stories, and we can create our own book of recipes about how each girl, how each woman could be successful in STEM and elsewhere, how to be successful in life. If the happiness of a particular woman is related to STEM, let her be happy. We'll talk about opportunities to create communities and the strengths of communities. We'll talk about what should be done and what should not be done by those who have achieved certain things. And we'll try to derive a formula of successful launching pads for women in STEM and by other means. We'll talk about what a particular lady lacked at the start of her career, what particular hindrances and obstacles she encountered, and what we should aim at. So this is a session of very diverse, magical and attractive ladies at different stages of their careers from different countries. Given that it is going to be an international session, I'd like to actually note that we are switching over to English so that we could maintain a dialogue. Though our panelists speak different languages, but English is their common language. So those of you who are not fluent in English, please make sure that you take interpretation devices.
Session where we will discuss the power of women communities and the reinforcement that they can give and can bring to all girls and women in the world who want to be happy in STEM and not only in STEM. And I'm very privileged to invite all the speakers to the stage, those who are present here: Asma Hanafi from Egypt, Irina Schreiber from Germany, now from France, yes, but actually originally from Russia. And we will have two speakers online, Stilana Madenova and Chiara Kokyara. Stilana represents Bulgaria and Chiara now represents Germany. So we will have four powerful women speakers, all very successful in STEM, and all are at different stages of their career. And we will discuss with them in the format of a blitz interview, I would say, or quick questions and answers, what they faced as obstacles and difficulties on their way when they followed their path. Were they or have they been somewhere demotivated and lost interest and energy, and how they overcame that? Also, what inspired them and what was a quick start for them at the very beginning of their careers. So I'm very happy to start this discussion. We don't have much time, so we'll try to be fast, effective, and very much to the point, right? First of all, I would like to learn from our technical support whether Chiara Kokyara is online now, and we can start with her because she's actually now in the Space Forum, in the middle of a lot of meetings, but with us also because she's a friend of ours, and we collaborated together during the World Festival of Students and Youth, which happened in 2017 in the city of Sochi in Russia. Chiara, are you here with us? Hi. 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 So I would like you, Chiara, please to briefly tell us about your story, who you are in STEM, as you would represent yourself as a girl in STEM, because Chiara is a space explorer, and she is in the rating of the Forbes 30 under 30. Why did it happen to you? Why you got to this rating? And what are you proud about? Tell us a little bit about your career.
Yes. First of all, it's nice to be here at this event. As you mentioned, it is the World Space Week. So if we talk about STEM, it's really an important point today. And personally, it is nice to meet you again, Olga, even if we are far away, but it's nice to be with you again. So yes, I'm an aerospace engineer, but I had an interesting past because at the beginning I studied different subjects. I was more towards art, literature, philosophy, But I still had inside me this dream of being an astronaut and working in the space sector. So at the time that I needed to choose for the university path, then I moved to the aerospace engineering faculty at the University of Pisa. And there essentially everything started. I started to work in a regular path, but in a non-traditional way, let's say. I tried always to look for more ways of improvements, to just not do what is the standard way of being an aerospace engineer. You said, how did I reach Forbes? Actually, this is the message, the main message that I want to give here to everyone. And that's the fact that whenever we do a job, we do not need to stick to what your boss tells us to do. So you need to look for ways that you can improve yourself and you can improve what is around you. You look for ways to fulfill your dreams, to complete your life personally and professionally. And I think these are really the main ingredients for success. Where for success, I don't mean necessarily being on Forbes, but success with yourself, feeling good with who you are and what you're doing in your life.
Thanks a lot, Chiara. If you stay with us, we will get back a little bit later with more questions. I would like now, sure. I would like now to go on with the person who is here in the full presence, in the physical presence on the stage. Actually, a person whom we admire, I think, all over Russia and maybe all over the world. Irina Schreiber, whom you already met, CERN nuclear physicist and head of the School of Scientific Leadership. Irina, being originally Russian and making this global career in STEM, first of all, what stages have you gone through in your career, how it happened to you, and maybe the main goal that inspired you all the time. Why did you go on and on?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Olga. The way is never easy, but it's quite inspiring to be a girl born in Russia in some provincial Russian city, and then to go ahead and reach some global scientific environment, scientific communities. Once I was invited to work in Chicago Fermi National Laboratory. Everyone thinks that Chicago is so far from Russia and it's difficult to reach. And actually, if we dig deeper a little bit, many of universities in Russia and many scientific collaborations, they do connect to universities and to labs outside. Here in Mises, yeah, I just talked to colleagues who as well collaborate with CERN, for example. It's a huge contact between this present university and there, and it's just around us. When I left Russia, and it was 2001, it was difficult. We didn't have such a lot of information. We didn't have internet access available in our pocket. It was difficult to find it. Nowadays, you just need to look for that. If you have your goal, you just go ahead, Google it. And maybe the first link will be already your link. Yes, it won't be easy, but the more difficult it is, the more proud you are of yourself later on. So just do that.
Thanks a lot. This is already very inspiring. And I would like to get back to our virtual community of this session and introduce you to Styliana Mladenova, Head of Nuclear Security Department of Nuclear Energy Center at Kozloduy in Bulgaria. Styliana, being responsible for nuclear security for a young, beautiful girl, what is it like? And what can you tell us about your career? How did it happen to you? What you graduated from and how you got to Kozloduy nuclear station?
First of all, Thank you for invitation. I prefer to be there in person, but next time maybe. I have a master degree in nuclear engineering, first of all. After university, I begin my career in consulting company with thermal, hydraulic, and radiological calculations. But I have always wanted to be in technology, to see the things, how they work and in the real production. And I was so happy when they accepted me as a reactor operator in nuclear power plant. I began as a reactor operator in VVR 440 reactors, but they were permanently shut down at 2007. And I continued to work in VVR 1000 type reactors. I worked there more than 10 years as a senior reactor operator. I have a license for senior reactor operator and it is still valid. I still can work as a senior reactor operator. I also have many trainings all over the world, specialization in USA and South Korea. And 2 years ago, I became a head of the nuclear safety department.
Thanks a lot. Yes, we understand your path. I saw many smiles in the audience. Probably they tried to understand whether they would go through this career path or not. And now I would like to get to our fourth participant who is also here in person. And thanks for that. Special thanks for coming from Egypt in this difficult time. Asma Hanafi, researcher at Energy and Environmental Field, Alexandria University, Egypt. Asma, what is about your way and how did you understand that you would like to become a researcher and why did you choose such a field?
Special thanks for you and for my participation in this incredible film. Actually, it's amazing and I'm so happy for being here. And for career path, I have a lot to say. And not only about my research and as a researcher at Alexandria University, Nuclear and Radiation Engineering Department, but also I'm an activist, environmentalist, and founder Green Society Initiative to raise environmental and sustainability awareness to inspire local community to go green and move to nuclear energy as a clean and sustainable and green source of energy. You know, I can call myself a peaceful nuclear energy ambassador. This is not existing yet, this position or title, but I hope to find it sometime. And yes, it's time to research and go through nuclear energy because it's the future of energy. If you want to speak about digitalization, you speak about decarbonization, you speak about nuclear energy. If you suffer from climate change crisis, then you choose and have to go through nuclear energy. We have to work on public acceptance for nuclear energy. It's clean, and let me say it, there is a beauty in nuclear energy. Yes, I fall in love with nuclear energy.
Yes, we see your big love and also your mission for a better world, environment and green world. And this is your main driver. You see how different motivations for different women drive them to go into science. It so happened that all the four ladies are scientists and more or less connected with nuclear. Although Chiara is connected with space and Mars.
If I allow myself, Olga, I always saying that under the ground, nuclear energy and whatever we do at CERN, it's a lot connected to the space. It's actually, there is a direct connection between two of that, which people usually don't notice or forget about. So it's all really connected.
Good, space in us and we're in space, right? So if it's possible for the technical support to show the slide with the questions in both languages, it's best for our audience to follow us, then it would be very helpful. But nevertheless, it will not be an obstacle for us in any way. We will start to answer the questions in a very short and brief and laconic form so that the ladies in the audience here and everywhere who are following us virtually could have some recipes for their success. So first of all, I would like to address one question to each of you. What obstacles, what difficulties, what challenges have you faced in your way? Maybe one or two that you would like to tell us about and how you managed to overcome it. So I would like probably to start with Irina now, because you seem to have a little bit more experience that you can share, and for the other ladies to think about the main difficulty, the main obstacle, the main challenge that you faced and you managed to overcome, and how.
I think the main obstacles which I found for myself were inside here. First of all, you start to dig deeper into nuclear physics, and you do understand. The more you learn, the less expert you feel yourself. So first one, how to get the new knowledge. You learn. You continue all the time. To become an expert, you have to continue your study all the time. And this is not always easy to feel that you don't understand something. But the second one, which is more internal, this is to fight within yourself, with yourself, that to tell yourself that it's not possible to know everything, to accept yourself the way you are, that you don't know everything, you won't be able to know everything, but the only thing you can do, study and do your best.
Thanks a lot for that. I think this is a very helpful piece of advice, because all the obstacles and all the limits are within and not without. They are inside us, and they are those that keep telling us, you don't do that, you cannot do that, nobody wants you, etc., etc. And another piece of advice that I would really like to share in our book of recipes is constant learning and constant development. So you never stop. Probably the key to this slight inconvenience and fears that you may feel inside yourself, that I don't know so much, or there is a far way to go for me to become someone. When you get to this, as we call it, known incompetence or conscious incompetence, when you understand that you don't know. Then at this point, you need to have one answer. You just need to learn more and more every day. You need to go forward and forward. This is the way to overcome. Okay, thank you very much. Asma, now this question to you. What obstacles have you faced? What difficulties have you met? And how have you managed to overcome them?
It's a lot of struggles being a female, Muslim, Arab, African, live in the Middle East. And actually, once I graduated, my father passed away. And that's make me choose and select, career path, it's not a straight line. It's always ups and downs, and you have to setting more goals, not any goals, but smart one, and that's make me go through business administration. After that, back to what I love. This is gaining my diploma in advanced nuclear power plants, and now I registered for master degree. And the most challenging and most thing can motivate me, that's my birthday in 8th of March. Do you know what is referring
So
to?
symbolic.
Yes, it's International Women Day. So I'm lucky enough to have and giving birth in the same day of International Women Day. That's motivate me. Also traveling. Traveling, explore the world, cross culture, think globally and act locally. It's good. And the key of success is be the change, and change come from inside to outside. So yes, if you have this self-awareness, if you keep in your career development, learning and learning, let me get it from your speech, you will find the success. Finding the success, you can do it. Just think positive, just be the change and lead the change, and feel how to can adapt with change. Don't listen to who can be says you cannot able to do, or such struggles from community or from others. No, just listen to yourself and trust in yourself and be the change, lead the change, and you can do it.
Thanks a lot. I think that you're very much in line with what Irina said about the limits and obstacles in your head. But here, if you don't like something, dear ladies, please don't wait for someone to change it. You are the change. If you like to change something, then you can do that yourself. Being your resource for yourself. So we will swap now to our dear participants online, and I would like to ask Chiara, being a space explorer, definitely you faced some challenges, and definitely you've had to overcome some obstacles. So what obstacle that you've overcome, what restriction or what challenge would you like to share with us? And maybe your recipe or your advice, how you coped with that.
Yes, you're right. And I faced many challenges. And I think actually each of us face challenges on a daily basis. Actually, this recalls an episode that happened to me when during an interview quite a few years ago, a recruiter asked me a question regarding challenges. And then she said, but from your CV, it doesn't really look like you faced a big one. And that's not true at all, because sometimes what we see is just the outcome of challenges that we have faced behind what we see then in the end. And from an engineering perspective, I saw multiple challenges. Clearly, during the simulation on Mars, the challenges were bigger because we were completely alone there. We were isolated in the middle of the desert in Utah. And you realize in that moment that just depends on you. And maybe just by taking an engineering approach, you start to break down the problem into smaller problems. And you try to prioritize, and you try to see what you can do first and how can you make your life easier somehow. And generically, I think there are other bigger problems, and we work in an environment, whether it's space or nuclear, we know that we work in a team, and we work with many people, and it is a quite competitive environment. And some of the challenges in our environment are not only linked to a technological point of view, but you see that also comparing with people, then you face many challenges. And among these, joining the two aspects that I just mentioned, it is unbelievable that when we talk about progress, we talk about technology, there are many people that you would not believe how resilient they are to the change. To the way that the progress should really work. And that's a big challenge because it's not just for you, but it becomes a challenge for the team and for the mission that you work with. And this is really something important that I think all of us face, even if it's not always said openly.
Thanks, Chiara. I think that the most valuable recommendation here for the majority of our audience who are following us is that when you see a problem that seems really huge, then all you need to do is to cut it into smaller pieces and understand what very specific small steps you can make now to approach the aims that you would like to achieve. And this works every time. I also can testify myself that every time I don't know what to do, I try to answer myself a question, what first step I can make now, and what's really tangible for me, affordable for me, what I can do right now myself. And after that, somehow, miraculously, I can see other steps and move forward. Thanks a lot. And Stilyana, if you're together with us online, the same question to you. What main obstacle have you faced and how have you overcome it?
For me, the biggest challenge is how to balance between my personal and my professional life. For example, my younger daughter was only 29 days. It is less than 1 month old when I went back to work. And working on shifts, it is so many holidays, Christmas, Easters, and so on. I was at work and not at home instead of making cookies at home. It is my choice. I don't regret. I try to compensate. I prefer quality than quantity. I try to make every minute with my children to be pleasant and to have a fun time. I think that the children prefer attention than 3 types of meal or clean house.
Okay, Stilyana, thanks a lot. I think you raised a very important issue for every woman and girl to have this balance between the professional and business life and career and personal life, work and life balance. And Stilyana's advice is quality against quantity. So if we can devote quality time to our families, or if we can really do quality things together, being really with them all the short times which we have, then you can balance. And now I will switch to our second key question that I think would be helpful to know about and to learn the answers from our participants. Which sources of energy, maybe what people or what events in your life motivated you, inspired you, and became something very important due to what you've made important decisions, due to what you've done some vital things in your lives and careers, your sources of inspiration, people, events, other things. And I would like to ask Asma now to start this.
The most challenging for me and most motivation, as I explained before, traveling, but now I will tell you my secret. My secret is I always used to make it for my personal life and for my business and research career. It's SWOT analysis.
SWOT?
Strengths, weakness, points, and opportunities and threats. That's good to be honest with yourself and speak about strengths points. What's your strength point? You have to find it. For me, I found it, it's making, I'm a social, and I'm looking forward to add a value and be happy. That's my strength points. For my weakness points, I was working all the time to catch the deadline. It's always the matter and big issue to catch the deadline. If you don't have a time frame for anything you do, you will never do it. Okay, I can do it by tomorrow. Okay, I can do it after tomorrow. And this cannot be done if you don't have a frame of time or deadline. So work on your deadline and try to catch it and make it your strength point instead of weakness point. And for opportunities, I see the future of energy is nuclear. Then if you was searching for career path or your science or technology or even what can I do in the market, you can select and pick nuclear energy. And for the last thing is that threats, maybe it's public acceptance, but we have the power to work in raising and grassroots for public acceptance for nuclear energy. Thank you.
I see, Asma, that you really like technologies, not only engineering, not only nuclear, not only green, but social and humanitarian technologies. Because I noticed that in the beginning of your speech, you said that you would like to use the ambitious goals, which are, of course, SMART goals. Yes. Now you are using SWOT analysis as a source of your inspiration. So this is very interesting approach. I think that somebody can look at it more seriously. And now, Irina, well, the same question to you. What inspiration, motivation sources have you faced, have you met in your life, and maybe there still are there, maybe some people, some teachers, or some events?
No, absolutely. In general, of course, it's easy to say that when you see the result, you're inspired. But what result means for me, it's a different question. When I see people coming around and when I see that they are changing together with me, we are always influencing each other. This inspires me a lot, and I'm ready to move forward. As I said, the way is not easy, and very important thing for me, the support from my dear ones, from my friends, from my family. You cannot do it alone. It's a difficult task to do, and you need people who will support you. Whether you fail or you win, you need this support always. And one of the very important things as well, the role model, the person whom you really like, who is for you an example of what not really you want to be. I don't want to be a replica of some other person. I want to stay myself. But the person who reached something in my field, or even in some different field, but who inspires you. You look at her or at him and think, gosh, I want to be the same. Not in sense that repeat it, but I want to be able to communicate like that, to achieve the results like this person. And it really helps. So family, your role model, and the results coming from the people, not just from some technical stuff, which also inspirational, but people give you more.
Yeah, so I think it's very important to see how rewarding what you do, what you devote to other people may be. So when you talk about the results, it's not what you can achieve in a scientific field, or for example, some technical device that you managed to invent, etc., etc. But also the feedback from people, which is very important. And of course, role models and support. Endless support from your family and the encouragement that you can
and
get.
Unconditional, right?
And the unconditional love and endless support. Okay, well, thanks a lot. And now I would like to get back to our online participants of the panel with the same question. Your sources of inspiration, your recommendations for our audience, for our participants, how to find these sources of inspiration and this motivation to do your scientific career, to do what you like. I would like to address first to Stiliana and then to Chiara.
Okay, maybe my source of inspiration is stubbornness. I'm a fourth girl in my family. I was the last chance for a boy for my parents. All my life I tried to prove that to have a girl is not a curse. The girls could achieve almost everything. And I also was lucky to meet people who believed in me, and despite being a woman, give me a chance to prove that I footwork, and they teach me.
So the right stubbornness, I think, is a good source too. Not only unconditional love from your close ones, but the stubbornness to prove everyone that you are right, and the right to fight for your happiness. I think it's also a very interesting and exciting role model, isn't it? Chiara, what about you?
Yes, Olga, I'm going last. So many people already mentioned the many important things here, and I like to connect with most of these. Especially, I can count always on my family and my parents, and my brother, and now my husband as well. These are people that really wish you the best. They will tell you critical feedback in a positive and a negative way. And that's the main thing that you can get in your life. And many times it happens we talked about challenges, and not only external challenges, but also challenges with ourselves. And it happens to all of us that we doubt about our capabilities, about the direction where we are going. And it is really important to have people there that are able to support you and remind you of what you can do and how you can do that. What are your dreams? Because really going back to everything is what you want to do and trying to achieve it the best that you can. And I think in life, we talked about role models, and I think we need to have two types of role models. And we need to have a professional one and a personal one. And of course, for an aspiring astronaut like me, role models would definitely be astronauts, and in particular Umberto Guidoni in Italy, now Samantha Cristoforetti are really inspiring people for me. But also from the personal point of view, then my family is the best role model that I could have. So if from an engineering perspective, I want to achieve certain goals, from a personal perspective, they are the people that I really want to be.
Thanks, Chiara. It's very important when you have people looking in one direction, when you have a variety of role models in different areas in your personal life as well. And dear ladies, my last question, because the time is running very fast and we need to be very laconic answering that, but probably it's the most important questions. Actually, together with our colleagues from Rosatom and also the non-commercial partnership that we represent here, Energy for the Future, we are thinking of a special system of support and development for girls in different countries of the world that want to pursue scientific and technological careers. And we would like to be a great resource and motivation and support for them everywhere, building a global community of women who are already successful or making the first successful steps in their careers in STEM. And to get there and to really understand what is needed for every girl and woman who would like to become a scientist, a technological entrepreneur, or who would like just to be in some traditionally non-woman activities and spheres, we would like to find a so-called formula or recipe or very practical and pragmatical means of support and steps to help them over, disregard what country they're from. So this question, that's why it is very important, is about what specific things, what specific measures of support, what practical advice might you have got when you were a girl at school, in a family, at the university, when you were making your choices in your career, when you were making your life choices, whether to get married now or to have your thesis at the moment. So maybe you could think of and come up with 3 very practical things that could be a real support or could have been a real support to you yourself and to other girls who may pursue or dream of pursuing scientific and technological careers. I would like to start with Irina now, because I know that she has something to tell us.
When I was a student and participated in the physics conference, my first step in nuclear physics. I had a coffee with Professor Hoft, a Nobel Prize winner, and I was really afraid to give a speech during this conference, during this school. And he looked at me and said, Irina, the choice is yours. You can do that, you cannot do that, no one will force you. But think about that. If you don't do that, you know the result right now, it's 0. If you do that, you can definitely change something. So you have to move forward with small steps, or big steps, whatever is your choice. But to change something, you have to do something. And I think this is the most important thing for me, driving motor. And I wouldn't go through 3 of them, if you allow me, Olga, because we have other 3 participants. But do something, just do that.
Well, this is the most important, to always say yes to opportunities and chances, because you always know what will happen when you say no, nothing. But when you say yes, something will happen, something will come out of it, and at least you will know more about yourself. But there should always be a person, like your professor, who would tell you about that, who would motivate you, and who would say go. So people who are older and more experienced around you, maybe your professors, maybe your tutors who can support you, right?
Role model.
Yes, thank you. Asma, what about you? Maybe 1, 2, or 3 things really crucial to be successful for different girls all over the world and for yourself.
Let me say you can search and never give up if you get rejected or you didn't catch the opportunity. Try to register again and again and again. I just remember my participation in Forsage 2016. It was amazing international forum for young engineers and industrialists. And also when I participated in something like Science Festival, and also Nuclear Week and Sustainability Week. So find that opportunity and register. And even if you get rejected, never give up. Register again and again and search, and you will find your dream by scholarships, by participating in something like forums, conferences. If you can travel and participate in some interactive workshops, seminars, do it. Even if it is online, there is a power of communication, listening to successful stories. In every story, there is something adding value and experience sharing. You can get a lesson from it.
Thanks a lot. I think this is a very good advice and motivation for everyone to take part in all kinds of contests, in all kinds of forums, events, conferences, whatever they are, online or offline, international or not. Be part of it, because also through that you will be a part of some communities and you will build your network. And from that network you will see some stories that would inspire you. And for us, as a recommendation, this is more scholarships, more events, more conferences and contests for girls in STEM. Thanks a lot. And our dear online participants, Chiara, what would you recommend for girls all over the world to be successful in STEM, and what maybe helped specifically you, or what you wanted for you to be there, but there was not such an opportunity at your time?
Yes, Olga, before giving my winning formula, let's say, I would like to make a general comment and really appreciate what Rosatom does in the meaning to promote science generically. Because science nowadays, it's really interconnected. We talk about space, which is my field, but we cannot talk about Mars without a nuclear propulsion, for example. And we do not talk about nuclear propulsion without physicists behind it and chemistry. So really promoting science in general, it's something that each of us should do independently from the sector where we work, but promoting STEM in general. And then going to my personal experience, if I would give an advice to a young woman to achieve the dreams, my winning formula would be based mainly on the first one, that is follow your dreams. So do what you like to do, and not just because you need to do that. Only in this way you can achieve big success. The second one is that you should never stop. You should always consider each achievement that you reach, not as the end, but as the beginning for the next step. And the last thing is that you should not only look at yourself, but look about the good that you can do with your work and with your person. So these would be the advices that I would give.
Thanks a lot. I think it's very important for not only girls, but for every person to understand who you are and what good you can do to this planet, and also to understand your borders and what makes you happy. But here, in terms of recommendations, I think every girl, every person should have someone around who could help them understand who they are and what they should do in their lives to be happy. And the last comment from Stilana, and I think that we're rounding up the session. Stilana, what thing you would recommend or you would do in a program that we're thinking of for girls all over the world to be successful in STEM?
Okay, I will mention two things. One is, the first one is that in the history we have many good examples of women which are very successful in physics and chemistry. And the second is a recommendation. Sometimes you could be at a dead end and you are afraid that you want to stop and not do it anymore. Then just make small steps ahead and your success. Just make it in small steps.
Thanks a lot. We again come to the topic of small steps, and also we need to understand how to make these small steps and which they are, where we also need some kind of partnership and support. Well, dear ladies, thank you very much. I hope that this session was valuable, not only for the audience, offline and online, but also for all of us, because women communities, especially women global communities, are those who always interchange knowledge and sometimes make this knowledge numerous and twice and 10 times more valuable for each person who is there in a community. Thank you very much, and we're out of the time. And a special thanks for our guests from Bulgaria and Germany, Kara and Stilana, for being with us all this time, and for Irina and Asma and all of us. Thanks a lot. We'll be with you.
Большое спасибо, по-настоящему международная сессия, прекрасное модерирование, и вы знаете, прекрасный уровень английского, и вообще это здорово, когда женщины раз и переключились на английский, раз и переключились на...
We've been talking about us being serious and light-headed, being high-spirited, smart and beautiful. There are internal barriers that everyone has, but overcoming such barriers is what our happiness depends on. And what is limitless in the world of knowledge? What is it? Irina was talking about microcosm, and there's the universe, and we could not but cover this inspirational fantasy that inspires not only girls, not only boys, but girls as well. And I'd like to invite the moderator of the next session, because today we do not debate a lot. We are on the same page. We keep stirring up the fire that we ignited at the beginning, and we are warmed by that fire. In outer space, please allow me to invite Alyona Kuzmenko, who is not only a great and sincere person, a person of, but she's also an influential person who has set up an influential charitable foundation that changes the lives of hundreds of people. But she's also she also represents the company that shoots a virtual reality film. Alena Kuzmenko. Dear friends, my greetings to everyone, and I'm happy to see familiar and new faces. And today we are going to rock with wonderful ladies. Daria Chudna, Deputy CEO of Success Rockets, a private Russian space corporation. We have Svetlana Lebedeva, who is an associate with the Russian Academy of Sciences, an inventor. And we have Maria Danilova, who is a research associate with the Central Research Institute for Machine Building. She is the head of a council of young researchers and professionals. Actually, speaking about outer space, it began in a very unusual way in my life. It started with my getting acquainted with Nicole Stott, and we actually sent. And we actually work with children suffering from cancer, and we had a film shot at the International Space Station that received an award. These are the girls who are with us. And of course, the outer space, the space is a source of inspiration, as we are inspired by exemplary women from the space industry, aerospace industry. I actually never could imagine that I would moderate a session with such ladies, and I do not actually. Daria Chudna is the person who talks about space in such a way that I'd like to fly into space. Daria, could you please start? Dear friends, hello. Good afternoon to those who are watching the broadcast. Of course, 10 minutes are not enough to tell you about a stellar or cosmic women, but I'd like to use this 10 minutes to tell you that I currently work for a private space company, but I spent 10 years in the Moscow Museum of Cosmonautics. And each day I was inspired and I was falling in love with space. And it is very hard to get out of it once to fall out of love. And the people I met and the women I talked to were so inspiring that I understood that I had chosen the right path. And these are the ladies I'm going to talk about. There are many more of them. I'm just sharing a few examples for you to understand that it is not always people with technical background who work in space. Do you know how many women flew into space? Women from the Soviet times and in our modern days. Do you know the number of women? Okay, 3. Are there any other answers? Okay, 5. We had 4 women cosmonauts before Julia Peresilda. Let's talk about them. This is the interstellar team of four: Valentina Tereshkova, Svetlana Savitskaya, Yelena Kondakova, and Yelena Sirova. How come that those women flew into space? How did they understand? How did they realize that life had prepared space for them? Valentina Tereshkova was born in the city of Yaroslavl, and at one point in time she learned that there was an aero club in Yaroslavl. She got interested, she joined the club, she started training there, and she managed to do 90 parachute jumps, and people were jumping at night and even landing on the river Volga. This was something exceptional, and Valentina realized that this was something she wanted to do. Nothing stopped her, no challenges stopped her. And in 1961, the first man flew into space. It was Yuri Gagarin, and after his flight, the government started thinking about setting up a women space crew. It was set up in 1962, and on the 16th of June 1963, the first woman flew into space. We remember that Yuri Gagarin said his famous words, "Off we go." And not everyone knows what Valentina said. She quoted Vladimir Mayakovsky. She said, "High heaven, take off your hat. I'm going to you." Svetlana Savitskaya, the first woman who walked in the outer space. When Gagarin flew in into space, she was 12 years old. And actually, there were two options: an aero club or a parachute club. And she flew into space twice. She flew in 1984 and 1984. And she flew to the Salyut space station. There was a very interesting experiment. She used a special welding device in outer space for the first time in the world. No one had done it before. And by the way, this device is in the Moscow Museum of Cosmonautics. Yelena Kondakova was the first woman who spent more than 6 months in outer space. She flew into space in 1994, and this was a very interesting story. When she flew into outer space, she actually she was with Vladimir Polyakov, who was a road breaker. And when he was told that Yelena Kondakova was flying to him, he said, "Oh, come on, now I'll have to shave and I cannot swear. There will be a lady on board." And the fourth cosmonaut lady, Yelena Sirova, the first lady who was on board of the International Space Station. I remember her before her flight because she visited us once. She told us about how they were trained and about her dream. At the end of the day, I'll talk about inspiration and about dreams. All these ladies were going to achieve their dreams. And speaking about those women who are members of the space crew, we have only one. That's Anna Kikina. Her life has been extraordinary. She has 2 degrees. Before she joined the cosmonaut crew, she was a radio anchor at the Altai radio station. She was working in an area that was completely unrelated to space. And let's wish Anna every success. She is scheduled to fly next autumn. Hopefully everything will be all right. But not only those people who were in outer space make a big influence on this industry. There is a very important group of people, actually those people who never flew into space. Valentina Ponomaryova, for example, went through the same path, and she was her stunt double or backup. And actually, the main thing that she was afraid of was the centrifuge, which was very challenging, and they actually arrived much earlier, and they tried to actually turn their heads at a very fast pace. And someone told Valentina that lemons helped reduce unpleasant sensations, and Ponomaryova's friends started bringing lemons to her. I'm telling you these stories to enliven what I'm talking about. Another story that is very inspirational. We all know about the Institute of Medical and Biological Problems. We have a representative of that institute, and actually, as part of that of their work, they simulate flights to various planets. And in 2015, there was a project that was called Moon 2015. The crew was 100% female. The flight was 8 days long, and they had to check how that confined space would impact women's bodies. And so I talked to all members of that crew, and they are so so inspired, so passionate, and I should say that they are really inspired by what they're doing. So another job that is somewhat removed from technology. Galina Balashova. This is the person who designed, who did the interior design for the Soyuz spaceship. And if you go to the Soyuz spaceship exhibition, and you will see the interior design. Anastasia, she was a Moscow University student, and she learned about a meeting with Baturin. The meeting was about space journalism, and she loved it, and eventually she took part in the Mars 2 project and serious experiment. And when we get together with Nastya, I understand that she is someone who cannot even think about her life without outer space. And so a cosmic nurse, Roxana Batsmanova, she is the person who welcomes cosmonauts upon return in the Kazakhstan steppe. Actually, I think I saw her, the last time I saw her was in 2019 when cosmonauts landed. Well, it looks like she's not directly related to outer space, but she is. Surrounded by space. July this year was associated with the great space race of entrepreneurs. We know Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos flying into space, and Jeff Bezos invited an American pilot, Wally Funk, who had been trained as part of the first program for preparation of women astronauts. 60 years passed since those times, and she had nothing to do with the crew. And at an age of 82, she fulfilled her dream, and she saw our planet from the outer space. This is amazing. And in conclusion, we can say a lot about astronauts, but perhaps I'll talk about only one. This is Annalie Fisher, the first space mother. There was a meeting at the Museum of Cosmonautics, and this is a picture that has gone down into history. And just an anecdote to complete my story. The 8th of March 1971, our lunar spaceship was on the surface of the moon, and there was that huge number 8 that was drawn, and the satellite that was flying around the moon took a picture of it, and this was printed out. And the men in their team said that it was a gift a present to all ladies on the 8th of March. Thank you very much. You actually breathed life into outer space for all of us, and we have wonderful ladies with us today, and I'm sure that even more people would like to link their lives to outer space. We have Maria Danilova today. Maria, good afternoon. You are working for a Roscosmos research lab. How did you end up there? We understand that if outer space enters your life, it never exits it. How did it happen in your case? It is hard to challenge this maxim, this statement, when you have something to do with the outer space. A piece of it stays in your heart forever. So we are based in the town of Korolyov, and it is clear, it is well known that it is the cradle of our cosmonautics. I was born in the town of Khimki in the vicinity of Moscow, and I think that cosmonautics surrounded me since childhood. But I never planned to actually spend my life working for the outer space research. But the thing that influenced me was my education. I received a master's degree from the Moscow Institute of Physics, majoring in data analysis and data management. And this is useful in every sphere, and it is these are the kind of skills that are in high demand in space exploration, and we do special research in space exploration, and I think that this is one of most exciting areas, and we plan our space flights in 2030 and 2040, and this allows us to dream. Speaking about dreaming, where are we going to fly to in 2030, 2040? We are working closely with the international community, and everyone is looking at the moon, and similar to our US colleagues, we would like to fly to the moon, and there are all everything that is needed is being developed. After 2040, we are looking forward to the Mars, to asteroids, and remote flights. But of course, we need to conquer technologies needed to fly to the moon so that we could fly to more remote planets. Thank you. Is it difficult to be a girl in your area? Well, perhaps with all other conditions being equal, I do not think there is a lot of difference. It is difficult for everyone because it is one of the most high-tech industries, and it is one of the industries where accuracy, being careful, and being an expert in computation are of maximum importance. And I think men and women are in the same boat in this case. And perhaps the most important thing is to be engaged and not to forget that research is an area where we keep developing throughout our lives. And even after 5, 10, 15 years in the industry, we understand that there is so much to do and to learn because it is a lifeline occupation. Thank you. Maria, you are a researcher. Are there any other opportunities for creativity, for self-fulfillment? As I say, if someone has a lot of initiative, it is not difficult to find where to apply it. There are lots of ideas and opportunities to implement them. And it always happens in life that your ideas are realized in this or that way. You just need to think about them, and somehow they will be implemented. Even in my area, I did research that was not related to added reality, but we are currently embarking on learning and development projects. And I've been already teaching school children in the city of Korolyov, and as a volunteer, I work with children who have eyesight problems, and we arranged excursions for them, and actually we allowed those children to touch everything. Because if someone is visually impaired, it is important for them to touch things with their own hands. And 2 years ago, we developed an exhibition complex. At one point in time, it seemed unfair that we were building very large-scale plans, and no one saw them. And we wanted to demonstrate our plans, our grandiose plans, in an impressive way. And and we managed to take part in the Le Bourget exhibition, and this year we've developed an added reality complex, which is located at the exhibition of economic achievements, VDNH, in Moscow. You can visit the Cosmonautics and Aviation Pavilion. Thank you for your humanitarian mission and for making outer space accessible to children to whom it is important. And it is one of the most important missions. As Nicole says that we are all members of the Planet Earth crew, and we are the real members of this crew. Thank you very much. Thanks to such wonderful girls, we launch spaceships and will keep launching them. Svetlana, over to you. We've known each other for some time, and as Daria has said, there were but a few women who flew into space in our country. Now the fifth woman is on board our space station. But if we look at space research, then there are quite a lot of ladies who are not in the limelight. Can you tell us how you ended up where you are? How did space draw you? Well, I represent the Institute of Medical and Biological Problems. I am a clinical psychologist, but my path started when I was a student. I took up archery. Everyone thought that it was something frivolous. I was already an adult, and all of a sudden I realized that this was something that I always liked. Actually, when I was a girl, I used makeshift archers to shoot, but to say makeshift bows. And you know, we should never listen to people when they say that this is something that is not for us. And this archery actually inspired me to think about what I also loved in addition to psychology. I always loved robotics and outer space. And given my educational background, I joined the center, and I am not sorry for a single minute in airspace medicine, because I'm surrounded by passionate people, I'm surrounded by real science and research, and I understand that we are at the cutting edge of science research, and the bigger challenges we face and overcome, the closer the future is, and we are making lives on Earth easier. Actually, there are always trailblazers who actually show the way to everyone else, and thus I became a psychologist researcher, and the institute I'm working for is the oldest institute dealing with medical support of space flights. Everything that relates to space medicine is done by us, starting with animals and plants and space pilots. And it means that on the ground, we have to develop ways to adapt to space flights and to extreme conditions. And this is where we are working, and we study adaptation to zero gravity fields, and we have centrifuges. We have an isolation complex at the Polezhaevskaya metro station, which looks like a large modular international spaceship section, and this is where the Mars 500 experiment was held. It is now quoted in various videos, and it is quoted by magazines, professional magazines, and we managed to simulate and create equipment that is currently being used at the actual International Space Station. So we managed to design and create things that are used in outer space, and we have dry inversion as the best simulator of zero gravity. So actually, if we look at parabolic flights, zero gravity is but for several seconds, and dry immersion is a bath with a film, and an individual is submerged and floats in a zero gravity field to adapt to this condition. And actually there are many systems in our bodies that depend on gravitation. You will be surprised how much we have to adapt, but we are very adaptive, and this is what my life has shown, and my practical experience has shown. There used to be researchers who experimented with their own bodies before they train space pilots, and we even had our own medical space crews who flew into space, and actually there were 4 women in that crew, though they didn't fly into space, but they have the titles. And I can tell you that I am one of the representatives of this noble group of researchers. And unfortunately, we do not have a dedicated structure at our institute, but we understand our research themes or research areas, and we are strong enough to experiment with our own bodies. What I admire is that you're not only a scientist and researcher, but you experiment using yourself. What did you devise in dry immersion? Could you please share your breakthrough discovery to help women adapt in outer space? Well, this is a question about dry immersion. The point is, in 2020, we conducted the first dry immersion with a woman. This experiment is almost 50 years old, and it is an international model that is used in different environments. The longest dry immersion was 50 days in the Soviet days and Soviet times. But what prevented the people to experiment with women for 50 years? Women were flying into space, but there were no experiments to look at adaptation in a controlled environment. And in 2020, we practically won that race. Jointly with French researchers, we tried to conduct dry immersion of women. Maybe because of coronavirus and COVID-19 restrictions, we managed to do it ahead of them. So this is a bath filled with water, and a human is placed on a film and is submerged, and that person cannot leave that bath. The only time when they have to leave that bath is for hygienic purposes, to actually replace the sheet, and the point is that everything was simple. During 50 years, people could not devise a solution how ladies could urinate without leaving the bath. And certain things are related to women's bodies are perceived that they're too challenging, and this is used as an excuse to explain why there are so few women cosmonauts. And generally, not only in this country but elsewhere, women were perceived as difficult targets for study because of cycles, because a women's body is something that is hard to cope with. But in actual fact, it is the question of initiative and of being bold. This courage made me become a medical psychologist in space exploration, and I wanted to take part in dry immersion as a woman. When I learned that it was not accessible to women, I immediately challenged it and said, why? And when I learned this awkward detail, uncomfortable detail, and we have to understand that the gravity physiology lab that conducts these experiments used to be led by women, and there were more women than men. And many of them wanted to actually experiment with dry immersion, but couldn't, and this helped, and it was not possible. And now I designed a solution that is published in the Frontier Physiology, describing the results of our experiment that showed that women adapt to zero gravity much faster than men. And so there is no problem with women adapting and flying into space and maybe living elsewhere, not only the Earth. If we think of ourselves as a cosmic, as an interstellar civilization, then why not? Women have to do that together with men. We are very similar, and we supplement each other in different ways. If there are challenges, if there are barriers to achieve what you want, actually try to stop thinking about something that is awkward or uncomfortable to find a breakthrough. Thank you very much, Svetlana, for your courage, for going into this taboo sphere. And I do hope that thanks to your invention, more women will fly into space. Thank you very much. Daria, you inspired us with outer space. Let's move on. You are an actress and a journalist, and outer space is a romantic sphere. But there are lots of technologies. How did you become engaged in it? How did you end up in a private space company? Thank you for your question. I'll start answering it. Please stop me because I can go on endlessly. I'd like to build up on what Svetlana has said about isolation experiments. Svetlana mentioned an experiment that was called A Year on Board a Spaceship. If you are interested in it, I do recommend that you watch a documentary under the same name. And it is a story about that a year-long experiment, and this space is preserved as a museum. So that's the first point. And the second point, further to what Svetlana has said about dry immersion. I'd like to remind you that if we go back to the first days of space flights, the first dogs who flew into space were girls, were females, and you can read about it as to why it was so. Alena, going back to your question, sorry for interrupting you. Daria wrote a book, A Dog in Space. So you can also add Daria's book that became one of bestsellers. It is on the list of recommended literature for children. I buy it and taking advantage of our acquaintance, I ask Daria to sign it. I tried to tell the story of all dogs who were trained and prepared for suborbital flights. It turned out that there was a lot of material about it, but no one told the story. And there are no analogs. It is a valuable material that was preserved by the people who worked with those animals. Now, the question, how come that I graduated from a faculty of journalistics and ended up in a private space company? I'm actually, my father, he works in aviation, and he said that I should enter the aviation institute. And then I said, I want to be on stage. They did not allow me to enter a theater institute, and the compromise was the journalistic faculty. So I got enrolled. I graduated from it. I taught Russian, started teaching Russian as a sophomore. I worked as a journalist. And I worked on the Zvezda TV channel, and then I was a radio anchor. Then I started working as a press secretary and in PR. And at one point in time, I realized that it was cool, but I did not feel that I was doing something serious or important. I was lacking a great mission, inspiration stories, and I was invited to an interview by the Moscow Museum of Cosmonautics press service. And I remember going there, going through the exhibit, and I remember that when I was going upstairs, I felt that it was something, that it was a landmark event. And I spent 7 years and a half talking to space pilots and to people who worked in aerospace. And I realized that this was something that kept me awake at night, because I kept thinking about the things I heard. And having spent 7 years and a half, I was there. I was invited to work for a private space company. It's called Success Rockets. I cannot say that it is the only private company, but there are very few of them. When I tell people that I work for a private space company, I hear two responses. Those who are in the know, they say, do we really have private space companies? And there are people who are not in the know, and they say, wow, you're like Elon Musk. And we say, not quite, or to be exact, we are not like that, because private space companies are in the bud, and we do need every support, support from individual people, from journalists, from everyone. And we are grateful to people for for giving us support. And I can tell you what we are doing as a private space company. We have three major areas. We are dealing with super light rocket launches. These are the launches to launch space rockets, and well, plus we have the space data analysis as another area of our business. Speaking about super light rockets, we are the only company in this country that does it. Plus, the third area is satellites. No one is dealing with super light rockets but us. That is very exciting. Everything which relates to private space companies, in particular in the light of Richard Branson, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos flights. What do you think? What are the opportunities that private space companies have? When are we going to have launches? It's a very difficult question. Speaking about private space companies, it is very hard to say. We know that there were companies who did exactly what you're talking about. They wanted to actually carry tourists to the orbit. We did not even want to go there, but I think that it is a matter of the next decade. I just want to believe in it. We'll look forward to the point in time when we fly into space like we fly on board planes. I am confident and convinced that the outer space and private space development, all that goes through the process that computers went through. At one point in time, it was something very sophisticated, something that was not accessible to the majority of people, whereas now everyone has PCs, laptops, and what does Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson tell us? The outer space will gradually become closer and closer to all of us, and each individual feels that the space becomes closer to him and her. Thank you. You have had a meandering career path to land in a private space company. Well, I guess it is not possible for everyone to repeat it, but how can a girl do that? You introduced me as an actress. In actual fact, in parallel with working in space, I entered a theater training course, and I actually was hired by a theater, and there was at one point in time you have to choose this or that. I kept procrastinating, and then I decided that as long as I can combine things, I'll keep combining my job and playing. And I do encourage girls to write to us, not only men. And people ask us questions about available vacancies. If girls are interested in being employed by us, do send us your CVs. Currently, we have about 40 people, those who are our FTEs, full-time employees, and those who are our contractors and are employed part-time. Of course, we do need people who would like to work in the industry. You can write to us via social networks, or you can send us your CV by email. Great. Guys, remember Success Rockets. Please do send your CV. Daria and the colleagues are waiting for everyone inspired by outer space. I can tell you that even if you do not have a proper CV, if you are taking your first steps, we'll be happy to have interns, people who would like to get immersed in outer space. Yes, we do take a limited number of interns, but in the first half of October, we are going to launch our suborbital rocket. If you would like to get soaked up in private space development in Russia, you're welcome. Well, outer space is about cooperation, and I think this is true about all of us. Our international space station has partners from 16 countries, and this is the key to success. And we have Nicole Stott, who sent her address to us. She is an artist and an Earth dweller. It is from the US.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicole Stott. I am a retired NASA astronaut, aquanaut, artist, and now author, and most importantly, a mom. Really happy to be here with you today. And I am, as a mom, thankful to my own parents who shared what they loved with me, that inspiration to figure out what I was curious about, what I wanted to learn more about. And growing up, I discovered that I wanted to learn more about how things fly and flying myself, and went off to school to study aeronautical engineering and discovered there, if you want to know how airplanes fly, why would you not want to know how rocket ships fly? Which, long story short, led me to working as a NASA engineer on both the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station program, and then very fortunately as a NASA astronaut. As a NASA astronaut, I was able to fly in space twice. I spent a little over 104 days living and working across 2 missions on the Space Shuttle and the International Space Station. And some of the highlights for that for me were working with the international crew, representing over 15 different countries as part of our one crew. And certainly the opportunity to look out the window and appreciate our home planet from space, and to realize that, yes, we live on a planet. We are all Earthlings, and the only border that matters is that thin blue line of atmosphere that blankets and protects us all. So happy to have been able to learn that from that very special perspective, but want to share with you that you all should pay attention to those 3 lessons every day. I hope that you will. They are the key, I think, for all of us understanding the interconnectivity of everything and everyone on the planet that we share, and for becoming crewmates, not passengers, here on Spaceship Earth. I wish you all the best.
I'll send regards to Nicole from all of us, and she's a great example of a girl who was curious to learn about how rockets fly, and then she had 2 space flights, and that experience transformed her mind, and she set up a foundation and children with suffering from cancer draw pictures, and those pictures are sent to the International Space Station. Ladies, thank you very much, and your example is very representative. It is not a must that you should become an astronaut or a cosmonaut. There are lots of jobs and areas where you can work, and I'd like you to share your wishes. Be bold, dream away, and if there are obstacles, overcome them. Do not give up as long as those obstacles are there. I'd like to continue this thought by saying that you need to do things. You need to be proactive, and judging by experience, I understand that those who try will succeed. And I used to build the press service from ground zero, from scratch. And when you start, you think that it would never, you would never succeed. But every morning when you get up, you keep doing, and then you turn back and say, wow, this was the path I covered. So keep working and move on. I'd like to share a motto that I use as my own motto, which is success is inevitable. No matter what you do, success is inevitable. You need to develop, you need to learn continuously, learn different things, communicate. You have to attend conferences, network, try to communicate with international communities. That actually raises the bar even higher. And who knows what kind of projects you may land in. Experience is the most interesting thing we can acquire. I wish you every success, and be curious. I think it is important. I think it is a condition precedent. And these ladies are a real example of what Maria has said. Success is inevitable. And on my own behalf, I'd like to add that you need to dream, keep dreaming, and be true terrestrials and be an active member of the Earth spaceship. Thank you very much. And I wish you cosmic success. One question. Yes, please. There is time for one question. Microphone is off. We were waiting for you. We needed cosmic beauty. You have everything in abundance. Cosmic beauty, charisma, and brains. My question is, I think women are carriers of strategic thinking. I'm convinced of it. I don't know whether you share it, but it seems to me that women feel comfortable providing support functions. Actually, what you do is supporting somebody else's flights. How do you feel about it? It's a provocative question. Nobody knows. Maybe we'll fly into space. Well, firstly, yes. And even if we do not fly, what can we dream about when we do something that we learn? I am a researcher and I experiment. When I graduate from the postgraduate course, I learn, I'll think about what else I should do. This is a very provocative question. To begin with, I said that you do not have to be a space pilot to succeed in the area. My answer is the mission of the Museum of Cosmonautics read as follows: everyone can be number one in what he or she does, like Yuri Gagarin was number one in outer space. It is of no relevance what you do, even if we go away from the outer space. When you pull your efforts, when you are motivated, you will succeed. This will be leadership, but in your own segment. I can tell you that we are doing strategic planning, and we decide where we will be in 10, 20, or 30 years. This is the beginning of any project, planning a project, bringing all the elements together. And this is a creative phase, which is extremely interesting. And we have visionaries working for our research institution, and they are in high demand. And we believe that this is the step with which the road to our dream starts. I do not hear what she's saying. I'd also like to add that it is crucial to love what you do. And speaking about space flights, I'd love to fly, but each time when we go to an oncological clinic and when we meet with children and draw our dreams and send them to the outer space, each time it is a flight to the outer space or even walking in space. When I meet such courageous boys and girls who are even bolder sometimes than space pilots. The Unity Foundation has a great behest that is shared. Do not exit the space. We'll stay in the interstellar space and we'll change the crew. And I'd like to invite the moderator of our next session, next discussion. I kindly ask everyone to remain in your seats because it is the final note. I'd like to invite Yulia Varshavska, editor-in-chief of Forbes Life and Forbes Woman. And she will introduce the speakers. Yes, hello, thank you. It seems to me that the speakers can come up onto the stage and we'll introduce all of them. The speakers can sit here. Can we get started? Hello. My name is Julie Warszawska. I'm editor-in-chief of Forbes Life and Forbes Woman. People often confuse it with the US Forbes Women. Historically, in our case, it is in singular Forbes Women, woman, and in the US, it is Forbes Women. I'm very happy to moderate this discussion because it seems to me that women entrepreneurs are associated with one of the challenging topics because being an entrepreneur exposes people to huge risks that not every man is ready to assume. There are a lot of factors at play, and I do hope that thanks to our wonderful speakers, we'll discuss entrepreneurship. Let me introduce Olga Sorokina, Anastasia Ryashkina, Ekaterina Moreva, head of ABMC Global International Consulting Group, Anna Palagina, director of International Institute of Management at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, deputy chairman of the Committee for Cooperation for Support of Professional and Vocational and Business Education. When people say that being an entrepreneur is associated with risks, what prevents women from opening their own business, developing it, and investing into it? Let's start with Anastasia. That's an interesting question. I don't think there is anything that is an obstacle. You know, people keep talking about inequality and gender inequality. You know, when I was employed, when I was a hired employee, I faced many more problems and inequality compared to when I opened my business. When I was employed, people asked me about my plans about the maternity leave, how long I was going to work among men, whether I was not afraid of it. When I opened my business, none of the partners has ever asked me about such things. The fact that this is a high-tech area, well, you know, I have a technical background. I'm a graduate of the University of Technology and Physics. You know, due to some reason in our area, men predominate. But it seems to me that this is because in Russia, women are afraid of this area, though technologies are accessible to women. And I had software engineers who were women and who worked as well as men. Maybe there is a difference in education because younger girls tend to go to technical universities less frequently. When I selected my future education, many people said, why do you want to go there? If you want to go to a technical university, try to enter the Moscow University. During the admission process, there was no difference whether you were male or female if you had a high academic score and took part in school children competitions. Olga, what do you think? What are the factors that are obstacles? I think stereotyping is the factor that prevents women from making certain decisions, despite the fact that there are all opportunities. There are no admission restrictions. There are no restrictions in terms of employment, and there are no restrictions in terms of entrepreneurial activities. But when we look at any industry, there are fewer women entrepreneurs, fewer women executives. Why? Because historically, expectations expectations from women are much broader than expectations from men. It is expected that women will have families, children, now will have to be in charge of their households, of their children's education. And there is this fear that a woman would not be able to meet the expectations. That's why most women who, for example, ended up in the sphere of business, looking at my circle of acquaintances, of course, this is not an informative sampling, but many women end up there accidentally. She used to be a top manager, then she decided to lead that company, or she acquired a small option, or for example, something happened to her partner, to her husband, and all of a sudden she ended up having that business. So there are numerous stories when women become entrepreneurs accidentally. Those women who do it consciously are an exception. Good evening. Answering this question, I'd like to say that first of all, this is something that we are told when we were little girls. We were taught that we would have to actually take care of our families, husbands and children. And when a woman grows up and chooses what she wants to do, whether she has to follow the pattern that was imposed in her childhood, or whether she would like to do something else. Actually, at the moment, I do not see any gender division among young people. Actually, the foundation is here. Actually, I think that the attitude is different at the moment, because now it is about equality. I'd agree that the only reason what prevents women from being active in business is stereotypes and societal biases. We can recollect the common phrase that about why that part of the world that cannot negotiate and agree as opposed to women dominates the world. And we as Russia, we are an agrarian and industrial society, and this we are and hence the patriarchy. The more we become an innovative, a modern society, the fewer stereotypes there will be. And there was a survey of about 6,500 top managers. And an important element that was highlighted that fear of change and perfectionism were two things that prevented innovations. And actually, perfectionism is a complex where we excel. And also family patterns. Unfortunately, lots of research confirms it. Thank you very much. We keep talking about social and family stereotypes, and even before our session, without any prior agreement, 3 out of 4 speakers were talking about this work and life balance. But one of key problems for women setting up startups is raising investments. Starting from the Silicon Valley to the Russian venture market, if a woman establishes a startup, there are fewer cases when she manages to raise investment successfully. If she has a male partner, then her chances of success are higher. If she is in the business that is for women, then in all likelihood, when she asks for investments, the people on the board of directors will be 45-year-old male men who would never understand what she's talking about. Have you ever confronted such issues? So you're talking about a woman doing a business for women, tries to raise money, and investors do not understand the idea. You know, investors are people. They understand certain things and do not understand other things. My problem is that in the business I'm doing, it is a traditionally male business, and I'm dealing with hardware, and investors do not understand anything, and they say the product is good, your story is good, but you know, this is a scary sphere. We've never worked in it, and we do not understand whether we can go there or not. And it is not the problem of me being a woman, but the problem is that they do not understand it. And actually, investors do not understand a business where they have never been exposed to. It is not because this is a startup idea for women. Then maybe the answer to the question is diversity. So it does not only relate to gender, but to age, nationality, and origin. Actually, when it is a big foundation, when you have a diverse team, but when we speak about seed capital, when we speak about angel investors, they may specialize in one sphere or group together, focusing on certain spheres. Major US foundations and many US funds work with men and women, and they do not actually distinguish between men and women. They just analyze your business. Whereas in Russia, venture investments are not a strength. And when we talk about investments in startups that do not generate billions of dollars, the situation is poor, and there is no source of diversity. Olga, you've had a lot of experience in the Silicon Valley. Could you please tell us about the difference between the Western and Russian experience? Well, it is not only about the valley, but I would talk about the Western experience and compare it to the experience in Russia. Quite often people say that it is so great in the West. Women sit on boards of directors, women entrepreneurs are supported and offered all opportunities for development. In actual fact, things are not that positive and rainbow colored. Actually, the total investment amount in excess of 140 billion was in 2020. So the entire market responded positively, actually thanks to the pandemic. The total investment amount increased. The volume of startups set up by women decreased. The share of, I may be wrong in numbers, but there was about 4 billion or even 3 billion invested in startups set up by women compared to 145 billion invested all in all. So maybe women's projects were poor. But if we look at unicorn statistics, there were 60 unicorns with about 10 unicorns set up by women. Women do not get pre-seed or seed capital, and at the same time, if we look at BC middle size women, practically everyone shoots up. Investors make mistakes. Why are they making mistakes? Because stereotypes actually play a role. Also, ideas may not be clear. No one admits that they do not invest because they are afraid of women. Maybe they do not even acknowledge to themselves. Well, these are naked facts that are hard to explain otherwise. And in Russia, in actual fact, I cannot say that it is better, but in fact, historically, Russia is a country in the Soviet times, we were a country of matriarchy, and therefore working women do not generate any strange associations. A woman that owns a high-tech business may be perceived with more comfort compared to Western economies. But again, analyzing my portfolio and the portfolio of our transactions over the past year, the number of transactions has increased in the high-tech sector. But as far as the number of transactions with companies set up by women has been extremely low. I can actually recollect one deal with Alisa Chumachenko as the only one. So there is room for improvement. Well, I think that it is not my market because I'm dealing with collective managerial bodies and setting up turnkey companies. And it is a matriarchy in its pure sense. The only thing is that I'll explain my subjective opinion. It seems to me women apply for investments less frequently. It seems to me that they try to find capital for their business in their surroundings, in their close circles, asking men, friends, buddies. It seems to me that they use their networks, but this is my subjective view. Well, I'm getting ready for a session at the Eurasian Women's Forum in St. Petersburg, and I'll talk to ladies who won different competitions, from federal ones. Their projects won different competitions, and we'll talk to them how helpful it has been. There were pre-interviews, and they said that when they tried to raise investments, and many of them were in the regions, it did not work in the regions completely. It is hard to get investments in the regions, but you know, when there is a woman in the equation, they shrug their shoulders. Two of them asked their husbands to raise loans because they actually approached everyone, but they couldn't raise investments. So what you are talking about is an attempt to find a way out of a deadlock. And well, perhaps this is what I noted myself. There are national projects and federal programs. We're talking about government money. And actually, applications are filed by women. These are not pure entrepreneurial projects, but they apply for government money as a source of money to implement projects. So there are two sources: government sponsorship and networks. Well, we'll talk about the government later on. It seems to me that all those forums that are set up at the Federation Council level, I don't know how to assess them. I actually I'm very cautious because things that our government does work with variable success. And I recollect HR programs and cases when there were men who were interviewed, and when the camera zoomed on the jury board, all of them were male and bespectacled, and actually no one has actually everyone knows about this mirror reflection neuron that works. So women have to be very psychology savvy, and the government is acting as a major investor. And when you seek investments and go to a government official, actually we have to understand that they look at women as aliens from Mars. I worked in the region of Rostov. We have a bank that was one of the first to launch loans for women. The first billion that was given showed 0 bad debts. So all the loans were repaid. And actually, women try to raise money to support their families. And our research of small and medium-sized business showed that if a woman was supported by her family, her business usually demonstrated very good results. You touched upon a very important topic related to raising capital. Before I joined Forbes, protection of women's rights was mostly focused on social feminism, on anti-abuse etc. But when I joined Forbes and when I started looking at various ratings, I realized that women who are a rarity on the Forbes list. There's Tatiana Bakalchuk, who is on the list, as to all other rich women in Russia are wives, ex-wives, sisters, or daughters of billionaires. At the same time, in accordance with the research, it is a vicious circle. Until we have rich women, there will be no one to invest in women's startups, because women invest in women's business. And what do you think? How should the economy be built? What kind of tools should be in place for the businesses established by women to be successful and to and for women to be able to IPO? Well, that's a challenging question. Honestly, I do not know what to answer. Once again, in my life and in my mind, I try not to separate men and women. I think it is incorrect. There was a point in time when we fought for equality, and therefore equality should be pursued. We should not draw this line of demarcation between women and men. And I think what prevents women from succeeding in business is education and family patterns. Girls are brought up as mothers, as wives of mothers, and of course billionaires did not become billionaires on their own. I have an example when the husband's uncle started a business, but he would have never succeeded without his wives. I think the same happened to those billionaires who have the same wives since the days they set up their business, who were not only guardians of the hearth and homekeepers. Girls are taught that they have to become homekeepers, wives, and mothers. But the situation is different now. My generation was brought up in this way, but you're saying that things are not that great in the West, in the UK. Well, at least in those times when I studied in the US, things were good. And actually, for example, we have examples of men and women attending the same technical or other aerospace courses. What is your attitude to women-dedicated programs, communities, and quotas in a situation when we understand that we have not yet reached equality and there are numerous stereotypes and lots of problems with investment? Would you like to have a program or a community to help with your projects? To be honest, no. Any purely female communities actually take us away from equality more and more. When there are dedicated programs in this country or specific things for specific strata of the society, the other category of the society starts saying, these women again, they're being pushed forward. Why are they granted so many rights? And the segregation will become deeper. Actually, there should be but a limited number of women's communities. Well, one may be set up, the other will be set up, but what if the source of investments is exhausted, is depleted? who will invest in women's business? I think that we need to develop investments in business, though we do have this sphere, but it is not properly developed, and we should not distinguish between men and women. Olga, when will women in Russia end up on the Forbes list? 50%. To be honest, I do not quite agree with Anastasia. I'm saying that we should not confuse discrimination and providing benefits. Given that I'm an entrepreneur, I sincerely believe that diversity is great for business. And it is not because we need to throw a carrot to women. It is not a must that there is this commitment to have women on boards of directors or representatives of minorities. This is for the sake of diversity of approaches, diversity of world pictures. We are talking about equality, but we are not talking about being the same. We are not similar. We have our own strengths and weaknesses. I often talk to various clubs and communities, and I'm charged with a lot of energy, and people approach me with questions that about whether it is possible. And just as a lyrical deviation, we had dinner with a friend of mine who leads a well-known corporation, and she was in the tech sector, and she is now in media, and we are business women. I've been in the business for 25 years, and well, I set up lots of companies, and the whole world knows that there is no one standing behind me. I have lots of children. I can marry and I can divorce, and she is a 100% self-made woman. And we were reading the list, and she said, well, the husband must have sponsored her. Do you know this one? I said, well, I guess she is also self-made. You know, even we have such in-depth stereotypes. You know, when we look at women, successful women entrepreneurs, what can we say about people who are not in the picture, who live or who are like as if they live on a different planet? We need to change the mindset. Well, you described a classical misogyny, and it is one of the serious problems in any society that moves towards feminism, that actually struggles with not only sexism but misogyny. Well, I think everyone is in your hands, Yulia, and actually, the community of women who manage to succeed, whether by themselves or otherwise, it is a secondary question at the moment. But anyway, it could be a fund to finance women's startups. Though I agree with Anastasia that that it should not be separated. I think that many women, as Anastasia has said, are standing behind strong men in many cases. Not in every case, but in many. And they are grey cardinals, but they like the role of grey cardinals. They do not need publicity. I do not want to name those people, well-known men and well-known women who do not want publicity. They want to lead their own lives. They do not want to be in the limelight. Well, I think it relates to the regions. I would offer the following comment with your permission. Speaking about big money and 50% of women on the Forbes list, you know, it's like in sports. There will be no Olympic medals and super achievements if there is no massive sport. As long as 70% of the population believe that a family life is of primary importance to women, and it should be number one. And therefore, women will be engaged in a small and medium sized business as a maximum for survival purposes. And another psychological point, I remember 2007 when the civil code was amended and there was a resolution adopted, a presidential resolution, and Herman Greff, when he relinquished his presidential, his ministerial office, he said, "You're doing the right thing. I know all oligarchs. Please believe me, there are no happy people among them." For us women, there are very important points that relate to comfort, safety and security. And if an entrepreneur spends 90% of revenue to support the farm, to support the human capital, maybe the other tasks are not a priority. Then there is another level. There is a macro level and big capital, but to be honest, there is another problem that is crucial. In 70% of cases, women depend on their spouses financially. Quite often, these are women that do not have any income because of social stereotypes you've been talking about. And it seems to me that one of the biggest problems in modern Russia is a lack of the idea and culture of financial independence, even if we do not talk about serious capital. You've mentioned safety and security, but safety and security is associated with having a family and a man. But I'm sure that entrepreneurs of every gender understand that safety and security are associated with financial stability. We're talking to an audience of young girls and young graduates. What are the steps that those young girls can take to be financially independent, and how important is this problem? I can say one thing. Actually, the current approach the actual problem is financial independence. But look, you are brought up since childhood with an idea that you have to become a mother, you have to bear a child, which is normal. Of course, we need to have the next generations. But if in Europe or the US, women are told that they can have a child until they're 40. In Russia, if someone has a child at 29, that woman is treated as an old mother. And my parents told me that I should have a child before 25. Come on, children or teenagers finish school at 18. If they go to university and then they take a master's degree and maybe a postgraduate course and end up being old mothers. And of course, when they are on a maternity leave, they are financially dependent on their men. if you can talk to your husband and you have a healthy family, then your husband will support you during that period. Unfortunately, in Russia, men become tired and they have this idea that they are the only ones who support the family, and they start abusing their wives. Of course, if you do not want to have a child before you have an established career and a financial cushion, then it's a different story. Well, I'm ready to talk about financial independence of women from morning till night, because people keep asking me how I bring up and educate my children. And I say I don't care what they will be, whether they become oligarchs or or end up being downshifters in Bali or in the district of Birylova in Moscow. The only thing that I keep telling my children is that they have to be financial independent at very early stages in their lives. Then they will be able to select what would be important to them, whether to be an entrepreneur, a businessman, whether they should take care of their children. The only thing that will make it possible is financial independence. How can financial independence be ensured? The only thing is capitalizing yourself. What is the format? Having education now, having skills, expertise, and experience. Someone is talented since childhood. For example, in my family budget, the main cost line item is educating my children. Everything they can learn, everywhere they can learn, all that is available to them. And that budget is not constrained. And even as early as now, I know that my children who are still very little, but my daughter who is 13 years of age, she can feed herself. She gives English lessons. She sets up master classes for children. She advertised herself. She developed lessons. And I understand that she will not die of starvation. And she may rent a small room, for example. And I'm developing different capital succession programs. And I'm not imposing this idea, but I'm against children inheriting large capitals. I think it is not valuable, not because they will spend it, but because this would not enable them to acquire something that is capitalizable. If you have financial means, experience is not needed. If a woman is standing behind a man, but at the same time she is not gaining expertise or skills that can be sold, it actually pushes her many steps back. And it seems to me that we need to help men destroy such stereotypes. We have this association, a maternity leave and a mother. In my company, there were 2 cases when fathers had maternity leaves. We supported those who earn less money or have fewer career opportunities should go on a maternity leave. And it should be perceived as a normal thing. It should not be derided or laughed at. And men have to be supported if they show initiative in supporting their wives in their traditional roles. A man on a maternity leave is my big dream, for it to be embedded. I think this is a trend that is going away. I am not talking about it is an incoming trend. I'm talking about family violence, domestic violence, the generation that accepted that family model when a woman is the servicing element in a family. The younger generation of 18, 20 years of age, those who are graduating universities have a different mindset. Moses led his people across the desert for 40 years, and now there are a different caliber generation. Everyone has this idea of being self-sufficient, be a professional, be an expert, have financial capabilities, and once they have a foothold, they can build a family. And the family format is not, it may not be a formal marriage. There are different family formats, which is okay. And this is the perception of the younger generation. I do hope that you're right. And it seems to me that domestic violence victims are about 30 years of age as the youngest group. Maybe it is true about Moscow and St. Petersburg. How about the regions? Domestic violence is a terrible thing. Unfortunately, it has a catastrophic scale in Russia, not only with respect to women, but with respect to the older generation. And the core of the problem is financial lack of financial independence. And it is important to understand, and you're right, that when we graduate from universities, we're equal. And this period until 25 is the period when there is a good stability. And this biological clock that ticks as nature dictates, if we actually have children at a later period, there is a problem of the biological material quality. And the ideology that we try to implement is to give an answer to the question about what you can do better than well. So what's your area of expertise? What's your specialization? Number two, do you like it? Are you ready to do it 24/7? Are you ready to stay on that path? And number three, who are the people you will come to when you go through a difficult period? It is not a must that it is your family. It could be your teachers. This group of people may include your mentors, your friends, business associations that actually drift towards communities away from formalization. I think everything that is being done is extremely valuable. Thank you very much. I'd love to keep going with you endlessly, but I'm being told that our time is up. When we start talking about women, the time is up all the time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This was very insightful. I'm handing the microphone back. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite everyone to take a picture if you help us remove these tables. Our speakers, and I'd like to thank all our partners, Salim Petroleum, Polymetal, Rosatom, our partners from Win-Win Communications and Cosmos Production, or whatever it is called. And I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart, not only on my own behalf, but on behalf of other 100 hearts in this room. This was amazing. Why aren't you coming up onto the stage? I'm feeling the pause. Please get up, move towards the stage. We actually decided what we'll do to keep smiling. In pictures, we do not say cheese, we say stem. If possible, Johnny, could you please come over here? And we had our photographer who inspired us during the day today, Olga Galashenko, Sabina Yegizarova, are the ladies that were among the organizers of the event. The Salim Petroleum super professional team has borne all of the burden of it. Without Mrs. partnership, without them checking every step of the way. I hope Elena Bazanova is with us. So great women, great men gathered together in a great place and made great discoveries and shared something important with other people. Thank you very much, everyone.